The Great Charter, or the Magna Carta, was a landmark document drafted in 1215 and sealed by King John of England. Born out of the need to resolve a political crisis between the king and his rebellious barons who were rather upset over his tyrannical rule and heavy taxation. The Magna Carta is celebrated as one of the first steps towards a more systematic legal system in England, establishing the principle that everyone, including the king, is subject to the law. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, good to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's great to have you back here with me again. As always, if you enjoy what I do and want to support the channel, Patreon link is in the description. Otherwise, help me reach my goal of 10,000 subscribers by doing all the other good stuff. Like, subscribe, comment, you know what to do. Now, without further ado, let's get on to our video for today. First, I'll provide a brief timeline and history of how the Magna Carta came about and how it developed, and then we will have a look at a few of the specifics within the document itself. So I'll invite you to take a deep breath, relax, and we may begin. Magna Carta, which emerged in the year 1215, was initially an effort to reconcile conflicting royalist and rebel factions, marking a key precursor to the First Barons' War. King John, the third Angevin monarch, ruled England during this turbulent period. Now the Angevins were quite known for their ambitious and, more often than not, arbitrary style of governance, characterized by the principle of what they called force and will, where decisions were made unilaterally, often justified by the notion that the king was simply above the law. This, of course, caused more than a few raised eyebrows among the lower classes. This stood in contrast held to the belief by many contemporary writers that monarchs should govern in accordance with established customs and laws, and of course with advice from the realm's leading members. John's rule was particularly challenged after he lost significant territories in France to King Philip in 1204, which led him to impose heavy taxes on the English barons to fund his unsuccessful military campaigns to reclaim these lands. His defeat at the Battle of the Bovines in the year 1214 further weakened his position, compelling him to sue for peace and pay reparations. Already unpopular among many barons who were burdened by debts to the crown, John faced growing resistance upon his return from France, particularly from barons in the north and the east of England. The dissenting barons demanded that John reaffirm the earlier Charter of Liberties, a set of rights that was initially established under King Henry I, which they believed safeguarded their privileges and also their liberties. The leadership of the rebels, though not particularly distinguished and even considered disreputable by some observers, was united in their disdain for John. He was not a popular ruler, especially at this point. Now this group included key figures like Robert Fitzwaller, who would become a prominent leader of the rebels. He had previously accused John of attempting to S.A. his daughter, and had been linked to an earlier plot to kill the king. In the early days of 1215, King John convened a council in London to discuss certain potential reforms, later facilitating discussions between his representatives and the rebels in Oxford. It was during these negotiations that both sides sought assistance from Pope Innocent III, and amidst these negotiations, the rebel barons presented a document known as the Unknown Charter of Liberties, which borrowed heavily from the earlier Charter of Liberties issued by Henry I. Several of its provisions would later be incorporated into the Articles of the Barons, and ultimately the Magna Carta. Hoping for support from the Pope, John, who had declared himself a vassal of the papacy in 1213, played for time, while mustering in secret mercenary forces from France. He also took an oath to become a crusader, gaining a semblance of political protection under church law, though many who were around at the time were questioning the sincerity of this commitment. By April, the Pope sent letters supporting John, but by then the rebel barons had already organized into a strong military group. In May, they assembled at Northampton, formally renounced their fealty to the crown, and advanced on key cities, including London, Lincoln, and Exeter. Although John's initial efforts to project moderation had been somewhat effective, the seizure of London by the rebels attracted new defectors to the royalist side. Indeed, it seemed like they were certainly on a roll, and if you wanted to get some civil rights, now was the time to do it. As the conflict intensified, John proposed that the dispute be settled by a committee, with the Pope as the final arbiter and mediator. However, this proposal did not appeal to the rebels at all. When this initiative failed, John tasked Stephen Langton, the Archbishop of Canterbury, who had been working closely with the rebels on their demands, to organize peace talks. The Great Charter of 1215. John met with the rebel leaders at Runnymede, which was a traditional meeting spot on neutral ground, strategically located between the royal fortress of Windsor Castle and the rebel stronghold at Staines. This location was chosen because it was unlikely to confer a military advantage to either side. At Runnymede, on June the 10th, 1215, the rebels presented John with their draft demands for reform. This original document was known as the Articles of the Barons. Over the following 10 days, Stephen Langton, the Archbishop of Canterbury, mediated between the parties, refining these demands into a more comprehensive proposal for political reform. This document would later be known as the Magna Carta, which translates to Great Charter. By June the 15th, a consensus on the text was finally reached, and by June the 19th, the barons renewed their loyalty to the crown, and copies of the charter were distributed. This document, the Magna Carta, contained clauses that promised the protection of church rights, the protection against illegal imprisonment, access to swift justice, and limitations on feudal payments to the crown, including stipulations that certain taxes could not be levied without baronial consent. It explicitly stated that the rights of free men, particularly the barons, and included specific protections for rights of serfs in several articles. The document drew upon the Charter of Liberties by Henry I, as well as existing legal traditions and royal charters previously granted to towns, blending these influences into a charter that was both innovative and rooted in established practice. A pivotal component of the document was Clause 61, the Security Clause, which established a council of 25 barons tasked with ensuring the king's adherence to the charter. If it was the case that John or any other ruler failed to comply with the charter's provisions within 40 days of a violation being notified by the council, the barons were thus authorized to seize royal castles and lands as a means of enforcement until amends were made. This clause also allowed for the collective coercion of the king by mandating that men swear support to the council's decisions, representing a formal mechanism for enforcing the charter. Despite these measures, mutual distrust between John and the rebel barons prevented any serious implementation of the peace accord. The council of 25 barons comprised solely rebels, fostering further divisions. Disputes emerged over the return of confiscated lands, and many rebels remained militarily mobilized. John then sought the annulment of the charter from Pope Innocent, claiming it undermined papal authority in England. The Pope, who was supporting John, then declared the Magna Carta null and void in the August of 1215, leading to its repudiation by John and the Loyalist barons. Well, people were obviously not impressed by this, and the situation deteriorated into violence, marking the collapse of the peace agreement and the onset of the First Barons' War. The rebel barons, concluding that peace with John was unattainable, offered the English throne to Prince Louis of France. The conflict continued until John's death in the following year of October, leaving his 9-year-old son, Henry III, as his successor. Well, the Magna Carta not only addressed the issues between King John and the English barons, but also included specific provisions relating to Wales, marking a significant moment where the English and the Welsh were referenced together in a major legal document. This inclusion underlined the interconnectedness of English and Welsh territories during the period. Chapter 56 of the Magna Carta stipulated that the return of lands and liberties to Welsh individuals that had been seized by the English without lawful judgment by peers and, of course, vice versa. This provision was crucial in maintaining a legal framework for resolving property disputes between England and Wales, aiming to ensure fairness and legal integrity in such exchanges. Chapter 57 focused on the return of Welsh hostages, including Gruffudd ap Llywelyn ap Lorwerth, the illegitimate son of Llywelyn the Great. These hostages had been taken under the guise of securing peace and maintaining good relations, but their return was demanded through the Magna Carta as more of a gesture of goodwill among neighbors, and of course an attempt to stabilize relations between the English crown and the Welsh princes. The Council of the 25 Barons, established under Clause 61 of the Magna Carta, was tasked with ensuring King John's adherence to the agreement. The names of these barons, crucial figures in enforcing the Charter, are listed in historical documents, including Matthew Paris's Chronica Majora. This council was primarily composed of John's opponents, highlighting another deep-rooted resistance he faced from the nobility. Additionally, in September of 1215, papal commissioners in England excommunicated several senior rebel barons and clerics. The death of King John in October 1216 marked a turn toward the establishment of constitutional governance in England through Magna Carta. On his deathbed, King John designated a council of 13 executors to support his young son, Henry III, in reclaiming the kingdom, and entrusted his guardianship to the renowned knight William Marshal. The coronation of Henry III, conducted by Cardinal Gaula Bicchieri, the papal legate, took place in a hastily arranged ceremony at Gloucester Cathedral on the 28th of October, 1216. The period that followed was characterized by continued conflict, with England divided and partially controlled by the rebel forces. The papal legate, of course, played a crucial role, not only in the coronation, but in strategically aligning Henry's government with the papacy, thereby securing additional legitimacy and support. Pope Honorius III's declaration of Henry as the Pope's vassal underscored this alliance, granting the papal legate sweeping authority to stabilize Henry's rule. The endorsement of Henry as a crusader further solidified his position, affording him protection under church law and portraying his war against the rebels as his own holy crusade. The early reign of Henry III faced significant challenges, with the loyalist forces struggling to regain control, and the rebel barons, initially emboldened by King John's unpopular rule, seemingly hesitant to align with the new and very young king. In an effort to consolidate power and garner as much support as possible, Henry's government issued a revised version of the Magna Carta in 1216. Well, this new version was, of course, revised to their favor. It removed certain clauses from the influential Clause 61 that established a council of barons to monitor the king's adherence to the Charter. This version, however, failed to quell dissent, illustrating the deep-seated divisions and the lack of trust between these two factions that continued well beyond King John's rule. Thus, the conflict persisted until the pivotal Battle of Lincoln in May of 1217, where William Marshal's forces achieved a decisive victory against the forces of Prince Louis of France, the figurehead of the rebel barons. This victory, of course, was crucial, swinging the momentum in favor of the Loyalists. Prince Louis's campaign in England waned as support from France began to dwindle, leading to negotiations that culminated in the Treaty of Lambeth in September of 2017. It was this treaty that effectively ended the conflict, with Louis reconciling his claim to the English throne and conditions set for the restoration of lands and rights to his followers, albeit with punitive measures against the rebel clergy. In the aftermath of the war, the Charter of 1217, also known as the Charter of Liberties, was issued, reflecting a continuation of the efforts to placate the barons, but at the same time slightly adjusting the protections and obligations that were outlined in the earlier charter. It was this document, along with the complementary Charter of the Forest, that addressed grievances related to royal forests and forest courts, which had been sources of royal revenue but also public discontent. These charters laid foundational principles that would influence English governance and also jurisprudence, establishing precedents for the role of law in curbing absolute monarchy and outlining the liberties of the realm's subjects. Thus, Magna Carta's influence continued to grow steadily throughout the minority of King Henry III, following John's death. As Henry matured and the kingdom began to stabilize somewhat, the administration worked diligently to reassert control over English counties, encountering resistance, of course, from communities that invoked Magna Carta in defense of their newfound rights, though not always accurately. These debates surrounding the king's obligation to uphold the charters, despite his youth and the manner of their establishment, just shows another testament to the ongoing tension. By 1225, with the security of his French territories under threat from King Louis VII, Henry needed substantial military support to defend his lands. The Great Council's demand for a reissue of Magna Carta in return for tax support reflected the enduring power of the document. The version of Magna Carta issued that year, affirmed by Henry as a voluntary act and sealed with the royal seal, solidified its authority and marked another significant moment in its history that tied royal taxation directly to constitutional consent. No taxation without representation. See, it is enduring. However, when Henry declared himself of age to rule independently, things began to change. He challenged the validity of previous charters issued during his minority. Well, this move sparked further disputes over the charter's applicability, which Henry threatened to nullify if not supported by corresponding tax payments. The reaffirmation of the charters in 1253, in exchange for new taxation, underscored their entrenched role in governing royal baronial relations. Therefore, Henry's governance, ostensibly bound by the Magna Carta, saw him generally adhering to its terms, which curtailed the royal crown's ability to levy punitive fines and seize baronial assets arbitrarily. Yet, the royal court's weak enforcement of the charters, and subsequently Henry's inconsistent application of them, often undermined their effectiveness, and this of course led to widespread disaffection among the barons. The discontent culminated in 1258, when a group of barons who were understandably frustrated by Henry's erratic and insufficient adherence to the charters executed a coup d'état through the provisions of Oxford, aiming to enforce the charters more stringently and reform the government. This baronial government, however, lacked the military strength required to enforce its reforms decisively. It was this lack of military strength that led them to seek arbitration from King Louis IX of France. Now, Louis's arbitration in 1263–64, which sided with Henry III, failed to resolve the tensions, and it led to the Second Barons' War. Both sides of the conflict invoked Magna Carta to justify their positions. The war ultimately ended with the victory of Henry's son, Edward, who later reaffirmed the Magna Carta in the Statute of Marlborough as part of a broader conciliatory approach to governance following the baronial conflicts. In 1297, King Edward I reissued the charters of 1225 in exchange for a new tax, and this version of the charters remains part of English law to this very day, although most of its articles have been repealed. The reissue included the Confirmatio Cartarum, a document issued in Norman French that reaffirmed Magna Carta and the Forest Charter. Edward I was compelled to issue this confirmation to avoid a potential civil war, as the nobility, burdened by his excessive taxation, had armed themselves and began to protest. The nobles had also attempted to introduce another document, the De Tallagio, into the charter. But while Edward's government did not concede to this, they agreed to reaffirm the existing charters and establish the principle that taxation should always require consent, though the document did not specify how this consent should be obtained. The Confirmatio Cartarum mandated that copies of the charter be distributed and displayed in cathedral churches throughout England, and twice a year they would be read publicly. This led to the permanent installation of a copy in Salisbury Cathedral. It also stated that any judicial decisions that contravened the charter would be considered null and void. In the year 1300, Edward further reinforced the charters by issuing the Articles upon the Charters, which included 17 articles designed to enforce the charters more effectively. It required that copies of Magna Carta and the Forest Charter be issued to each county's sheriff and read 4 times a year at the county court meetings to refresh everybody of the basics. It also called for the creation of a committee of 3 men in every county to hear complaints about violations of the charters. However, these reaffirmations, of course, face their own challenges. Pope Clement V, continuing the papal policy of supporting monarchs who ruled by divine grace, decided to annul the Confirmatio Cartarum in 1305, supporting the idea that kings' rights could not be challenged by claims in the Magna Carta. Edward I took this papal backing as support to reassert forest laws over areas that had been disafforested, leading to accusations of perjury against both the Pope and the King by contemporary chroniclers. This action by Edward and the papal annulment also affected the legitimacy of the Articuli super cartas, which Edward took as being included in the Pope's bull, although it was not explicitly mentioned. While Magna Carta profoundly influenced English medieval law, persisting as a point of reference throughout the medieval period, even as its direct application in cases evolved. By 1226, the Knights of Lincolnshire cited Magna Carta in resisting changes to local judicial practices by their sheriff, exemplifying the early legal reliance on the Charter to assert regional rights against royal officers directly. This established a precedent where Magna Carta could not be directly used to challenge the king, but it could be invoked against his representatives, thereby upholding liberties granted under the Charter. Well, specific clauses of Magna Carta addressing issues like wardship, dower, debt recovery, and the maintenance of free navigation on rivers continue to be cited in legal texts throughout the 13th century. However, by 1350, the relevance of many of Magna Carta's clauses had diminished somewhat. That was either due to changing social conditions, or because they were simply superseded by newer laws. The reign of Edward III saw further clarifications and expansions on the document through the 6 statutes between 1331 and 1369. Notably, the 3rd statute in 1354 revised the pivotal Clause 29 of the Magna Carta, expanding the protection it afforded for free men to all men, and introduced the term due process of law, which of course became fundamental in legal discourse. Thus, Magna Carta's significance was frequently reaffirmed by the English Parliament. Sir Edward Coke noted that it was reconfirmed up to 32 times, and other sources suggest as many as 45 between the 13th and 15th centuries. Thus, it was routine for Parliament to begin sessions with a public reading and reaffirmation of the Magna Carta, reflecting its foundational role in English law. The Charter was specifically confirmed once again in 1423 during the reign of Henry VI. Well, despite its diminished direct influence on political governance by the mid-15th century, as monarchs began to reassert their authority, Magna Carta remained crucial in legal contexts, particularly in the protection of property rights. Its relevance was sustained by wider dissemination through printed versions and increased literacy, ensuring that the document continued to be a critical resource for lawyers and scholars alike. During the 16th century, interpretations of Magna Carta and the narrative surrounding the First Barons' War began to evolve significantly, particularly under the influence of Tudor monarchs like Henry VII and Henry VIII. These rulers, emerging from the chaotic Wars of the Roses, used propaganda to reinforce the legitimacy of their rule, emphasizing the illegitimacy of rebellion and prioritizing the crown's authority, especially in its conflicts with the papacy. Tudor historians revisited earlier sources, such as the Barnwell Chronicler, which portrayed King John a lot more favorably to other 13th century narratives. It's been noted that these historians viewed John quite positively as a monarch contending against papal authority, and exhibited limited sympathy for the rebel barons, or even the Magna Carta itself. This perspective coincided with events like the 1536 uprising, during which pro-Catholic demonstrators invoked Magna Carta, accusing the Crown of undermining its principles. The first mechanically printed edition of Magna Carta was produced in 1508 by Richard Pinson, titled Magna Carta cum aliis antiquis statutis. However, early printed versions, including those in the 16th century, mistakenly attribute the charter's origins to Henry III in 1225, rather than John in 1215, leading to a few inaccuracies in the historical text. Subsequent editions, such as those by John Rastell in 1527 and Thomas Berthollet during 1530 to 1547, aimed to correct these misunderstandings. In 1534, George Ferrers published the first unabridged English language edition of the document, organizing the Charter into 37 numbered clauses. This period also saw symbolic representations of Magna Carta, such as the mid-16th century funerary monument of Sir Rowland Hill, which depicted him holding a copy of the Magna Carta document. The late 16th century witnessed a resurgence of antiquarian interest in the document, fueled by a belief in a continuous tradition of English laws and customs dating back long before the Norman conquest. Legal historians of the time suggested that the Magna Carta was a recovery of these ancient rights and traditions, underpinning significant legal principles of the 16th century. Now, while it sounds like a very good story, it's perhaps one drummed up to make things a little bit more interesting than they actually are. Most modern historians typically view it as a bit of a myth. Well, antiquarians like William Lambarde worked to connect the 16th century English Parliament to these supposed Anglo-Saxon and Norman legal codes, though often misdating documents in the process. Figures like Francis Bacon interpreted specific clauses of the Magna Carta, such as Clause 39, as foundational to contemporary legal processes, for example, the jury system. Others, including Robert Beale, James Maurice, and Richard Cosin, argued for Magna Carta's role as a fundamental declaration of liberty and a supreme law. Critics of these interpretations, such as Arthur Hall, faced significant repercussions. Now we could move into the modern period, all the way up to our current year, but I don't like the modern period. So instead, we are going to just discuss the content of the document before we finish up the video for today. Magna Carta's provisions were fundamentally designed to manage and mitigate the feudal rights of the crown over the barons, a response to the frequent and, frankly, often arbitrary exertion of these rights under King John's reign. These feudal rights, such as feudal relief cited in clauses 2 and 3, directly impacted the barons' financial obligations to the crown when inheriting land or estates. These clauses aim to standardize the fees associated with these events, setting clearer and consistent rates to prevent the crown from leveraging them as a source of arbitrary income. Scutage, a form of medieval taxation, permitted knights and nobles to substitute military service, required as a condition for their land tenure, with a monetary payment. That was clauses 12 and 14. The administration of scutage has been contentious, lacking in consistency regarding the rate and the circumstances under which it was imposed. The reforms sought to regularize this process, defining clearer rules for when and how the Crown could demand these payments, moving away from the arbitrary demands of the king, which seemed to be somewhat randomized and brought out on a whim. The English judicial system had evolved significantly, with royal judges playing increasing roles across the country. Under King John, the judicial system had been manipulated in a way as a means to generate income, with the king often requiring payments for favorable judgments. Thus, clauses 39 and 40 of the document demanded that due process be observed within this system, seeking to eliminate the Crown's direct interference in judicial outcomes. Furthermore, Clause 45 addressed the qualifications of royal officials, insisting knowledgeable appointees to ensure a fair and informed administration of justice. Royal forests, another significant economic resource, were under special royal jurisdiction. Their management and expansion had become a point of contention. Thus, clauses 47, 48, 53, and 44 of the Charter dealt directly with issues of deforestation and the legal operations within royal forests, attempting to limit the Crown's arbitrary authority and addressing grievances regarding the expansion of these lands under King John. Regarding economic concerns, clauses 10 and 11 tackled the sensitive topic of debts, particularly those that were owed to Jewish moneylenders, a group under special royal protection, yet frequently targeted for extortion. While these clauses attempted to regulate the treatment of such debts, they also reflected the broader concerns about the implications of the Crown's financial policies. And lastly, the role of the English Church, which had long been a powerful entity within the kingdom, was explicitly addressed in the first clause of the Magna Carta. This clause underlined the Church's liberties and freedoms, likely influenced by Archbishop Stephen Langton, who played a crucial role in the Charter's negotiations. The provision was particularly significant against the backdrop of ongoing struggles between the Crown and the papacy over the control of ecclesiastical appointments and church governance. Now, the most famous clauses of the document are namely 39 and 40. Clause 39 goes like this: No free man shall be seized or imprisoned, or stripped of his rights or possessions, or outlawed or exiled, or deprived of his standing in any way, nor will we proceed with force against him, or send others to do so, except by the lawful judgment of his equals, or by the law of the land. Clause 40. To no one will we sell, to no one will we refuse or delay the right of justice. Edward VI, born in 1537, the only legitimate son of King Henry VIII and his third wife Jane Seymour. He became King of England and Ireland at the tender age of 9 years old, following his father's death in 1547. It was a short-lived reign, lasting only until his death in 1553, 6 years later, marked by significant religious upheaval and the further establishment of Protestantism in England. His brief reign was characterized by economic instability and social unrest, most notably the widespread revolt known as the Prayer Book Rebellion, which was sparked by the imposition of Protestant liturgy. Despite all the challenges, Edward was an earnest young king, with a keen interest in religious matters, often participating actively in the theological direction of his reign. His unfortunate death at the age of 15 led to a crisis of succession that briefly placed Lady Jane Grey on the throne, only to be superseded by the accession of his Catholic half-sister Mary I, who sought to reverse many of the Protestant reforms. Thus his legacy is particularly noted for setting a clear Protestant trajectory for the Church of England, influencing its future structure and doctrine. Well worth talking about, and in great detail. Hello and welcome. If it's your first time, good to meet you, and for those returning, nice to have you with me again. Today we're talking about Edward VI. Quite shocked I haven't spoken about him before, actually. Now, if you'd like to support the channel, just a quick reminder. The best way to do it is a like, comment, and subscribe. Leave a comment below. It really helps the algorithm. Further to that, there's a few links in the description. But let's all get nice and relaxed first. Settle in for another long one. And we can talk all about the life of Edward VI. Born on the 12th of October 1537 at Hampton Court Palace, Middlesex, Edward VI was the much-anticipated male heir of King Henry VIII and his third wife, Jane Seymour. Grand celebrations marked his arrival, with over 1,000 cannons fired from the Tower of London, and joyous public festivities. A time of celebration. After all, Henry was trying very, very hard to have a male heir, and, well, it took him quite a few wives to eventually get there. But, hey, perseverance. Now, despite Jane Seymour's quick initial recovery, proudly announcing the birth of Edward, unfortunately, she died, tragically, on October 24th, from postnatal complications. This event deeply saddened Henry, who described his mixed feelings in a letter to Francis I of France. Edward thrived from an early age, contradicting the historical portrayal of him as fragile. He was robust, exhibited by a strong appetite and vitality noted by Lord Chancellor Lord Audley in September 1538. Despite a serious illness at the age of 4, which certainly worried everybody counting on him to carry forth the throne, he generally enjoyed good health during his childhood, and certainly surrounded by all the best doctors that 16th century England could give you, doing their best for the time. Now, his early years were under the care of one Margaret Bryan, and later Blanche Herbert, Lady Troy. Edward's upbringing was of course closely guarded, with Henry ensuring high standards of cleanliness and security, treating his son as, quote, "this whole realm's most precious jewel." His childhood was of course extremely comfortable, surrounded by toys, personal minstrels, and the constant company of nurturing figures. But it couldn't all be fun and games. A boy has to learn. So his educational pursuits began at the age of 6, under Richard Cox and John Check, focusing on languages, scripture, and liberal arts. He received additional tutoring in French, Spanish, and Italian, and learned various musical instruments. A keen interest in geography was evident in his collection of globes and maps, very fascinated with the subject. And he also displayed a strong grasp of monetary issues and engaged deeply in theological studies, influenced by the Protestant reformations of Archbishop Thomas Cranmer. By 1549, he had written on religious subjects and participated actively in theological debates, maintaining some traditional Catholic practices, like celebrating Mass and venerating saints' relics and images. He also shared a deep bond with his sisters, Mary and Elizabeth, who often visited him. Elizabeth especially gifted Edward a shirt she had embroidered herself, a gift that he treasured. Despite differing views, notably his discomfort with Mary's preference for foreign dancers, which seems to be a pretty petty criticism, Edward expressed deep affection for her, declaring in a 1546 note to his sister, "I love you most." I hope Elizabeth didn't see that letter. Well, in 1543, the father, Henry VIII, promoted family unity by inviting his children to celebrate Christmas together, a significant gesture considering he had previously declared his daughters illegitimate and excluded them from the line of succession. He wasn't the best of fathers. Well, this shift towards a family reconciliation continued with the passage of the Third Succession Act in the following spring, which reinstated Mary and Elizabeth in the line of succession and established a regency council for Edward. This period of restored familial relations was likely influenced by Catherine Parr, Henry's sixth wife, whom Edward affectionately regarded as his most dear mother. Edward's companions included the granddaughter of his chamberlain, William Sidney, and Barnaby Fitzpatrick, the son of an Irish peer, who had become a close and enduring friend. Sidney described Edward as a marvelous and sweet child, of very mild and generous condition. Edward's education, shared with noble children at a miniature court, reflected his royal status, and he was ambitious in terms of scholarly pursuits, perhaps driven by a desire to emulate his sister Elizabeth's scholarly success. His living quarters were suitably royal, adorned with expensive Flemish tapestries and personal items embellished with jewels and gold. His military interests were also apparent in portraits depicting him with a golden dagger, reminiscent of his father. A personal chronicle detailed significant military campaigns and events, including John Dudley's narrow escape at Musselburgh during the 1547 campaign against Scotland and France. A major political development during his father's reign was the Treaty of Greenwich on July 1st, 1543 with Scotland. This treaty, following the Scottish defeat at the Battle of Solway Moss in 1542, proposed a union between the realms through Edward's betrothal to the infant Mary, Queen of Scots. The treaty stipulated that Mary be sent to England to be raised under Henry's supervision, aiming to strengthen the alliance between the two countries. However, the Scottish response to this treaty was to renounce it by December of the same year, opting instead to renew their historical alliance with France. Henry reacted with fury, perceiving this as a betrayal. By April of 1544, he commanded Edward Seymour, the first Earl of Hertford, and Edward's uncle, to launch a punitive expedition against Scotland. Henry's instructions were chillingly explicit, ordering Seymour to, I quote, "put all to fire and sword, burn Edinburgh town, so razed and defaced that when you have sacked and gotten what you can of it, as there may remain forever a perpetual memory of the vengeance of God lightened upon them for their falsehood and disloyalty." Very clear instructions. Of course, this directive led to a brutal military campaign, unprecedented in its ferocity, all directed against the poor Scots. Quite hard done by throughout their history by the English. Deep-seated animosity. Well, the conflict initiated by these events would extend to the reign of Edward VI, and came to be known as the rough wooing, a term that starkly contrasted with the violent military actions that intended marital union between Edward and Mary that was supposed to bring peace. On the 10th of January, 1547, then 9 years old, Edward expressed his gratitude in a letter to King Henry VIII and his stepmother for the New Year's gift of their portraits which were sent from Hertford. This atmosphere of gratitude shifted dramatically by the end of the month, however, when on January 28th, King Henry passed away. Edward Seymour and William Paget, key figures in the royal circle, initially kept the king's death a secret to manage a smooth transition of power. Seymour, along with Sir Anthony Browne, travelled to Hertford to bring Edward to Enfield, where he and his sister, Lady Elizabeth, learned of their father's passing, and were briefed on his will. Thus, Henry's death was officially declared to Parliament on the 31st of January 1547 by Lord Chancellor Thomas Wriothesley, with proclamations confirming Edward's succession distributed widely thereafter. Edward was escorted to the Tower of London, amid salutes from the Tower's ordnance and nearby ships. The following day, the realm's nobility paid homage to the new king, and Seymour was named protector of the realm. A lot of pressure for a 9-year-old. Well, Henry was interred on the 16th of February at Windsor, alongside his wife Jane Seymour, fulfilling his final wish. His coronation occurred on the 20th of February at Westminster Abbey, with the ceremony shortened to accommodate the young king and to reflect the Reformation's influence, which rendered some traditional rites now inappropriate. The day before his coronation, Edward made a ceremonial procession from the Tower of London to the Palace of Westminster, akin to previous monarchs like Henry VI. Riding through the throngs of onlookers and elaborate pageants, Edward enjoyed the performance of a Spanish tightrope walker at St. Paul's Cathedral, certainly a sight to be seen, and not something you see every day at that period of time. Archbishop Cranmer, during the coronation, drew comparisons between Edward and the biblical reformer King Josiah, urging Edward to advance the Protestant Reformation, particularly advocating for the dissolution of Rome's ecclesiastical power and the removal of religious imagery. The ceremony was followed by a lavish banquet in Westminster Hall, where Edward, notably wearing his crown throughout, embraced his new sovereign duties. Now, Henry VIII's will designated 16 executors to govern until Edward reached the age of 18, supported by 12 additional advisors. The will's authenticity and final adjustments are subject to historical debate, with some suggesting it was modified by those close to Henry to enhance their power and secure wealth, particularly benefiting the reformist faction. Do you think people would do that? Argue over somebody's will when there's money involved? I suppose some things never change. Well, by the end of 1546, conservative figures such as Stephen Gardiner were excluded from royal access, and Thomas Howard, the Duke of Norfolk, faced treason charges and asset seizure, dramatically altering the political landscape just before Henry's death. Critics point out that Gardiner's exclusion and Norfolk's charges were not solely based on their religious conservatism, highlighting that other conservatives maintained influential roles and questioning the impact of radicals like Sir Anthony Denny, who had control over the king's dry stamp. Regardless, following Henry's death, the will's executors distributed extensive lands and honours among themselves and their allies, enabled by a last-minute clause allowing for, quote, unfulfilled gifts. How convenient. This particularly favoured Edward Seymour, the Earl of Hertford, who ascended to Duke of Somerset and was appointed Lord Protector and Governor of the King's person, consolidating his control over the young King Edward VI and the English realm. Henry's will did not specify a protector for Edward, but did establish a regency council intended to govern collectively by majority rule, with equal authority among its members during the king's minority. However, just days after Henry's death on February 4th, under Edward Seymour's influence, 13 of the 16 executors, some absent, endorsed Seymour as protector, rationalizing this as in line with the will's authority. Somerset's ascent to power likely involved strategic alliances and rewards to certain executors, notably securing an agreement with William Paget, Henry's private secretary, and gaining support from Sir Anthony Browne of the Privy Chamber. Somerset's military successes in Scotland and France further bolstered his qualifications for the role, and by March 1547 he had secured letters patent from King Edward granting him extensive powers to appoint members to the Privy Council and consult them at his discretion, effectively setting up an autocratic rule. Under Somerset's leadership, the Regency largely served as a platform for his unilateral declarations, rather than a collaborative governing body, effectively reducing the Privy Council to a body that ratified his decisions. This consolidation of power was noted by Francois Vanderdelft, the imperial ambassador, who observed that Somerset governed with absolute authority, with Paget acting almost as his secretary. Although Somerset faced limited opposition, significant resistance did come from Thomas Wriothesley, the Chancellor, who challenged Somerset's near-royal control over the council. Wriothesley's protests led to his quick removal from office on charges of misconduct, showing once again the tensions within this new administration. Thomas Seymour, Somerset's younger brother, became a prominent dissenter, even though he was awarded a baronetcy, the Lord Admiralship, and a seat on the Privy Council. Thomas relentlessly sought greater power. No matter what they gave him, it was never enough. He endeared himself to King Edward VI by providing him with pocket money and suggesting that Somerset was mismanaging the royal finances, depicting the young king as impoverished. All of this manipulation extended to encouraging Edward to assert his authority and question the protectorate. Thomas's maneuvering took a more personal turn in the spring of 1547, when he secretly married Catherine Parr, the widowed queen of King Henry. His home became a hub for Protestant reformers, hosting notable figures like Lady Jane Grey and Lady Elizabeth. The situation escalated in summer of 1548, when Catherine, during her pregnancy, caught Thomas red-handed in an inappropriate encounter, I suppose we can word it like that, with Elizabeth. Obviously, she was not impressed. This resulted in Elizabeth's immediate transfer to Sir Anthony Denny's household. Well, Catherine Parr eventually passed away in September of 1548, shortly after childbirth, and Thomas quickly renewed his pursuit of Elizabeth through correspondence, writing her letters, hoping to marry her. However, Elizabeth, wary and heeding the council's advice, remained quite non-committal. She ghosted him, basically. Well, by January 1549, alarmed by Thomas's actions and potential misuse of his position at the Bristol Mint, the council placed him under arrest. But in terms of treason, they lacked solid evidence. So he was condemned by an act of attainder, and finally he was executed on the 20th of March, 1549, ending his ambitious pursuit of power. Better luck next time. Somerset's military capability was evident in his Scottish campaigns and the defence of Boulogne-sur-Mer in 1546. As protector, he focused on the Scottish conflict, aiming to unite the English and Scottish realms. Good luck with that. His campaign started well, with a victory at the Battle of Pinkie in September of 1547, leading to English garrisons being established across Scotland, reaching Dundee. However, Somerset's military strategy soon faced difficulties. The Scots fortified their position by allying with France, which sent troops to reinforce Edinburgh in 1548. The young Scottish queen was also safely moved to France and betrothed to the Dauphin, derailing plans for a union through marriage. And the financial burden of maintaining a large military presence and numerous garrisons was also becoming unsustainable, slowly gnawing away at the English resources. With the French king attacking Boulogne in the August of 1549, Somerset had no choice, and he was forced to withdraw from Scotland, marking a significant retreat from his policies. In 1548, England began experiencing social unrest, which escalated into widespread revolts in 1549, fueled by dissatisfaction with religious changes and disputes over land. The most notable were the Prayer Book Rebellion in Devon and Cornwall, and the rebellion of Robert Kett in Norfolk, driven by opposition to the landlord's encroachments on common lands. Led by the evangelical MP John Hales, these commissions inadvertently linked social justice issues with Reformation theology, prompting a vision of a godly commonwealth. This further complicated the situation, as local communities felt empowered to enforce the Commission's findings themselves. Edward, reflecting on these events in his chronicle, noted that the risings began, I quote, because certain commissions were sent down to pluck down enclosures. The cumulative effort of these uprisings pointed to a severe failure in governance, for which Somerset was held solely responsible by the council. In a letter from July 1549, Paget criticized Somerset's handling of the situation, expressing regret that Somerset had not acted more decisively earlier on to administer justice in a way that would have deterred further rebellion. Edward Seymour, the Duke of Somerset, met his downfall through a series of dramatic events culminating in the autumn of 1549. On October 1st, sensing increasing threats to his power, Somerset issued a proclamation seeking support and took King Edward VI to Windsor Castle, ostensibly for safety. There, the young king, noting in his diary, felt confined. A quote from his diary, he wrote, "Methinks I am in prison." Well, he pretty much was, at least in a practical sense. The council, distancing itself from Somerset's increasingly questioned leadership, declared his rule a failure, stating that his authority stemmed from them, not directly from the late Henry VIII's will. By October the 11th, the council decisively acted against Somerset, arresting him and relocating Edward to Richmond Palace. Edward documented charges against Somerset, including ambition, vain glory, rash wars in my youth, neglect of New Haven, personal enrichment from my treasury, following his own opinion, and acting on his own authority, etc. That's in Edward's words. Well, after a brief release from the Tower of London and a return to the council, Somerset was again arrested due to his continued scheming to regain power, and eventually, in January 1552, he was finally executed. Edward noted his beheading succinctly in his chronicle, and John Dudley, the Earl of Warwick, succeeded him, steering the council and nation away from Somerset's policies. But Somerset's legacy, once seen as a protector of the common people against the gentry, has been re-evaluated somewhat. Critics now view his leadership style as arrogant and lacking the political finesse necessary for effective governance. Initially, his rise to power was marked by his strategic prowess, aided by allies such as William Paget, but his rule was marred by financial disarray, military failures, and widespread domestic unrest that he simply did not have the skill to respond to effectively. Well, under John Dudley, later Duke of Northumberland, the governance of England experienced a shift. Previously seen as opportunist, recent historical reassessments have acknowledged his role in stabilizing the government. He restored the authority of the Royal Council and stabilized the kingdom's finances, navigating the nation back towards sustainability after Somerset's tumultuous rule. Warwick's main political challenge came from Thomas Wriothesley, the Earl of Southampton, a conservative with influential connections. Warwick, however, used Edward VI's staunch Protestantism to solidify his position, aligning closely with the young king and taking control of the Privy Chamber as part of his strategy to move away from Somerset's more controversial policies. Initially reluctant, William Paget eventually sided with Warwick, recognizing the unlikely support of conservative policies by foreign entities like the Holy Roman Empire, particularly regarding issues such as Boulogne. Southampton sought to weaken Warwick by advocating for Somerset's execution, aiming to implicate Warwick in Somerset's alleged crimes. In fact, in a strategic response, Warwick managed Somerset's release from Parliament on that time in January 1550, while simultaneously orchestrating the ousting of Southampton and his conservative allies from the council, consolidating his control over the government. By securing the backing of the council through the distribution of titles and positions, Warwick effectively became the government's leading figure, without assuming the title of protector. Edward's engagement with governance matured as he aged, with historians debating the extent of his involvement. Views ranged from him being merely a figurehead to being actually highly engaged, a precocious ruler. By the age of 14, Edward's role became more pronounced within the establishment of the Council for the Estate, which he formed himself, indicating a move towards greater personal involvement in state affairs. This council was met weekly, discussing significant matters, allowing Edward to be directly involved in the deliberations of important issues. His influence was most notable in religious affairs, where the council adhered to the fervent Protestant policies that Edward endorsed, reflecting his strong convictions in matters of faith. The Privy Chamber became a critical arena for his influence, where he worked closely with key figures like William Cecil and William Petre, his principal secretaries, who helped him navigate the complexities of governance. The Duke of Northumberland, who succeeded Somerset, ushered in a governance style characterized by subtlety and strategic maneuvering. He consolidated his control over the council by maintaining a loyal majority and expanding the council with his allies, effectively ensuring his dominance. Unlike Somerset, who overtly used familial ties to assert control, Northumberland skillfully managed the government under the guise of King Edward's sovereignty, presenting it as autonomous in its rule. Now this approach marked a departure from Somerset's more direct assertions of authority and signaled a move towards a bureaucratically controlled regime under Northumberland's stewardship. In military affairs, Northumberland, previously known as Warwick, adopted a more pragmatic stance compared to Somerset's ambitious military campaigns. In 1550, recognizing the financial strain of ongoing military engagements, he negotiated a peace treaty with France that included the cession of Boulogne and the withdrawal of English garrisons from Scotland. In a significant diplomatic gesture in 1551, he secured a betrothal between Edward and Elizabeth of Valois, King Henry II of France's daughter, which was accompanied by Edward's receipt of the knighthood of St. Michael, highlighting a strategic shift towards fostering peace and alliances. domestically to avoid the widespread rebellions that marred Somerset's rule. Northumberland established a network of crown representatives, including Lords Lieutenant, to maintain local order and ensure military preparedness. This network also facilitated a steady flow of intelligence back to the central government. Confronting severe financial challenges, Northumberland, with advisors like William Paulet and Walter Mildmay, initially resorted to further debasing the coinage, which worsened the economic instability. However, recognizing the detrimental impact of this approach, he enlisted the expertise of financier Thomas Gresham. By 1552, their efforts to restore currency confidence began showing signs of stabilizing the economy, laying the groundwork for recovery that would continue into the reign of Elizabeth. Furthermore, Northumberland's administration focused on curtailing the prevalent embezzlement within government finances. He initiated a comprehensive review and overhaul of revenue collection practices, which was regarded as one of the Tudor period's most significant administrative reforms. Under Northumberland's leadership, the English government aggressively pursued the Protestant reforms initiated by Somerset. Given Edward's strong Protestant convictions, it was essential for his government to align with religious reform. Throughout Edward's reign, the driving force was the reformist faction, which Edward trusted, particularly figures like Thomas Cranmer, the Archbishop of Canterbury. Cranmer led significant changes that not only moved the Church of England away from papal supremacy, but also reshaped it into a distinctly Protestant institution. Well, in terms of the Church's financial dynamic, that was also transformed. The ongoing confiscation of church property, which had started under Henry VIII with actions like the dissolution of the chantries, proved to be financially advantageous for both the Crown and those who were acquiring the properties. A win-win for everyone except the Church. Thus, the Church reforms during Edward's rule were motivated by both political and religious objectives, leading to a financially weakened Church by the end of Edward's reign, with many ecclesiastical properties shifted into secular hands. The personal religious beliefs of Somerset and Northumberland have been debated by historians, with opinions varying on their commitment to Protestantism. However, Edward's devoutness is less contested. Described by John Fox as a godly imp, and compared to the biblical Josiah, Edward was deeply committed to the Protestant cause. Oh, by the way, go and read The Book of Martyrs by John Fox. It's one of my recommendations. Well, he engaged daily with Scripture and was an avid listener of sermons, often displaying strong resistance to Catholic practices. But despite his devout image, which prominently features in Protestant narratives such as Fox's Acts and Monuments, historians do suggest some caution, suggesting that Edward's transition from traditional Catholic observance to robust Protestant reforms was influenced significantly by Cranmer and other reformist advisors. Now, the Reformation in England was marked by a clash between conservative elements who wished to retain traditional rituals and radical reformers who advocated for sweeping changes, as evidenced by widespread iconoclasm. Amidst this, Archbishop Cranmer undertook the considerable task of creating a unified English liturgy encapsulated in the Book of Common Prayer of 1549. This new liturgy was intended as a compromise, but it faced resistance from both sides. Traditionalists who mourned the loss of certain rituals, and reformers who criticized the retention of some Catholic elements. Now bear in mind, these are all Christians, just slightly different Christians, still arguing amongst each other. It's not good. Well, the resistance was significant, as demonstrated by the Prayer Book Rebellion in Devon and Cornwall, which resulted in substantial loss of life. Additionally, senior Catholic figures like Bishops Stephen Gardiner and Edmund Bonner, who resisted the new prayer book, were thrown in prison and removed from their positions. As the reforms became more entrenched, doctrines such as justification by faith alone and the provision of communion in both kinds to all followers were established. The Ordinal of 1550 redefined the ordination of priests, shifting from a divine calling to a government appointment. By 1551, Edward, embracing his role as the supreme head of the Church, drove the Reformation forward. Influential reformers like John Hooper and John Knox, who preached against traditional communion practices at court, significantly shaped the period's theological discourse. Notable continental figures such as Martin Bucer and Peter Martyr also lent their expertise to Archbishop Thomas Cranmer. Cranmer's pivotal contributions culminated in the 1552 revision of the Book of Common Prayer, which adopted a distinctly reformist tone, and his development of the 42 Articles, which laid out the doctrinal foundation of the Reformed religion, particularly elucidating the communion service. This revised prayer book, coupled with the enactment of the Second Act of Uniformity, marked a decisive shift towards Protestantism, establishing a more durable framework for the Church of England. However, the trajectory of these reforms faced uncertainty due to the deteriorating health of King Edward, the central figure of the entire Reformation. His impending death in 1553 brought doubts about if his religious policies would continue after he was gone. So, amid all of this religious transformation and political intrigue, including Thomas Seymour's controversial plan to marry Edward to Lady Jane Grey, a significant political alliance was secured through Edward's betrothal to Elizabeth of Valois in 1550. At just 13 years old, Edward was engaged to the 5-year-old daughter of Henry II of France and Catherine de' Medici. This alliance, negotiated with great secrecy, alarmed the Pope, Julius III, who threatened excommunication for Henry II and Elizabeth if the marriage proceeded. The betrothal package included a substantial dowry, highlighting the strategic value of the union. However, the dowry was never paid, as Edward's death in 1553 preempted the marriage. Subsequently, Elizabeth's destiny shifted dramatically as she later married Philip II of Spain, the widower of Mary I, Edward's half-sister. By February 1553, King Edward VI's health had started to decline significantly, and by June of that year, after experiencing several bouts of improvement and worsening conditions. His situation had become dire. A potential death loomed as a significant threat to the continuation of the Reformation, a situation that his council and key officials found deeply concerning due to the possible ascension of his Catholic half-sister Mary. Edward opposed Mary's succession based on religious beliefs, legitimacy, and the principles of male inheritance, the latter also applicable to his other half-sister Elizabeth. Thus, in a determined effort to secure a Protestant succession, Edward drafted a document titled My Device for the Succession, inspired by the precedent set by his father. In this document, he deliberately bypassed the claims of his half-sisters, naming instead his cousin, the 16-year-old Lady Jane Grey, as his successor. Notably, Lady Jane had recently married Lord Guilford Dudley, the son of the Duke of Northumberland, further entwining political and familial alliances. The king's intentions, as expressed in his own words, were as follows. My device for the succession. Number 1. For lack of issue, there was a male inserted above the line but afterwards crossed out, of my body to the issue, male above the line, coming of this issue female, as I have after declared inserted but crossed out. To the L. Francis heirs male, for lack of erased, if she have any inserted such issue before my death inserted. To the Lady Jane's and her inserted heirs male. To the Lady Catherine's heirs males. To the Lady Mary's heirs males. To the heirs males of the daughters which she shall have hereafter. Then to the Lady Margaret's heirs males, for such lack of issue. To the heirs males of the Lady Jane's daughters. To the heirs males of Lady Catherine's daughters, and so forth till you come to the Lady Margaret's daughters inserted heirs males. What a word salad, huh? Number 2. If after my death their male be entered into 18 years old, then he to have the whole rule and governance thereof. 3. But if he be under 18, then his mother to be the governess till he enter 18 years old, but to do nothing without the advice and agreement inserted, a 6 parcel of a council to be appointed by my last will to the number of 20. 4. If the mother die before the heir enter into 18, the realm to be governed by the council provided that after he be 14 all great matters of importance be opened to him. 5. If I died without issue, and there were none male heir, then the Lady Frances to be regent altered to governess. For the lack of her eldest daughters, and for the lack of them the Lady Margaret to be governess after as is aforesaid, till some heir male be born, and then the mother of that child is to be the governess. 6. And if during the rule of the governess there die 4 of the council, then shall she by her letters call an assembly of the council within 1 month following, and choose 4 more, wherein she shall have 3 voices. But after her death the 16 shall choose among themselves, till the heir come to 18 erased, 14-year-old, and then be their advice shall choose them. End of the document. Well, as Edward's health deteriorated, he made crucial revisions to his succession document. As we just noticed, all of those little things crossed out and added in, prioritizing male heirs from Frances Grey, Duchess of Suffolk's lineage, extending to her daughters Lady Jane Grey, Lady Catherine Herbert, and Lady Mary. Originally aimed at male successors, the situation and perhaps Duke of Northumberland's influence led Edward to allow direct succession rights to Lady Jane and her sisters, a deviation meant to secure a Protestant heir. Edward specifically excluded his half-sisters, Mary and Elizabeth, from the succession, citing their previous declarations of illegitimacy by their father, Henry VIII, which had never been formally reversed. This move contradicted Henry's Third Succession Act of 1544, which had reinstated both Mary and Elizabeth. Thus, critics view these changes as desperate, reflecting a significant effort to continue the Reformation under a Protestant monarch, likely slayed by Northumberland. In early June, Edward meticulously finalized his succession plan, securing his approval across the document. And by mid-June, despite his worsening health, he commanded top judges to formalize his wishes into official letters patterned for Parliament's enactment. He soon required his counsel and legal advisers to commit in writing to uphold his directive, highlighting his determination. Chief Justice Edward Montague recalled that upon raising legal concerns about the succession plan, Northumberland vehemently intimidated the dissenters. The atmosphere intensified, culminating on June 21st, with over 100 signatures obtained on the succession document, under duress, according to later claims. Well, by January 1553, Edward was really 1 foot in the grave at this point, health completely failing, marked by a severe cough and fever as detailed by the imperial ambassador John Shaffife. Now he struggled with breathing difficulties, exacerbated by a diagnosed suppurating tumor in his lung. By June, his condition got even worse, which eventually led to his death on July 6, 1553, at Greenwich Palace, purportedly uttering the final words, "I am faint, Lord have mercy upon me and take my spirit." His funeral was held on August 8, 1553, adhered to by reformed rites led by Thomas Cranmer, and included a procession with an effigy of the young king. He was interred in Westminster Abbey, his grave marked only centuries later by a stone from Christ's Hospital School. William Shakespeare is widely regarded as one of the greatest writers of the English literary tradition. His extensive body of work includes 154 sonnets, 39 plays, and 2 narrative poems, spanning tragedy, comedy, and historical genres. His masterpieces, such as Hamlet, Romeo and Juliet, and A Midsummer Night's Dream, have profoundly influenced literature, theatre, and the English language. In fact, he introduced over 1,700 new words to the language. His profound insights into human nature and emotion, combined with his innovative use of language and verse, ensure that his works are celebrated, studied, and performed around the world more than 4 centuries after his death. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here and it's your first time, It's great to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's good to see you again. As always, the best way to support the channel is by enjoying the content. Liking and subscribing is a level up from that, and those who wish to go beyond may refer to the description. You'll find where you need to go. Now, with that being said, let us begin. Take a deep breath and relax, and we can begin our biography of William Shakespeare. Born in Stratford-upon-Avon, that being the town of Stratford upon the Avon River, William Shakespeare was baptized on April 26, 1564. His precise birth date is unknown, but it is traditionally observed on St. George's Day, that's April 23rd, and coincidentally that is the same date that he passed away later in 1616. He was the third child and eldest surviving son of a family of 8, which was a pretty normal size of a family at that time. Born to John Shakespeare, an alderman and successful glove maker from Snitterfield. His mother was Mary Arden, a member of a wealthy landowning family. So you could say that he was well and truly middle class. It is widely believed that Shakespeare was educated at the King's New School in Stratford, a free school that was established in 1553 and situated about a quarter-mile from his home. Despite the variability in the quality of grammar schools during the Elizabethan era, their curricula were fairly consistent, if you could find one. Students received a rigorous education centered around Latin texts, as standardized by a royal decree. At the age of 18, Shakespeare married a woman by the name of Anne Hathaway, who was 26 at the time. The marriage license was issued by the Diocese of Worcester's Constitutory Court on November the 27th, 1582. The following day, the bonds were posted by 2 of Hathaway's neighbors to ensure there were no legal barriers to their marriage. The haste of the wedding is suggested by the Chancellor's decision to read the banns once rather than the usual 3 times. 6 months after the wedding, their daughter Susanna was baptized on May 26, 1583. Twins Hamnet and Judith followed, baptized on the 2nd of February, 1585. However, poor little Hamnet died at the age of 11, with his burial noted on August 11th, 1596. Pretty common back in those days to have a lot of children and not feel too bad about it. Many of them simply wouldn't make it through. Just a fact of life, a very unfortunate one, but a fact nonetheless. Post the birth of his twins, Shakespeare's life becomes a little less documented, until he emerges on the London theatre scene in 1592. The period between 1585 and 1592 is often referred to as Shakespeare's lost years. Various anecdotal stories do exist about this time. For example, Nicholas Rowe, who was Shakespeare's first biographer, shared a local legend from Stratford that Shakespeare fled to London to avoid prosecution for poaching deer from the estate of Squire Thomas Lucy, whom he later ridiculed in a satirical ballad. Another 18th century story describes Shakespeare starting his theatrical career by managing horses for the theatre patrons in London. John Aubrey suggested that Shakespeare had been a country schoolmaster. Some 20th century scholars speculated he worked for Alexandra Houghton of Lancashire. He was a Catholic landowner who mentioned a one William Shakeshaft in his will, which was a common name in Lancashire at the time. Now, the only record of Shakespeare during this period is his appearance on what is called a complaints bill from a Queen's Bench court case dated Michaelmas, term 1588, and October 9th, 1589. And these years, of course, are just filled with stories largely based on hearsay. Illustrates the mystery surrounding his early adult life. But I suppose that's not really what he's remembered for. Well, his exact beginning as a writer is also unclear, but it seems by 1592, several of his plays were known to be staged in London. This attention led to a critical remark from playwright Robert Greene in his works Groat's Worth of Wit, where Greene mocks Shakespeare as an upstart crow, suggesting he was overreaching by comparing himself to university-educated writers such as Thomas Nash and Christopher Marlowe, known at the time as the University Wits. Greene's use of shake scene in his critique clearly points to Shakespeare, making this one of the earliest mentions of Shakespeare's work in the theatre. Thus his career likely started sometime between the mid-1580s and just before Greene's public rebuke. Well, from 1594 onwards, William exclusively wrote for the Lord Chamberlain's Men, a theatre company he partly owned, and which became London's premier group. After the death of Queen Elizabeth in 1603, they received a royal patent from King James I, and were renamed the King's Men. The year of 1599 was notable for Shakespeare. He and his partners built the Globe Theatre on the Thames South Bank, that's the main river that goes through London, and took over the Blackfriars Indoor Theatre in 1608. His financial successes from these ventures allowed him to purchase New Place, which at the time was Stratford's second largest house, in 1597, and invest in local tithes in 1605. Shakespeare's works started appearing in quarto editions from 1594, with his name boosting sales by 1598. He continued acting in his and others' plays beyond his writing success. Notably, the 1616 edition of Ben Jonson's works list him as an actor in several plays, indicating he maintained his acting roles alongside writing. However, evidence like his absence from the 1605 Volpone cast suggests a gradual end to his acting career. Yet, he is listed in the first folio of 1623 as a principal actor in many plays, some staged after Volpone. Traditions and some speculative sources say he played roles like the ghost of Hamlet's father, and parts in As You Like It and Henry V. Shakespeare balanced his life between London and Stratford throughout his career. He lived on and off in various parts of London, from St. Helens, Bishopgate in 1596, moving to Southwark by 1599, and then to an area quite nearby to St. Paul's Cathedral in 1604, where he rented from Christopher Montjoy, a rather prolific wig maker. Critics often agree that Shakespeare collaborated with other playwrights throughout his career, particularly in the early formative stages and in the late creative stages. His earliest works include Richard III and the three parts of Henry VI, crafted during the early 1590s amidst a trend for historical drama. While the exact dates of Shakespeare's plays are challenging to pinpoint, it is believed that Titus Andronicus, the Comedy of Errors, the Taming of the Shrew, and the Two Gentlemen of Verona may also be from his early period. These initial historical plays, drawing heavily on Raphael Holinshed's 1587 Chronicles of England, Scotland, and Ireland, seem to support the legitimacy of the Tudor dynasty by showing the chaos of weak or corrupt leaders. Shakespeare's style in these early works shows the influence of other dramatists like Thomas Kyd and Christopher Marlowe, as well as the conventions of medieval drama and the works of Seneca. His play, The Comedy of Errors, was influenced by classical models, but no clear source has been identified for The Taming of the Shrew, at least not as of yet. This play possibly linked to a separate play of the same name, and may be derived from a folk tale, along with the Two Gentlemen of Verona, which hints at endorsing several unfortunate aspects, such as the R word. It's posed a few challenges for modern critics, directors, and audience due to its narratives on taming a woman's independent spirit. Well, in the mid-1590s, Shakespeare's early comedies, known for their tight double plots and precise sequences, evolved into the romantic atmosphere of his acclaimed works, like A Midsummer Night's Dream, a blend of romance, magic, and humor. His next comedy, The Merchant of Venice, presents the vengeful Jewish moneylender Shylock, reflecting the era's prevalent views, but potentially appearing a little derogatory today. Well, I suppose offense is going to depend on who's taking it. This was followed by the wit of Much Ado About Nothing, the rural charm of As You Like It, and the festive spirit of the Twelfth Night. After the poetic Richard II, Shakespeare introduced prose comedy into the histories of the later 1590s with Henry IV, Part 1 and 2, followed by Henry V. Here the character of Falstaff emerges as a friend to Prince Hal, showcasing a blend of comedic and rather serious tones, paired with the narrative depth of Shakespeare's more mature works. This period includes the tragedies, Romeo and Juliet, a portrayal of passionate adolescence and love leading to death, and of course Julius Caesar, which introduced a new form of drama, as described by modern James Shapiro, where various strands of politics, character, inwardness, contemporary events, and even Shakespeare's own reflections on the act of writing began to infuse each other. In the early 17th century, Shakespeare penned the problem plays, namely Measure for Measure, Troilus and Cressida, and All's Well That Ends Well, alongside several of his best-known tragedies. Critics often view these tragedies as the pinnacle of his art. The character Hamlet, known for the soliloquy, "To be or not to be, that is the question," is one of Shakespeare's most analyzed and, of course, well known. In contrast to Hamlet's introspective nature, characters like Othello and Lear seem to act impulsively, which leads to their downfall. These tragedies often focus on such fatal errors or flaws, disrupting order and leading to the demise of the hero and those around him. In Othello, for example, the jealousy stirred by Lago leads to the tragic killing of Othello's innocent wife, Desdemona. In King Lear, titular character's design to relinquish his power sets off a chain of events leading to the murder of his own daughter, Cordelia, and of course the blinding of the Earl of Gloucester, described by critic Frank Kermode as offering neither the characters nor the abundance any relief from its cruelty. In Macbeth, ambition drives the titular character and his wife to murder the rightful king and usurp his throne, leading to their eventual destruction. This play integrates a supernatural element into its framework. His final major tragedies, Antony and Cleopatra and Coriolanus, showcase some of Shakespeare's finest poetry, and according to T.S. Eliot, are among his most successful tragedies. T.S. Eliot also commented that, and I quote, Shakespeare acquired more essential history from Plutarch than most men could from the whole British Museum. In this last phase, Shakespeare turned to romance or tragicomedy, a mix of tragedy and comedy, finishing plays like Cymbeline, The Winter's Tale and The Tempest, as well as the collaborative work Pericles, Prince of Tyre. These plays, less grim than the earlier tragedies, end with reconciliation and forgiveness for potentially tragic mistakes. Some critics view this change as evidence of a more peaceful outlook in Shakespeare's final years, though it may simply reflect theatrical trends. He also worked with John Fletcher on 2 more plays, Henry VIII and The Two Noble Kinsmen. These collaborations and his final plays suggest a culmination of Shakespeare's evolving artistry, ending with a focus on redemption and reconciliation in his later works. In the late 19th century, Edward Dowden reclassified 4 of Shakespeare's later comedies as romances due to their unique blend of comedic and tragic elements, though many scholars today refer to them as what is called tragicomedies, and the term has been widely adopted, not just for Shakespearean works. Shakespeare's early plays were performed by various troupes, as indicated by the 1594 quarto of Titus Andronicus, which lists 3 different companies. Following the plagues of 1592 to 93, his plays were primarily performed by his own troupe, probably because the other troupes were all dead. I'm just speculating. Well, first they were performed at the Theatre, creative name, I know, and then at the Curtain in Shoreditch, which is north of the Thames. The public's enthusiasm for Shakespeare's characters, like Falstaff and Hal, made the plays extremely popular. A dispute with their landlord, actually, led the company to dismantle the theatre. That was the name of the venue, not the venue itself, and reuse its timbers to construct the famous Globe Theatre on the south banks of the Thames at Southwark in 1599. The Globe, which opened in the autumn of that year, was a rather innovative playhouse, built by and for actors, where many of Shakespeare's most celebrated plays, including Hamlet, Othello, and King Lear, were performed. The renaming of the Lord Chamberlain's men to the King's men in 1603 marked the beginning of a close relationship with King James I. Court records from 1604 to 05 show that the King's men performed several of Shakespeare's plays, including 2 renditions of The Merchant of Venice. Post-1608, the troupe split their performances between the Globe in the summer and the indoor Blackfriars Theatre in the winter. The more elaborate staging possible at the Blackfriars, combined with the Jacobean trend for lavishly staged masks, allowed Shakespeare to introduce more sophisticated stage effects. In Cymbeline, for instance, Jupiter descends amidst thunder and lightning, marking a shift in theatrical presentation. Key actors in Shakespeare's company included Richard Burbage, who originated roles such as Richard III, Othello, Hamlet, and King Lear; William Kempe, known for his comedic roles like Peter in Romeo and Juliet, and Dogberry in Much Ado About Nothing; and later Robert Armin, who took over from Kemp around 1600 to play parts like Touchstone in As You Like It, and the Fool in King Lear. In 613, an eyewitness account by Sir Henry Wotton describes a performance of Henry VIII with, and I quote, "many extraordinary circumstances of pomp and ceremony." Sounds like my kind of show. On the 29th of June in that same year, 1613, apparently a cannon had misfired and set the attached roof of the Globe on fire. Of course, the Globe's roof was a thatched one, which is notoriously inflammable. Well, the entire theatre ended up burning down. But they did reconstruct it, and today it still stands on the banks of the Thames. You can go visit it. It kind of sticks out among all the modern buildings in London, a testament to the old architecture, although I'm sure they won't be firing any cannons in or at the building anytime soon. Well, in 1623, John Hemmings and Henry Condell, fellow actors from the King's Men and close friends of Shakespeare, compiled and published the First Folio, which was a comprehensive collection of Shakespeare's plays. This edition is significant because it includes 36 plays, 18 of which that had not previously been published. The plays that had appeared before this folio were only available as quartos, which were of course notoriously inexpensive and often inaccurately printed. The first folio criticizes these earlier versions as stolen and surreptitious copies. Alfred Pollard, referring to some of these early quartos as bad quartos due to their erroneous and often distorted texts, possibly reconstructed from the actors' memories or audience notes. Significant textual variations are found among the surviving versions of the plays, attributable to a mix of printing mistakes, notes from actors or the audience, and even potential revisions by Shakespeare himself. Notably, plays like Hamlet, Troilus and Cressida, and Othello might have been revised by Shakespeare between their quarto and folio editions. In the case of King Lear, the text of the 1608 quarto and the 1623 folio are so different that they are often published separately to avoid any confusion, and you can see this in the Oxford Shakespeare edition. Well, during 1593 and 94, a plague led to the closure of theatres, prompting Shakespeare to shift his focus. And while he was trying to figure out what to do, he decided on Raid Shadow Legends. No, I'm just kidding. I had to put a raid joke in there. He switched his focus to poetry, rather. He published 2 narrative poems, Venus and Adonis, and the R-word of Lucrece. You know, I can't say that word on YouTube. They don't like it. Dedicating them to Henry Wriothesley, the Earl of Southampton. Venus and Adonis depicts the goddess Venus's unrequited love for the beautiful youth Adonis, while the R-word of Lucrece tells the tragic story of the title character, who is R-worded by the lustful Tarquin. Both poems, drawing from Ovid's Metamorphoses, explore the themes of lust and its moral consequences, and become quite popular during Shakespeare's lifetime. A Lover's Complaint, another narrative poem about a seduced young woman, and The Phoenix and the Turtle, an allegory about the death of a mythical phoenix and his love a turtle dove, were also attributed to Shakespeare. In 1599, 2 of his sonnets, 138 and 144, were published without his permission in a work titled The Passionate Pilgrim. The Sonnets of Shakespeare, a collection of 154 poems, were published in 1609, marking his last non-dramatic work to appear in print. These sonnets, written throughout his career for a private audience, reflect deep themes such as love, passion, beauty, mortality, and time. Francis Meres mentioned Shakespeare's Sugred sonnets in 1598, suggesting they were shared privately among friends before their official publication. The sequence of the sonnets in the published version doesn't appear to follow Shakespeare's original order, and seems to be divided into 2 contrasting series, one about a dark-complexioned woman, creatively titled The Dark Lady, and another about a fair young man, titled The Fair Youth. This division has led to much speculation about the identities of these individuals, and whether they are real or fictional, or if the narrative voice is actually Shakespeare himself. Wordsworth famously said that Shakespeare unlocked his heart with these sonnets. The 1609 edition of the sonnets publication was dedicated to a Mr. W. H., described as the only begetter of the poems. The identity of this Mr. W. H., whether he is the mysterious patron or perhaps an orchestrator in getting the sonnets published, remains unknown. This dedication could have been penned by Shakespeare, or perhaps the publisher, Thomas Thorpe, whose initials appear on the dedication page. The sonnets are lauded for their exploration of love, desire, procreation, and themes of mortality. Well, at the outset of his career, the early plays, including The Two Gentlemen of Verona and Titus Andronicus, adhered to the more conventional styles and rigid structures of the day, characterized by stylized language and extended metaphors. Critics have pointed out that these grandiose speeches sometimes slowed the action, with verse that could appear overwrought or perhaps even stilted. Shakespeare, however, quickly began to modify these classical forms and suit his own dramatic purposes, certainly taking the basics and tweaking them and changing them to his own style. An early indication of this evolving process is evident in Richard III's opening soliloquy, which recalls the medieval drama's vice, but also anticipates the deeper self-reflection seen in his later plays. His approach didn't shift overnight, however. Rather, Shakespeare blended tradition and innovative styles throughout the course of his career, with Romeo and Juliet and Richard II demonstrating a particularly effective mix of these techniques. And also, go and watch my video on Richard II. It was, if I do say so myself, a banger. Well, by the mid-1590s, including works like A Midsummer Night's Dream, his poetry had become quite a bit more natural, adjusting metaphors and imagery more closely to the narrative's requirements. Shakespeare's preferred verse form was blank verse, written in unrhymed iambic pentameter. This structure typically meant that each line was made up of 10 syllables, with an emphasis on every second syllable. The blank verse in his early plays, while quite nice to read, was often a little monotonous, with lines frequently pausing at their end. Over time, Shakespeare began to break this pattern, introducing more rhythmical variety and depth. This evolution is particularly evident in Julius Caesar and Hamlet, where he disrupts the flow to mirror the character's emotional turmoil. For instance, in Hamlet, Shakespeare writes, and I'll read a little bit from it now, "Sir, in my heart there was a kind of fighting that would not let me sleep. Methought I lay worse than the mutinies in the bilboes. Rashly, and praised be rashness for it, let us know. Our indiscretion sometimes serves us well." As he moved into the late tragedies, his style grew even more varied and intense, as seen in Macbeth, where the language shifts rapidly among metaphors and similes, demanding more from the listener to piece together the full and deeper meaning. His later works, including the romances, feature abrupt plot shifts and complex sentence structures, creating a sense of spontaneity and fluidity. Shakespeare was not only a poetic genius, but he also had a pragmatic sense of theatre. He often adapted stories from classical sources such as Plutarch's Lives and Holinshed's Chronicles, reshaping each narrative to broaden its appeal and present multiple perspectives. His skill in plot design meant that his plays could endure substantial adaptation or translation without losing their intrinsic drama. I'm sure we've all seen the adaptation of Romeo and Juliet. You know, the one you probably watched in high school with Leonardo DiCaprio, and I forgot the other person that was in it. Wasn't Kate Winslet, wasn't it? Maybe she was in Titanic, I'm not sure. But yes, it was adapted for modern times, but the story was still there. It was the same story with a different coat of paint, and Shakespeare's stories are very easy to do this with. Well, in his later years, particularly in his romance works, he revisited the more formalized styles of his earlier works, enhancing the theatrical illusion. Throughout his career, he developed characters with more nuanced motivations and distinct speech patterns, while maintaining elements of his earlier style in subsequent plays. Nicholas Rowe was the first biographer to note the tradition, which Samuel Johnson later echoed, that Shakespeare retired to Stratford a few years before his death. In 1608, he was still active as an actor in London. Cuthbert Burbage mentioned that after acquiring the lease of the Blackfriars Theatre from Henry Evans in 1608, the King's Men, which included Hemmings, Condell, Shakespeare, etc., were stationed there as players. Of course, the bubonic plague's presence in London throughout 1609 and repeated closures of public playhouses, over 60 months closed between May 1603 and February 1610 due to the plague, meant that actors often lacked work. I suppose some things never change. Rare was complete retirement at this time. Shakespeare continued his visits to London in 1611 to 1614. In 1612, during the Bellot versus Montjoy case, he testified about the marriage settlement of Montjoy's daughter, Mary. In March 1613, he purchased a gatehouse in the former Blackfriars Priory, and from November 1614 he spent several weeks in London with his son-in-law, John Hall. After 1610, his writings began to slow down, and we don't have any works, at least ones we've discovered, that are attributed to him post-1613. His final 3 plays were collaborations, likely with John Fletcher, who succeeded him as the King's Men's House playwright. Thus Shakespeare retired in 1613, before the Globe Theatre burned down during that performance of Henry VIII on the 29th of June. Shakespeare then passed away on the 23rd of April 1616, at the age of 52, which is pretty young, for someone with money at least. Back in those days, if you were poor dying at 52, well, that was normal. But usually, the better off you were, the better living standard you would have, cleaner home. Well, unfortunately, Shakespeare didn't live that long. But as they say, the candle that burns twice as bright only burns for half the time. Well, he died shortly after drafting his will, which began by declaring him, ironically, in perfect health. No contemporary source that we have clarifies his death's cause or nature. About 50 years later, John Ward, the vicar of Stratford, wrote in his notes, "Shakespeare, Drayton, and Ben Jonson had a merry meeting, and, it seems, drank too hard, for Shakespeare died of a fever he contracted there." And this was a believable scenario, since Shakespeare was indeed quite acquainted with both Jonson and Drayton. Tributes from other writers reference his relatively abrupt demise, such as, "We wondered, Shakespeare, that thou went'st so soon from the world's stage to the grave's tiring room." He left behind his wife and 2 daughters. Susanna married the physician John Hall in 1607, and Judith wed Thomas Quinney, a vintner, 2 months before Shakespeare's death. On the 25th of March, 1616, Shakespeare signed his last will and testament. Thomas Quinley, his new son-in-law, was found guilty of fathering an illegitimate son by Margaret Wheeler, who died in childbirth. Thus, the court ordered Quinley to do public penance, bringing embarrassment to the Shakespeare family. His substantial estate was left primarily to the eldest daughter, Susanna, with the condition that it be passed intact to the first son of her body. The Queen's 3 children all died without marrying. The Hall's only child, Elizabeth, married twice, but died without children in 1670. And with that, Shakespeare's direct lineage was ended. His will makes scant mention of his wife, Anne, likely already entitled to a third of his estate. However, he notably bequeathed her my second best bed, a legacy that has sparked quite a bit of speculation. Some scholars interpret the bequest as an insult, while others believe that the second best bed had significant matrimonial value. Well, Shakespeare was interred in the chancel of the Holy Trinity Church 2 days after his death. His grave's stone slab is inscribed with a curse moving his remains, which was carefully heeded during the church's 2008 restoration. And it goes like this: "Good friend, for Jesus' sake forbear to dig the dust enclosed here. Blessed be the man that spares these stones, and cursed be he that moves my bones." Prior to 1623, a memorial monument was erected on the north wall of the church, featuring a half-effigy of Shakespeare writing. The plaque compares him to Nestor, Socrates, and Virgil. Numerous statues and memorials worldwide commemorate Shakespeare, including funeral monuments in Southwark Cathedral and the Poets' Corner in Westminster Abbey. So we all know that Shakespeare's work has profoundly influenced later theatre and literature. It's left an impact on the dramatic potential of character development, plot construction, language, and just the whole genre. For instance, before Romeo and Juliet, romance was not considered a suitable subject for tragedy, at least not in the Western tradition. Look back on Chinese plays, and it's pretty much all tragedies. Soliloquies, once primarily used to convey information, were transformed by Shakespeare into this new method for exploring deep character thoughts. But his influence extends beyond drama and into poetry, where the Romantic poets tried unsuccessfully to revive Shakespearean verse drama. It's been remarked that all English verse dramas from Coleridge to Tennyson are merely feeble variations on Shakespearean themes. At least that's what critic George Steiner has stated, and some are inclined to agree with him. John Milton, a pivotal English poet post-Shakespeare, also praised him, saying in that beautiful old language, "Thou in our wonder and astonishment hast built thyself a lifelong monument." His impact is also evident in the works of novelists like Thomas Hardy, William Faulkner, and the great Charles Dickens. Herman Melville's soliloquies in Moby Dick are heavily influenced by Shakespeare, with Captain Ahab echoing the tragic heroism of King Lear. Over 20,000 musical compositions have been inspired by Shakespeare, including Felix Mendelssohn's Overture for A Midsummer Night's Dream and Prokofiev's Romeo and Juliet's ballet. And it's not just that. He's got his fair share of opera inspiration. Giuseppe Verdi's Macbeth, Othello, and Falstaff stand in high critical regard on their own, comparable to their Shakespearean sources. Well, visual arts, too, have drawn from Shakespeare, with romantics and pre-Raphaelites finding inspiration in his plays. William Hogarth's 1745 portrayal of David Garrick as Richard III established the genre of theatrical portraiture in Britain, and even Sigmund Freud, the psychoanalyst who, in my opinion, thinks too much, that is possible, used Shakespearean characters, particularly from Hamlet, to frame his theories of human psychology. Well, to a more modern arena of expression, in film, Shakespeare's narratives have also been widely adapted, in ways that you might not think as well. Are you aware of Akira Kurosawa, the Japanese director? Well, his Throne of Blood and Ran reimagined Macbeth and King Lear, respectively. Max Reinhardt's A Midsummer Night's Dream, Laurence Olivier's Hamlet, and even Al Pacino's Looking for Richard show the range of Shakespeare's influence. Orson Welles' works, especially his portrayal of Falstaff in Chimes at Midnight, are also celebrated for their Shakespearean adaptations. Shakespeare's language also played a significant role in shaping modern English. In fact, Samuel Johnson, in his pioneering of a dictionary of the English language, relied quite heavily on Shakespeare. Phrases like "with bated breath" from The Merchant of Venice and "a foregone conclusion" are now commonplace in English. In fact, because it is so fun, I'm just going to read through a few, not all of course, but a few of the little phrases we have in the English language that are from Shakespeare. You might be surprised. All that glitters isn't gold. Be all and end all. It's all Greek to me. More sinned against than sinning. A method in the madness. Too much of a good thing. The lady doth protest too much. Foregone conclusion. Hot-blooded. Flaming youth. Each dog will have his day. Clothes make the man. And finally, witching time of the night. And perhaps you are listening in that witching time of the night where your eyes become heavier and you drift off to a good dream. Perhaps in your part of the world, and at the time you are listening, it will be midsummer. Well, drift off to that Midsummer Night's Dream then, in keeping with our theme for the video. Edward of Woodstock, also known as Edward the Black Prince, a paragon of medieval knighthood and medieval prowess, whose legend is woven into the fabric of English history. Born in 1330, he was the eldest son of King Edward III of England, and his life was marked by significant military achievements during the 100 Years' War. His leadership at the battles of Crécy and Poitiers not only demonstrated his tactical genius, but also cemented his reputation across all of Europe, which led to his knighthood at the age of 16. Despite his early death at the age of 45, the Black Prince's legacy as a chivalric hero and capable leader continues to endure, embodying the ideals of knighthood and valor of his time. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, good to see you again. If you like what I do and want to support the channel, there's a link to the Patreon in the description. Otherwise, help YouTube push it out to more people by liking, commenting, and subscribing. Now, with that out of the way, get yourself relaxed, because we will begin our history and biography of Edward the Black Prince. Edward was born on the 15th of June of the year 1330 at Woodstock in Oxfordshire, as the eldest son of Edward III and Queen Philippa of Hainault. His birth into royalty came at a time when his father, Edward III, was deeply entrenched in conflicts with France over territorial claims and the French throne itself. This animosity was rooted in familial ties, as Edward III's mother, Queen Isabella of France, was the daughter of Philip IV of France, positioning Edward III and consequently his son in the line of succession for the French crown. The situation escalated when the French king threatened to seize English lands in France, which sparked the 100 Years' War. Queen Philippa, Edward's mother, was the daughter of the Count of Hainault. Her marriage to Edward was orchestrated by Queen Isabella, who sought to secure Hainault's military and financial support to overthrow her husband, Edward II. The union was fruitful, producing 13 children, with Edward being the firstborn. Edward III ascended to the throne at the tender age of 14, after his father, Edward II, was deposed in 1327 by Isabella and the English nobility, due to Edward II's failed leadership and military defeats, particularly against the Scots. In an effort to reclaim lost territories, Edward III initiated military campaigns that mirrored the aggressive strategies of his grandfather, Edward I. His efforts culminated in the decisive Battle of Halidon Hill in 1333, where he avenged the earlier humiliating defeat at Bannockburn and restored English dominance over Scotland. This victory solidified Edward III's reputation as a formidable leader and earned him the epithet Great Champion of the English nation. Now, on to the young prince, whose upbringing was marred by the political and military dynamic of the time. On September 10th, Edward III allocated an annual allowance from the profits of the county of Chester for his son's maintenance, and by February 25, 1331, these funds were entirely assigned to Queen Philippa for the upbringing of both Edward and his sister Eleanor. In July of 1331, amidst ongoing internal tensions, Edward III proposed a marriage between the young Edward and daughter of Philip VI of France, aiming to stabilize relations through marital ties. On the 18th of March, 1333, Edward was formally granted the earldom and county of Chester. Several years later, in a Parliament session held on the 9th of February 1337, he was created the Duke of Cornwall, receiving the duchy through a charter dated on March the 17th. This distinction marked the first instance of a duke's creation in England, and the terms of the charter stipulated that the title was to be held by him, and subsequently by the eldest sons of the kings of England. Edward's education was overseen by Dr. Walter Burley from Merton College, Oxford. In March of 1334, the responsibility for managing his revenues was assigned to his mother, Queen Philippa, to cover the expenses of raising Edward and his two sisters, Isabella and Joan. By August 1335, amid rumors of an impending French invasion, Edward III ordered that Edward and his household relocate to Nottingham Castle as a precautionary measure. In late 1337, when two cardinals arrived in England to negotiate peace between Edward III and Philip VI of France, the young Duke of Cornwall met them outside London and escorted them to the king, accompanied by many nobles. On July the 11th, 1338, and again on May 27th, 1340, and October the 6th, 1342, Edward III appointed his son as guardian of the kingdom during his absences abroad. Although Edward was too young to engage in any significant governance, he left the council to manage the affairs. To strengthen his alliances, in 1339, Edward III proposed a marriage between the young Duke of Cornwall and Margaret, that was the daughter of Duke John III of Brabant, and in the spring of 1345, he urgently requested a marriage dispensation from Pope Clement VI. On May the 12th, 1343, Edward was made Prince of Wales during a parliamentary session at Westminster, where he was invested with a circlet, a gold ring, and a silver rod. He accompanied his father to Sluis on July 3rd, 1345, where efforts were made to persuade the burgomasters of Ghent, Bruges, and Ypres to recognize the prince as their lord, although this plan was thwarted by the murder of Jacob van Anteveld. The prince was then tasked multiple times with mobilizing troops from his principality and earldom for the military campaigns in France. Due to the heavy debts incurred in the king's service, his father authorized him to draft his will, ensuring that his executors could access all his revenues for a year if he were to fall in battle. Thus, on July 11, 1346, Edward, the Prince of Wales, embarked on a significant campaign along his father, Edward III. They landed at La Hogue, where the young prince was knighted by his father in the local church at Quetho. Following his knighting, Edward demonstrated early military prowess as he ravaged through Cotentin, contributing notably during the capture of Cannes and the skirmish at the ford of Blanchetaque against Sir Godimar I du Fay, which allowed the English army to finally cross the Somme. Before the Battle of Crécy, on August 26, 1346, Edward and his father received the sacrament in Crécy itself, preparing for the conflict where Edward would command the right flank of the army. This unit included prominent leaders such as the Earls of Warwick and Oxford, and Sir Geoffrey d'Harcourt, among others, comprising 800 men-at-arms, 2,000 archers, and 1,000 Welsh foot soldiers. During the battle, after an initial success against the Genoese bowmen, Edward's forces faced a severe challenge from the Count of Alençon. At a critical moment, Edward's division was nearly overwhelmed, prompting his commanders to seek aid from Edward III. However, the king refused assistance, urging his son to win his spurs and earn the victory. Now that's some medieval parenting for you. Well, during this intense phase, Edward was thrown to the ground, only to be saved heroically by Sir Richard Fitzsimon, his standard-bearer, With additional support from the Earl of Arundel, they repelled the French attack. The battle saw significant French casualties, including the Duke of Lorraine and the Counts of Alençon and Blois, leading to a complete rout by the English forces. Well, after the battle, Edward III met his son with pride, commending him for his brave conduct. Together, they paid their respects to the fallen, including King John of Bohemia. Edward's valor at Crecy was a testament to his capabilities as a military leader, even at such a young age, and it was certainly a trial by fire. Say what you want about Edward III's throwing him into battle and not saving him, but certainly he did, as it was said, earn his spurs. Now, following Crecy, Prince Edward played a crucial role in the Siege of Calais between 1346 and 47, where it was his job to conduct raids around the captured town, of which he accumulated substantial booty. He returned to England with his father in October of 1347 and participated in courtly festivities, including his investiture into the newly formed Order of the Garter in 1348. In subsequent years, Edward continued to support his father in military endeavors, including the Battle of Winchelsea in the August of 1350, where they confronted the fleet of La Carta. During this naval battle, Edward's ship was almost sunk by a larger Spanish vessel. It was only through the timely intervention of Henry of Grosmont, the Earl of Lancaster, that they achieved victory. It seems to be a running theme that Edward, the Black Prince, certainly has a lot of good friends by his side. Of course, that always helps. In 1353, disturbances in Cheshire required Edward's attention, as he was indeed the Earl of Chester. He led an expedition to support the local justices, and he managed to quell the unrest, albeit extracting heavy fines from the local populace. His visit to Vale Royal Abbey, mistaken in records as Douloucresse Abbey, led to a generous donation. In 1355, as Edward III prepared to rekindle hostilities with France, he assigned his son, Prince of Wales, a pivotal role in the campaign. It was time for the Black Prince to shine. Just quickly, it's such a cool name. I know that's off topic, but I keep saying it, and every time I do, the Black Prince has such a ring to it. Anyway, Edward was tasked to lead an army into Aquitaine, aligning with broader strategic movements that included coordination with the King of Navarre in Normandy and support for John of Montfort in Brittany by the Duke of Lancaster. This deployment into Aquitaine came at the behest of local Gascon lords, eager for the spoils of war. On July the 10th, Edward III officially appointed his son, the Black Prince, as his lieutenant in Gascony, granting him substantial autonomous powers, including the authority to receive homages. Thus, the Black Prince departed London for Plymouth on the 30th of June. However, adverse winds delayed his departure until September the 8th, where he finally set sail with a formidable fleet of about 300 ships. His force was indeed quite substantial, comprising about 1,000 men-at-arms 2,000 archers, and a significant contingent of Welsh foot soldiers, alongside 4 earls who were notable figures of military command. Upon the arrival in Bordeaux, he was warmly received by the Gascon lords. A decision was made to initiate a swift, aggressive campaign before the onset of winter. On October the 10th, the Black Prince embarked on his campaign with a well-equipped force that included 1,500 lancers, 2,000 archers, and 3,000 light foot soldiers. This military venture quickly devolved into a ruthless marauding expedition across the counties of Juliac, Armagnac, Asterac, and the Comminges. Upon crossing the Garonne at Sainte-Marie near Toulouse, which was then defended by John I, the Count of Armagnac, the expedition laid waste to the region. The local garrison, under orders from the Count Armagnac, refrained from engaging the invaders, simply allowing the Black Prince and his forces to continue their destructive paths straight into the Lourdes. The campaign was marked by harsh tactics against the local population, particularly in Montxard, where the troops stormed the town, committed atrocities against its residents, and plundered wealth, including carpets, draperies, and jewels. The people of the region, described by the Black Prince as good, simple, and ignorant of war, were severely exploited. Notably, the only significant resistance came from the Monge, where the chatelaine ingeniously used beehives to fend off the English attackers. Very creative. The prince's army continued its path of destruction through Carcassonne, sacking the town but not the well-fortified citadel. Towns like Ormez and Trébes negotiated to avoid plunder, while Narbonne was not so lucky. Plans to assault the citadel at Narbonne were abandoned due to its robust defenses. Now, during this time, the Black Prince received overtures for peace from the papal court, but deferred any decision pending his father's directive. Ultimately, the expedition, which lasted 8 weeks and only saw 11 days of rest, concluded with the prince's uneventful return to Bordeaux. That being said, it was a very hard trip with all the treasure he had to carry back with him. On the 6th of July, 1356, Prince Edward embarked on an expedition through France to Normandy, with the intention of supporting his father's Norman allies, including the King of Navarre and Geoffrey d'Arcor. He began this journey by crossing the Dordogne at Bergerac on August the 4th. As he progressed through regions like Auvergne, Limousin, and Berry, his forces engaged in widespread plunder and burning. His approach to Bourget led only to the burning of its suburbs, as he failed to capture the city itself. Edward then turned westward and launched an unsuccessful assault on the Issoudun between August the 25th and 27th. Meanwhile, King John II of France was amassing a formidable force at Chartres, prepared to defend the Loire crossings and reinforcing fortresses at risk of attack. After the failed siege at Issoudun, Edward retraced his route to Vierzon, which he captured, and then decided to execute most of the garrison. From Vierzon, upon realizing that crossing the Loire or joining forces with Lancaster in Brittany was unfeasible, he decided to return to Bordeaux, setting course towards Romorantin on August the 29th. Upon hearing that the French knights had withdrawn into Romorantin, Edward moved to assault the fortress on August the 31st. Despite the stiff resistance and personal loss of a friend which enraged him, Edward succeeded in capturing the fortress by September 3rd. Reportedly, he had used Greek fire to set its roofs ablaze. If you don't know what Greek fire is, it's kind of like an ancient form of napalm, the secrets of which we've somewhat lost since the fall of Constantinople. They've kind of figured out how to do it, but maybe it's not the same. Well, as he continued his march through Berry, King John II, having gathered a large army, crossed the Loire at Blois and pursued the English forces. Despite being significantly outnumbered, Edward commanded about 7,500 men compared to John II's upwards of 20,000. Edward maintained a parallel path to the French, staying just miles away. By September 17th, as confrontations began near Poitiers, Edward positioned his forces on the advantageous terrain, using the natural landscape and fortifications to strengthen his defensive position. Despite the French king's substantial numerical advantage, Edward's strategic positioning and preparation played a more important role. The prince decided to deploy his archers more effectively, using the terrain's hedges for protection. He set out an ambush that proved pivotal in the ensuing battle. On the morning of September 19th, the Battle of Poitiers commenced. French forces, attempting to break through the English defences, were decimated by English archers, as the French ranks faltered. The English counterattacked, leading to a comprehensive victory for Edward's forces. The battle then concluded with the capture of King John II and numerous French nobles, causing significant French casualties and resulting in a decisive English triumph. Following the battle, Prince Edward treated his royal captive with notable respect, serving him personally at dinner and refusing to sit at the same table, citing his unworthiness compared to the great king. Now, this is interesting, because it was this act of chivalry that was praised widely, and it also enhanced Edward's reputation. So whether or not he was doing this as a genuine act of kindness and chivalry towards the French king, or if he just knew this would make him look very gentlemanly, well, that's a matter of debate. But either way, the result speaks for itself. Well, one thing that wasn't very gentlemanly was the amount of plunder he got from the campaign. And after securing these swaths of treasure, Edward returned to Bordeaux, where he spent the winter celebrating his successes. In March of 1357, he agreed to a 2-year truce, desiring to return to England. Despite some opposition from the Gascon lords over the removal of King John II to England, Edward quelled their dissent with a payment and left the governance of the region to local lords. He arrived back in England in the May of 1357, entering London triumphantly with King John II displayed prominently, albeit in a manner that some contemporaries and later observers alike may view as an act of calculated humility. Now, after his triumphant return to England, Prince Edward immersed himself in the vibrant court life, participating in numerous festivals and tournaments. By tournaments, we're talking the nightly tournaments, and yes, they're exactly what you're thinking. Jousting and fights and wrestling, all the rest. It is exactly as you think it is. Now, in May 1359, he and King Edward III, along with other challengers, held the lists at a joust in London. This event, proclaimed by the mayor and the sheriffs, absolutely delighted the people, especially as the king appeared in the guise of the mayor and Prince Edward dressed up as the senior sheriff. The extravagance of these festivities and the generous gifts Edward distributed to his friends led him into more than a few financial difficulties, stretching himself a little bit too thin while he was in the festive mood. Well, recognizing this, the king decreed on August 27th, 1359, that should Prince Edward fall in battle during the upcoming French expedition, his executors would have control of his entire estate for a period of 4 years to settle his debts. In October 1359, the Black Prince journeyed with his father to Calais to participate in the Reims campaign, part of the ongoing 100 Years' War. At the conclusion of this military endeavor in 1360, Edward played a role in the negotiations for the Treaty of Brittany. He was heavily involved in the drafting the preliminary truce at Chartres on May 7, 1360, which was established by proctors acting on his and Charles, Duke of Normandy's behalf. Following the campaign, it's likely that Prince Edward did not return to England until after his father, who landed at Rye on March the 18th. On the 9th of July, 1360, the Black Prince, along with Henry, Duke of Lancaster, again travelled to Calais, accompanying the French king. However, they had to return to England as the promised ransom installment was not ready, leaving King John II in the custody of Sir Walter Manny and other knights. In the October of the same year, 1360, Edward was present at Calais for the liberation of King John and the formal ratification of the Treaty of Brittany. He journeyed with King John to Boulogne for a ceremonial offering before returning with King Edward III to England in early November. On October 10th, 1361, Prince Edward got married to Joan of Kent. What, did you think I was going to say another war? It can't all be about fighting. We must take a break from the murder to have a little romance. But actually, it's not that romantic when it's your cousin. Well, of course, marrying your cousin was not such a big deal back then, and far be it for me to push my morality onto others. Well, either way, he married Joan of Kent, his cousin and the widowed Countess of Kent, thus becoming the Earl of Kent through marriage. Joan was the daughter of Edmund of Woodstock, the Earl of Kent, and Margaret, a daughter of Philip III of France. Their close kinship required a papal dispensation for marriage, which Pope Innocent VI gladly provided. Although it appeared the marriage contract was secured before the dispensation, the ceremony was held at Windsor, officiated by the Archbishop Simon Islip, and attended by King Edward III, who was initially unaware of the engagement. The couple made their residence at Berkhamsted Castle in Hertfordshire. Now, on July 19, 1362, Edward III granted the Black Prince all English territories in Aquitaine and Gascony as a principality, requiring an annual tribute of an ounce of gold, and conferring the titles of Prince of Aquitaine and Gascony. After Christmas celebrations at Berkhamsted, the Black Prince departed for Gascony in February with his household, arriving at La Rochelle. There he joined John Chandos, the king's lieutenant, and travelled to Poitiers to receive a homage before continuing to Bordeaux to establish his court, alternating between there and Angoulême. During his rule, he appointed John Chandos as Constable of Guyenne, and secured lucrative positions for his knights, though his favoritism towards the English led to quite a few eyebrows, if not outright discontent among the Gascon lords, exacerbated by Charles V of France, who actively encouraged local opposition. Despite attempts to mediate regional conflicts and hosting dignitaries like Peter, King of Cyprus, in Angoulême, tensions remained high, particularly with local nobles such as Arnaud Amanieu, the Lord of Albret, and Gaston, the Count of Foix, who openly supported the French. The regional instability was compounded by the activities of the Free Companies, mercenary groups that had shifted allegiance to Bertrand de Guesclin and supported Henry of Trastamara against King Peter of Castile. When Peter sought Edward's aid and arrived in Bayonne, the prince supported him, further entangling English forces in continental disputes. This period was marked by significant military and political challenges, with Prince Edward increasingly pressed by both local unrest and demands from his father to manage the mercenary bands effectively. Many of Edward's English and Gascon lords were reluctant for him to support King Peter, viewing the conflict as inappropriate for intervention, since it involved a dispute between a legitimate king and his illegitimate brother. However, the Black Prince felt compelled by a sense of royal dignity and the unacceptable precedent that a bastard could usurp a legitimate king. While Peter, seeking further support, promised riches and titles, including making Edward's son the King of Galicia, which actually swayed many to his cause. A parliament was then convened in Bordeaux and deliberated on this matter, seeking the opinion of King Edward III, who endorsed his son's involvement. Subsequently, another parliament agreed to support Peter, contingent upon financial guarantees for their efforts. To this end, the Black Prince agreed to lend the necessary funds to King Peter. Negotiations at Bayonne between Prince Edward, Charles of Navarre, and King Peter solidified their military collaboration. Peter agreed to financial compensations and provided territories as collateral to secure the prince's financial backing. The Treaty of Libourne, formalized on September the 23rd, laid out these agreements in detail, including substantial monetary commitments for military wages and strategic pledges regarding leadership roles in campaigns against the Moors. The prince financed this military venture through various means, including funds received from his father, derived from the ransom of the French king John II, and by melting down his supply of silver plates. His preparations in Angoulême culminated in a festive Christmas in Bordeaux, where his wife gave birth to their second son, Richard, who would later become King Richard II of England. I just did a video on him too. It'll be out soon. Should be. Now, in February of 1367, Prince Edward departed Bordeaux, consolidated his forces in Dax, and marched through Roncesvalles into Pamplona. The loyalty of the free companies shifted back to Prince Edward from Henry of Trastamara, recognizing Edward as their rightful lord. There, from Pamplona, the prince's campaign continued towards Burgos, but strategic challenges and supply shortages slowed their progress. The army also faced harsh weather and logistical difficulties, but managed slightly better conditions in Logroño. The 30th of March, 1367, Prince Edward responded to a letter from Henry of Trastamara, and on April 2nd, he moved his forces from Logroño to Navarrete, La Rioja. The proximity of the two armies, with Henry encamped at Nájera, facilitated communication, and although Henry seemed inclined to negotiate, asserting that Peter was a tyrant responsible for much bloodshed, the prince maintained his commitment to Peter, asserting the importance of rightful kingship and the defense of royal dignity. On April the 3rd of the same year, the prince's army, consisting of a well-organized force of English, Breton, and Gascon troops, dismounted for battle some distance from Henry's position. The vanguard was commanded by notable leaders including Lancaster, Chandos, and Calvalet, with separate divisions led by prominent Gascon lords, and the prince himself overseeing the main body of the army. Before the conflict began, the prince appealed to divine support for his cause to reinstate King Peter, exhorting his forces with a call to advance under the banner of St. George. The Battle of Nájera commenced with Castilian forces aggressively engaging the English vanguard, but strategic misalignments in Henry's forces allowed the Gascon lords to flank the main body of Henry's army effectively. The prince then led a critical charge with the main body of his army, turning the tide of the battle. The conflict ended with Henry's forces in complete disarray, and Henry himself, well, he fled the battlefield in a panic. In the aftermath, while Prince Edward requested King Peter to show mercy to their defeated foes, Peter executed a notorious traitor immediately, and two others shortly thereafter. The capture of notable figures such as the French Marshal Arnauld d'Audrehem, a previous captive at Poitiers, led to a dramatic encounter where the prince accused him of treachery. However, upon review by a panel of knights and much discussion, d'Audrehem was acquitted on the grounds that he served not the prince directly, but King Peter, thereby honoring his prior commitment. Following their military success, the prince and Peter advanced to Burgos to celebrate Easter. However, financial and political tensions arose when Peter failed to fulfill his financial obligations to the prince, leading to further complications. Peter's evasiveness and the eventual denial of payment resulted in strained relations, with the prince encamping outside Burgos and later moving to Valladolid in an attempt to secure the promised funds. Valladolid is an interesting town, by the way. A rather infamous figure comes from there, being Thomas de Torquemada, that was the first Grand Inquisitor of the Spanish Inquisition. I'm sure they don't have, at the entrance of the town, home of the Grand Inquisitor. That may deter certain types of tourists, perhaps. Well, the subsequent weeks proved difficult for Prince Edward and his army. Harsh conditions, disease, and a lack of resources plagued his forces. All this together led to significant casualties. There were allegations of poisoning that were made as the prince himself fell ill, a condition from which he never fully recovered. Meanwhile, Henry of Trastamara took the opportunity to launch attacks on Aquitaine, further complicating the politics. Now, the situation continued to deteriorate, and as it did, negotiations for a safe passage through Navarre facilitated a return through Roncesvalles. By early September 1367, the prince and his remaining forces returned to Bordeaux, marking the end of a challenging campaign marked by initial military success, but brought down by political and logistical failures. After returning to Aquitaine, the Black Prince faced significant challenges managing the free companies, bands of mercenaries who had fought under his command. Around 1366, about 6,000 of these soldiers had passed through the Kingdom of Aragon into Aquitaine. Due to incomplete payments, they took up residence in the region, causing substantial disorder and damage. Prince Edward successfully persuaded their captains to move north across the Loire, where they continued their devastation in France, which of course exacerbated tensions with Charles V of France, who was not happy about Edward pushing his problems onto his territory. Charles then seized this opportunity to foster dissent among the Gascon lords and destabilized Edward's authority. One particularly significant incident involved the Lord of Albret, who had initially agreed to serve in the prince's Spanish campaign with 1,000 lancers. However, the prince, citing the logistical constraints, later requested that he only bring 200. This perceived slight deeply offended the Lord of Albret, marking the beginning of a strained relationship that was exacerbated by the prince's failure to pay an annual pension to Albret. The situation worsened when Albret, aligning himself closer to France, betrothed Margaret of Bourbon, the sister of the Queen of France, further alienating him from the prince. Facing financial difficulties from the expensive Spanish campaign and his customary extravagance, the Black Prince convened the estates of Aquitaine in Saint-Emilion and later in Angoulême in early 1368. There, he managed to secure a hearth tax to alleviate his financial strains, though this move was, of course, unpopular and further alienated the local nobility, which I'm sure that the prince was very surprised to hear that they weren't pleased to have another tax to pay. Well, jokes aside, the major vassals of the High Marchers refused the tax. They just said, no, we're not paying it. And prominent figures like the Counts of Armagnac, Périgord, and the Comminges, alongside the Lord of Albret, brought their grievances to the King of France, asserting his paramount lordship over them and rejecting Edward's authority. Well, Charles V of France was happy about this, and he capitalized on this unrest by summoning the Black Prince to Paris in 1369 to answer for his actions, a demand that Edward outright refused, threatening to arrive with a military force instead. Now this tension escalated into open conflict, during which Sir Thomas Wake, the High Steward of Roger, was attacked by forces loyal to the dissenting French lords, indicating a worsening situation for English control in the region. By 1369, a full-scale war was back on. The health of the Black Prince had also significantly deteriorated. You know, that problem with the poisoning. Like we said, it never went away. This, of course, prevented him from taking an active role in military operations. Despite all this, however, he continued to attempt conciliatory measures with the Gascon lords, but it was to no avail, and the political influence of John of Gaunt, possibly acting against him at the English court, further complicated his position. Charles V's strategic deployment of forces into Aquitaine resulted in severe losses for the English, culminating in the siege and controversial capture of Limoges in 1370, where the Black Prince, despite his illnesses, directed harsh retributions against the city for its betrayal. Ultimately, the worsening of his illness forced the prince to retire first to Angoulême and then to Bordeaux, leaving the direct military engagements to other commanders. The death of his eldest son, Edward of Angoulême, in 1371 really hit Edward hard. He was deeply grieved and exacerbated already by his declining health. The last thing he needed was the stress. Following the advice of his personal doctor, he decided to return to England to recuperate. Accompanied by the Duke of Lancaster, he landed at Southampton in early January of 1371 and proceeded to meet his father, Edward III, at Windsor. During this meeting, Edward successfully contested a treaty that his father had arranged with Charles of Navarre the previous month, objecting to the cession of lands demanded by King Charles. After halting the treaty, the Black Prince returned to his manor in Berkhamsted. Back in England, he found himself naturally opposed to the influence of the anti-clerical and Lancastrian party. His stature and the trust he commanded among the clergy were evident when he met with the Convocation of Canterbury at the Savoy on May the 2nd, persuading them to make an exceptionally large financial grant. Well, around this time, his health actually began to show a few signs of improvement. At least compared to before. And in August 1372, he joined his father on an expedition aimed at relieving Thouars. However, bad weather prevented their fleet from reaching the French coast, and the mission was called off. On October the 6th, 1372, citing the insufficiency of revenues from Aquitaine and Gascony to cover its expenses, he resigned his principality, formalizing this decision in Parliament the following month. During the same Parliament, he effectively negotiated with citizens and burgesses to extend customs protections for merchant shipping for an additional year. In 1374, amidst growing tensions with the Church, Prince Edward presided over a council at Westminster, responding to Pope Gregory XI's demand for a subsidy to combat the Florentines. Despite the Pope asserting dominion over England, the prince, frustrated with Archbishop Whittlesey's hesitation, managed to assert the independence of the crown, declaring that no previous monarch had the authority to subject the kingdom to external rule. By the time the Good Parliament, as it's called, convened on April 28, 1376, Prince Edward was widely regarded as a champion of the Commons against administrative abuses. Aligned with William of Wykeham, he opposed the influence of the Duke of Lancaster and the corrupt courtiers surrounding him. Despite receiving a significant bribe from Richard Lyons, the king's financial agent who was under impeachment, the prince refused it, maintaining his integrity, even though he later remarked it probably could have been useful to pay the kingdom's soldiers. Recognizing his impending death, the Black Prince prepared by making provisions for his servants in his will and bidding farewell to his father, asking him to ensure the protection of his son Richard. Now I know I say that casually, but that is so sad. It's so sad that your son would have to die before you. Indeed, it reminds me of the scene in Lord of the Rings where Theoden is burying, I forgot the name of the son, burying one of his sons, and he turns to Gandalf and says, "No son should have to bury his father." Terrible. Anyway, I digress. Well, Edward the Black Prince died on June the 8th, 1376, at the Palace of Westminster. In his final moments, attended by the Bishop of Bangor, he sought forgiveness from God and those he had wronged, leaving a legacy marked by both his military skill and his principled stand against corruption. Now what about the name? Why was he called the Black Prince? As I've said, it's a cool name. It must have a story, right? Well, he acquired his sobriquet long after his death in 1376. The first known use of the name appeared in the writings of the antiquary John Leland, about 200 years later, during the 1530s or perhaps 1540s. Leland referred to Edward as Edwardi Principis Cog Nigri, and the Blake Prince. That's right, Blake, not Black, while summarizing earlier historical works, although these sources themselves that he was summarizing did not use that name. Now this name Black Prince gained wider recognition through Roger Ascham's Toxophilus of 1545, where Ascham mentioned "ye noble Black Prince Edward besides Poitiers." Later, Richard Grafton in his Chronicle at Large of 1569, and Raphael Holinshed in his Chronicles of 1577 also used the term the Black Prince, solidifying its association in the historical narrative. Notably, William Shakespeare also referred to Edward as the Black Prince in his plays Richard II and Henry V. The origins of the name are not definitively known, but theories generally focus on two aspects. One, Edward's heraldic symbols, and two, his military reputation. One suggestion is the name derived from the black field of his shield for peace, or rumors that he wore black armor, though direct evidence for black armor is scant and debatable. John Harvey mentioned, without citation, that Edward was described as wearing black armor of burnished steel at the Battle of Crecy, but once again, without citation. Now another theory relates to Edward's brutal military reputation, particularly during his campaigns in France. The French soldier Philippe de Mézières referred to Edward as the greatest black boars, a term symbolizing destruction. This reputation for harshness might have contributed to the epithet, as echoed by other French sources, and even in oral traditions in southern France, where he was remembered as l'homme noir, noir being black, Well, in summary, the nickname encapsulates both martial prowess and also intimidating presence that Edward held over his contemporaries, combined with a good deal of later romanticized portrayals that solidified him as a legendary figure in history. The Gunpowder Plot of 1605 was a failed assassination attempt against King James I of England by a group of provincial English Catholics, led by one Robert Catesby. The conspirators planned to blow up the House of Lords during the state opening of Parliament on the 5th of November, aiming to end Protestant rule in England and replace it with Catholic leadership. Central to their plan was Guy Fawkes, who was tasked with igniting the explosives. The plot was foiled, however, just hours before its execution, when Fawkes was discovered guarding 36 barrels of gunpowder hidden beneath the House of Lords. Alerted by an anonymous letter, authorities conducted a search of the area and arrested Fawkes. The subsequent investigation led to the arrest and execution of most of the conspirators. But the Gunpowder Plot's legacy resonates to this day. November 5th, known as Guy Fawkes Night, or Bonfire Night, is commemorated annually in the UK with fireworks and bonfires, echoing the explosives that almost destroyed Parliament. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, great to meet you. If you're coming back, once again, a pleasure to have you with me. And we certainly have an interesting one this evening, don't we? Or this morning, wherever you are in the world. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, you're already doing it. But if you want to go above and beyond, the like and subscribe buttons certainly do wonders for the algorithm. Or check the description and you'll find where else to go. But with that being said, let's all get nice and relaxed, and we may begin our journey back to 1605 and the Gunpowder Plot. But first, we have to set the scene, for the roots of the conflict lay a generation or two earlier. During the period from 1533 to 1540, King Henry VIII initiated a series of reforms that led to the separation of the Church of England from the Roman Catholic Church, marking the beginning of extended religious conflict in England. Under the rule of his daughter, Queen Elizabeth I, the religious landscape was further shaped by Elizabethan religious settlement. This required all public and ecclesiastical officials to swear allegiance to the monarch as the head of state and the Church of England. The consequences of non-compliance, well, they were severe to say the least. Penalties ranged from fines to imprisonment and even execution. This, of course, severely marginalized the Catholics who were practicing in the country. Elizabeth, who remained unmarried and childless, refrained from naming a successor, leading to speculation and hopes among Catholics for the succession of her Catholic cousin, Mary, Queen of Scots. However, Mary was executed on charges of treason in 1587, which of course complicates succession plans. As Elizabeth's health declined, English Secretary of State Robert Cecil covertly prepared for the succession of Mary's son, James VI of Scotland, smoothing his eventual transition to power upon Elizabeth's death in 1603. Amid these uncertainties, various factions supported different successors. Some exiled Catholics favored Philip II of Spain's daughter, Isabella, while more moderate Catholics supported one Arbella Stuart, who was believed to have Catholic leanings. To preempt any unrest, prominent Catholics were quickly detained, silenced, and Arbella Stuart was moved closer to London to prevent any attempts by Catholics to seize her. Despite these tensions, the transition of power to James was smooth and accepted on a wide basis, even among Catholics who had been marginalized under the rule of Elizabeth. Thus, James's succession was proclaimed by Cecil and was met with broad support, including from Jesuit priests, despite their presence being punishable by death in England at the time. James's assumption of the throne was seen as a restoration of natural order, and he soon signaled a shift in foreign policy by ordering a ceasefire with Spain, leading to the Treaty of London in the following year. Thus James's arrival brought a semblance of stability to the English monarchy, not only because of his smooth accession, but also through his immediate family. You see, his wife, Anne of Denmark, and their children, including the promising young Prince Henry, ensured a clear line of succession, signaling the continuation of a Protestant monarchy and potentially easing the religious tensions that had characterized the previous decades. King James's approach to Catholic subjects was admittedly more moderate compared to his predecessor Elizabeth. He expressed a preference for non-violent methods to manage religious dissent, emphasizing exile over execution for Catholics who refused to conform to the new Anglican practices. James articulated a desire not to persecute those who showed outward obedience to the law, reflecting a somewhat tolerant stance, at least for the time, towards Catholics. And this approach fostered hope among many Catholics, especially given the martyrdom of his mother, Mary, Queen of Scots, that James might eventually convert to Catholicism, a hope that was likely shared by many of the Catholic European powers. Fingers were crossed. While James's reign coincided with ongoing European religious conflicts, exacerbated by the Protestant Reformation. Across the continent, violent persecutions were common, as Protestants and Catholics targeted each other, several hundred years at each other's throats. It was not a good time. Read up about the French Wars of Religions, or better yet, watch my videos on them. Now, the historical context included several assassination attempts on Protestant rulers, notably the poisoning plots against Elizabeth I, and such incidents were part of a broader pattern, including the 1589 assassination of the French King Henry III by a Catholic fanatic, underscoring the dangerous interplay of religion and politics at the time. That's right, religion and politics. What could go wrong? Well, the publication in 1599 of the work by Jesuit Juan de Mariana, titled On Kings and the Education of Kings, which defended tyrannicide, further inflamed tensions. The treatise argued that it was lawful to kill a tyrant. That's where we get that word, tyrannicide. Of course, you have other words like regicide, kill the king, and other sides that I won't mention. Now, this was a stance that resonated with segments of the Catholic community who felt oppressed under Protestant rule, and indeed many of them had good cause to feel so. And these views persisted into the 1620s among many English Catholics, who saw regicide as a potential last resort against tyranny. Of course, when one is backed into a corner with nothing left to lose, thoughts like this tend to creep in. Well, during James's tenure, he often addressed the fear of Catholic assassination in his political writings, vigorously defending the Protestant monarchy against Catholic arguments that justified treachery against what they believed to be heretics. And thus, the early years of King James's reign were marked by significant religious and political challenges, of course concerning his policies towards Catholics in England, and despite initial hopes among the Catholics for more lenient treatment, James's policies soon mirrored the restrictive measures of his predecessors. Things didn't get better. In fact, many people feared they would simply get worse. Remember what I said about being backed into a corner? Well, let's continue on, shall we? In 1603, the discovery of the by and main plots revealed a deep undercurrent of discontent among Catholics and other political factions. The by plot, orchestrated by priests William Watson and William Clark, aimed to kidnap James and force concessions for Catholics. Parallel to this, the main plot sought to replace James with Arbella Stuart, indicating widespread dissatisfaction with his rule. These plots, however, were quickly foiled, and while some conspirators were executed, James chose to spare others in an effort to avoid a bloody start to his reign. The revelation of these plots by members of the Catholic community themselves helped to mitigate further reprisals against Catholics. James, perhaps acknowledging their role in uncovering the conspiracies, granted pardons and postponed fines for recusants. However, it was a leniency that was short-lived. In 1604, after receiving a rosary sent by the Pope via a spy, James openly denounced the Catholic Church, and in no uncertain terms. He ordered all Jesuits and Catholic priests to get out of England, and reinstated fines for recusancy, which were substantial and varied based on social class, but were often inconsistently enforced. Oh, and recusancy basically means a staunch Catholic who refuses to toe the line on the new Anglican policies. Now, moving on. James's focus then shifted towards political reform, notably attempting to unify England and Scotland, which faced, of course, significant opposition in Parliament. His appointment of Scottish nobles to the English courts was unpopular and exacerbated tensions, particularly concerning their role in collecting recusancy fines. Now in 1605, James's first speech to the English Parliament made clear his intentions to enforce Protestantism and prevent any resurgence of Catholic power. This stance led to increased persecution of Catholics, a sentiment captured by the introduction of the Popish Recusants Act, which threatened severe penalties against any English Catholic. Which leads us to the Gunpowder Plot, meticulously planned by this group of English Catholics, and was primarily aimed at assassinating King James I and completely eliminating the Protestant government. The state opening of Parliament was chosen for the attack because it provided a rare opportunity to target the entire leadership structure of England in one fell swoop. The gathering would include not just the king himself, but also his closest relatives and the country's political and religious elite, members of the Privy Council, senior judges, most of the Protestant aristocracy, bishops of the Church of England, and both houses of Parliament. Now that's a very good target. Well, an equally ambitious aspect of the plot involved the king's daughter, Princess Elizabeth. The conspirators planned to kidnap her from Combe Abbey near Coventry, where she resided, conveniently close to many of the plotters who were based in the Midlands. The objective was to install Elizabeth as a puppet queen under Catholic influence once her father and the line of succession were completely obliterated. The conspirators also envisioned involving Henry Percy, the 9th Earl of Northumberland, as the regent to the young queen. However, it is likely that Percy was not informed of this plan, which shows the secretive and selective nature of the conspiratorial group's communications and their strategic calculations. And now on to Robert Catesby. Born into a distinguished lineage in 1573, it was he who stood at the heart of what became the Gunpowder Plot. Described as a charismatic, tall, athletic figure, skilled in swordsmanship, Catesby was deeply involved in the political and religious conflicts of his time. His participation in the Essex Rebellion of 1601 marked him as a staunch opponent of the Protestant establishment. Captured during this rebellion, he was fined a substantial sum by Queen Elizabeth, but narrowly escaped harsher penalties, leading to the sale of his estate to pay the fine. By 1603, Catesby's focus had shifted towards garnering foreign support to bolster the Catholic cause in England. He played a central role in organizing a delegation to King Philip III of Spain, advocating for an invasion of England that would be supported by English Catholics. The mission, led by Thomas Wintour, failed to secure Spanish backing, as the Spanish monarch was more interested in moving towards peace with England. The Pope himself expressed concerns about the potential violent fallout from such actions on the residual Catholic community in England. Heaven knows what would happen to them if it failed. Well, we all know what would happen. Well, in February 1604, Catesby convened a meeting at his Lambeth home with key individuals such as Thomas Wintour and John Wright, a fellow veteran of the Essex Rebellion and reputedly a very good swordsman. The agenda was clear: to devise a plan to overthrow the Protestant government by blowing up the House of Lords during the state opening of Parliament. Easy. Wintour, a multilingual scholar and recent Catholic convert whose uncle had been executed for his faith, was initially hesitant, but was eventually swayed by Catesby's persuasive argument for direct action. Wintour's role extended overseas, as he travelled to Flanders seeking Spanish support once more, and also to recruit Guy Fawkes, a seasoned soldier known for his staunch Catholicism and military experience in the southern Netherlands. Fawkes, intrigued by Wintour's proposal, agreed to join the plot, which by now had evolved into a decisive and dangerous act aimed at the very heart of English governance. Another key figure in the conspiracy, Thomas Percy, was a relative and agent of the Earl of Northumberland, and, just like Catesby, was deeply invested into the Catholic cause. Percy's interactions with King James through his kinsman had initially been promising. He conveyed to his associates that James might be amenable to easing restrictions on Catholics, an optimism that helped fuel the conspirators' plans. However, the reality was far more complex, with James's policies ultimately not easing the plight of the Catholics as Percy had hoped. Thus, on the 20th of May 1604, a clandestine gathering would set the stage for the Gunpowder Plot, which took place at the Duck and Drake Inn off the Strand in London. This venue, known to be Thomas Wintour's residence when he was in the city, hosted the initial conspiracy meeting attended by Robert Catesby, Thomas Wintour, John Wright, Guy Fawkes, and Thomas Percy. The setting was intimate and secretive, suitable for the gravity of their discussion. In a private room, away from any prying eyes, the five men solemnly swore an oath of secrecy on a Catholic prayer book, binding themselves to the plot. And unbeknownst to them, Father John Gerard, a Jesuit priest and a friend of Catesby, was holding a mass in another part of the inn, providing an added layer of solemnity to their undertaking as they subsequently received the Eucharist, further cementing their resolve. The conspirators had initially anticipated that the Parliament would convene in February of 1605, giving them ample time to refine their plan. During this period, a fortuitous appointment placed Thomas Percy in close proximity to the king. On the 9th of June, 1604, Percy was appointed by his patron, the Earl of Northumberland, to the prestigious position of a gentleman pensioner, one of the king's bodyguards. This role necessitated a base of operations in London for Percy, leading to the acquisition of a small dwelling near the prince's chamber, under the ownership of Henry Ferrers and tenanted by John Wynyard. Percy, through Northumberland's agents, Dudley Carleton and John Hippesley, secured the use of this house. Guy Fawkes, under the alias John Johnson, very creative, took on the role of caretaker, ostensibly as Percy's servant, thereby maintaining a discreet presence at the location, and a pretty decent alibi, good reason for being there. Who else is going to sweep the floor? While the chosen building, crucially located, was temporarily occupied by Scottish commissioners deliberating over King James's proposal for the unification of England and Scotland. To manage their operations covertly, the conspirators rented a space in Lambeth, owned by Catesby. This location across the Thames was strategic, enabling them to transport gunpowder and other necessary materials by night under the cover of darkness to avoid detection. As they pressed forward with the plan, the political landscape around them grew increasingly hostile. King James continued to uphold stringent measures against Catholics, and Parliament, before adjourning on July the 7th, enacted further anti-Catholic legislation, intensifying the conspirators' resolve to act against the monarch and his parliament. After taking their oath, the plotters dispersed back to their homes, resuming their lives while maintaining the secrecy of their deadly plan. They regrouped in London in October of 1604, where Robert Keyes was introduced into the circle. Keyes, a man described as desperate and financially ruined, was entrusted with overseeing Catesby's house in Lambeth, which served as the storage site for the gunpowder and other supplies essential for the execution of the plot. His inclusion was partly due to his familial connections. His wife was employed by the Catholic Lord Mordaunt, and his physical stature and red beard marked him as a figure both imposing and capable of defending the plot's secrets, should it come to that. In December of 1604, another member, Thomas Bates, Catesby's servant, was inadvertently drawn into the conspiracy. Bates had stumbled upon the plot by mistake, forcing Catesby to include him to secure his silence and cooperation. The alternative was, well, not as appealing to Bates. As the year drew to a close, the plotters faced an unexpected delay. Originally anticipating Parliament session in February 1605, they learned on Christmas Eve that the opening would be postponed to October due to the plague. This significant delay granted them more time, but it also extended the risk of their exposure. During this extended period, a dubious claim emerged from the government's prosecution during the trials, that the conspirators had attempted to dig a tunnel from their rented house to the undercroft beneath the House of Lords. This story, primarily based on Thomas Wintour's confession and mentioned under duress by Fawkes during his interrogation, has been met with more than a few raised eyebrows. Historians and contemporaries question the logistical feasibility of such an endeavor, especially given the plotters' lack of mining experience. By December, the plotters ceased their supposed tunneling efforts when they discovered the noise they had heard was from the widow of the previous tenant clearing out the undercroft, the very space where they would later store the gunpowder. Well, as the year 1605 began, the conspiracy deepened with the addition of three more: Robert Wintour, John Grant, and Christopher Wright. Robert Wintour, inheriting both wealth and Huntingdon Court, a known sanctuary for Catholic priests, was a respected and generally well-liked figure within the Catholic community. His brother-in-law, John Grant, was an intelligent man who offered shelter to Catholics at his home and had a history of involvement in the Essex Rebellion. Christopher Wright, brother to John Wright and similarly engaged in the Essex Revolt, brought his own network and resources from Lincolnshire, known for its Catholic sympathies. And thus on March 25th, 1605, the conspirators made a critical advancement in their plans by securing the lease to the undercroft beneath the House of Lords, owned by John Wynyard. The Palace of Westminster at that time was a maze of buildings and passageways, bustling with merchants, lawyers, and residents, making it a hub of constant activity, and thereby less suspicious for the plotters to operate within. The Undercroft, an unremarkable and grimy space once part of the medieval kitchen, lay directly beneath the Lord's chamber, making it an ideal location. Thus, in the early summer, Robert Gatsby, the driving force behind the plot, sought moral guidance from Father Henry Garnet, the leading Jesuit in England, questioning the righteousness of an act that would inevitably both harm the guilty and the innocent. Garnet, while initially providing a theoretical justification for acts that could have been seen as militarily necessary, later shifted his stance. In July, after a meeting at Anne Vaux's residence in Enfield Chase, Garnet, influenced by a papal directive against rebellion received through another Jesuit, Oswald Tessemond, firmly cautioned Gatsby against proceeding with the violent plan. Despite these admonitions, and Garnet's subsequent communications with Rome expressing his concerns about potential violence, Gatsby remained resolute. Meanwhile, the logistical preparations for the attack were well underway. Guy Fawkes, who had military experience and was tasked with executing the physical aspects of the plot, managed the transportation and storage of 36 barrels of gunpowder. The gunpowder, which was tightly controlled by the government, was nonetheless sourced through illicit means, reflecting a significant lapse in the period's regulatory oversight. The intended date for the attack was pushed back multiple times due to concerns about the plague, ultimately setting the fateful day for the state opening of Parliament to November the 5th. During this delay, Fawkes briefly left the country, possibly to gather additional resources or coordinate with overseas supporters. King James spent much of this period away from London, engaging in leisurely pursuits like hunting and often staying at residences across the country, including those owned by Catholics, ironically underlining the obliviousness of the state to the brewing storm. As the new date approached, the conspirators continued their preparations amidst an increasingly tense atmosphere, punctuated by Garnet's continued travels and pastoral duties, seemingly convinced by the quiet that the immediate threat of an insurrection had diminished. However, the plot was far from being abandoned, moving steadily towards its climax as November slowly approached them. Guy Fawkes returned to London by late August 1605 to find the gunpowder stashed in the Undercroft had decayed. To address this, he and Thomas Wintour refreshed the supply and added firewood to conceal it, ensuring their explosive material was viable for the intended plot. As time went on through the year, Robert Gatsby continued to expand their circle to include individuals whose resources and loyalty would prove to be critical. Ambrose Rookwood was recruited around Michaelmas due to his valuable stable of horses in Suffolk, essential for the planned escape and mobilization after the attack. Rookwood, educated at a Jesuit school and inheriting significant wealth and property from his family, rented Clopton House near Stratford-upon-Avon, further preparing for the conspirators' logistical concerns. Everard Digby, another late recruit, was brought into the fold due to his sociable reputation and his estate at Gayhurst House in Buckinghamshire. Knighted in 1603, and a recent convert to Catholicism, Digby was closely tied to the Jesuit community, including Father Gerard. His recruitment was thus strategic. He was tasked with renting Cofton Court near Alchester, and promised to contribute financially after Percy's shortfall in covering property expenses in Westminster. The final recruit was Francis Tresham, introduced to the plot on October the 14th by Gatsby, his cousin and childhood companion. The Tresham family, like many involved, suffered under the heavy recusant fines, which had strained their considerable wealth. During a meeting at the home of Lord Staunton, Tresham expressed concerns about the moral implications of blowing up the Parliament, questioning whether it would endanger the souls of those who were in the building. But Gatsby reassured him, emphasizing the necessity of their action for the relief of English Catholics. "Don't worry, we're the good guys." Gatsby also sought financial support from Tresham, asking for quite a hefty sum, £2,000, and the use of Rushton Hall in Northamptonshire as part of the conspiracy's infrastructure. But Tresham declined these requests. He did, however, contribute £100 to support their efforts. Later, during his interrogation, by the way, Tresham did attempt to distance himself from the conspiracy by highlighting his relocation of his family from Rushton to London, suggesting his actions were not those of a conspirator anticipating success. And then we find ourselves in October of 1605, when the plot conspirators had made their final preparations in various taverns across London and Daventry. The plan was precise. Guy Fawkes was tasked with igniting the gunpowder stored beneath the House of Lords during the state opening of Parliament on the 5th of November, and following the explosion, he was to escape across the Thames and then flee to the continent to explain the circumstances to sympathetic European Catholic powers. Concurrently, a coordinated uprising in the Midlands was planned to secure the capture of Princess Elizabeth, whom the conspirators intended to install as a puppet Catholic queen. Amidst these preparations, the conspirators' family members and close associates, such as Anne Vaux, who was deeply involved in Catholic relief efforts, grew increasingly anxious about the impending violence. Concerns were also raised within the group about safety of fellow Catholics who would be attending Parliament on the day of the attack. Thomas Percy, a key plotter, worried about the potential harm to his patron, the Earl of Northumberland. So, discussions were held again about possibly warning certain high-profile individuals, including Lords Vaux, Montague, Monteagle, and Staunton, to avoid the Parliament session. The plot, however, began to unravel on the 26th of October, when Lord Monteagle, Francis Tresham's brother-in-law, received an anonymous letter while dining in Hoxton. The letter warned him to avoid the upcoming Parliament session due to a looming disaster. Monteagle, unsure of the letter's authenticity, but alarmed by its implications, rode immediately to Whitehall to inform Robert Cecil, the Earl of Salisbury. Salisbury, cautious in his approach, decided to consult with other officials who might have Catholic sympathies, such as the Earl of Worcester and Henry Howard, the Earl of Northampton. Yet he chose not to alert King James, who was away on a hunting trip. Didn't want to ruin his good time. Well, the letter did not only cause alarm in the government, but also among the conspirators. Thomas Ward, a servant of Monteagle with connections to the Wright brothers, also conspirators, informed Robert Catesby of the potential betrayal. Catesby, suspecting that Tresham might have been responsible for the leak, confronted him alongside Thomas Winter. Despite Tresham's insistence on his innocence and his plea to abandon their deadly mission, Catesby chose to press on. Cecil, already sensing unrest but lacking details, opted for patience, watching closely to see how the situation would develop, aware that the premature action could tip off the plotters or fail to capture them all in the act. The strategic decision set the stage for the dramatic events that would unfold in early November. Well, King James had finished up on his little hunting trip, and he returned to London on the 1st of November 1605, where he was presented with a mysterious letter received by Monteagle. Sensing a dire threat, the word "blow" stood out to him, conjuring fears of an explosive attack reminiscent of the violent death of his father, Lord Darnley, in 1567. Opting for a strategic response, Robert Cecil, the Earl of Salisbury, allowed James to deduce the potential danger, pretending unawareness himself, thus positioning the king to claim the unraveling of the plot as his own achievement. The king convened the Privy Council on the 2nd of November, where it was decided that a thorough search of Parliament would be conducted by the Lord Chamberlain, Thomas Howard, the Earl of Suffolk, covering all areas, including the less frequented undercrofts. Meanwhile, the conspirators remained unaware of the growing suspicions. On the 3rd of November, key plotters, including Percy, Catesby, and Winter, held a tense meeting, deciding to face whatever outcomes their actions might yield. Percy reassured the group after a visit to his patron, the Earl of Northumberland, suggesting the coast was clear. There was no suspicion. Well, on the day before the planned explosion, November 4th, several conspirators moved into position. Digby waited near the Dun Church to initiate the planned abduction of Princess Elizabeth. Percy, feeling reassured, dismissed any lingering doubts among his fellow plotters in London. That evening, Catesby left for the Midlands to prepare for the uprising that was soon to follow the explosion. The initial search of the Parliament buildings, conducted on the 4th of November by Suffolk, Monteagle, and Wynyard, seemed innocuous at first. But they discovered Guy Fawkes, who appeared as a servant guarding a large stockpile of firewood, which he claimed belonged to Thomas Percy. The mention of Percy's name, a known Catholic sympathizer, raised suspicions, but it did not immediately lead to Fawkes' arrest. Prompted by the king's insistence on a more thorough search, Thomas Knivet led a second and more detailed search later that evening. And again, they found Fawkes, this time prepared for escape with a lantern, which is now housed in the Ashmolean Museum, and equipped with items suggestive of his intentions: a pocket watch, slow matches, and touchwood. Beneath the firewood, the searchers uncovered 36 barrels of gunpowder, enough to completely obliterate the House of Lords. Now Fawkes, who gave his name as John Johnson, very creative, was arrested and taken into custody. Under the imminent threat of severe interrogation and the weight of evidence stacked against him, the plot had been foiled just hours before it was set to change English history irrevocably. Fawkes's arrest in the early hours of November 5th marked the unraveling of the Gunpowder Plot, leading to broader investigations and the eventual rounding up of his co-conspirators. Now, as the news of Guy Fawkes's arrest reached the remaining conspirators, they were thrown into disarray. Most fled northwest along Watling Street towards their stronghold in the Midlands. Christopher Wright and Thomas Percy departed London together, closely followed by Ambrose Rookwood, who impressively covered 30 miles in just 2 hours. It's amazing what you can do when you're running for your life, quickly overtaking Keyes, Wright, and Percy. Rookwood then reunited with Robert Catesby, John Wright, and Thomas Bates. The group, now back together, pressed on to Dunchurch to rally with others involved in the broader conspiracy, including Everard Digby, who had been organizing a so-called hunting party as a cover for gathering forces for the rebellion's next phase. Meanwhile, back in London, Thomas Winter made a desperate visit to Westminster to gauge the situation. Realizing the gravity of the plot's exposure, he hurriedly retreated to the relative safety of his sister's house in Norbrook, and from there continued to the sympathetic sanctuary of Huddington Court. The conspirators briefly convened at Ashby Street Ledgers around 6 p.m., where they informed Robert Winter of the plot's failure and their dire circumstance. Despite the overwhelming failure and imminent danger, Catesby remained defiant, misleading Digby's assembled forces by falsely claiming that King James and the Secretary Cecil were dead. Buoyed by this fabricated victory, the group moved west towards Warwick, still clinging to hope of inciting an armed rebellion. Back in London, the authorities swiftly reacted to the threat. They bolstered the city's defenses, securing gates, closing points, and protecting key figures and locations, including the Spanish ambassador's residence, which had attracted a suspicious and seemingly agitated crowd. The government issued an arrest warrant for Thomas Percy and placed his patron, the Earl of Northumberland, under house arrest to prevent any further escalation of the crisis. Well, Fawkes, during his initial interrogation, which was no doubt quite a rough one, steadfastly maintained his alias as John Johnson, and I still can't get over it because it just sounds like the most made-up name I have ever heard. Excuse me for breaking character, but it just seems a little silly, John Johnson. Well, during the interrogation, of course, he revealed little more than personal details that affirmed his Yorkshire origins. Of course, the interrogation went on for quite a long time. Little by little you break. A letter addressed to Guy Fawkes was found on him, but he insisted that it was one of his aliases, suggesting a deep cover or dual identity. Well, despite the intense questioning, Fawkes did not waver, admitting only his intent to annihilate both the king and the Parliament. His stoic and resolute demeanour during the interrogation earned him the king's grudging admiration for what James termed a Roman resolution, a reference to the stoicism and valour often idealized in Roman culture. Well, take the compliments from whoever gives them, I suppose. Well, on November 6th, while Guy Fawkes, or John Johnson, continued to withhold information, the fugitives intensified their desperate efforts by raiding Warwick Castle for supplies. The group then pushed on to Norbrook to gather weapons, their resolve hardening despite the imminent threat of capture. That same day, Thomas Bates left the main group to deliver a message to Father Henry Garnet at Cofton Court, imploring him and other priests to support their fading cause. However, Garnet's response was an appeal for them to cease their violent actions, after which he quickly fled the area. Several priests, worried about their colleagues, headed towards Warwick, but were soon apprehended and locked up in jail back in London. The primary conspirators, receiving a cold reception and little support from their own kin at Huntingdon, felt the heavy weight of isolation. They continued to Holbeck House on the Staffordshire border, owned by Stephen Littleton, another conspirator whose resources were dwindling. Here, the plotters encountered a critical error. While attempting to dry their damp gunpowder in front of a fire, of all places, sparks ignited the powder, severely burning several members of the group, including Robert Catesby, Ambrose Rookwood, and John Grant, and it got Grant so bad that he suffered from blindness from his injuries. I mean, why were they drying the gunpowder in front of the fire, of all places? One really must shake their head at this decision. Well, Thomas Winter, unaware of the disaster at Holbeck, had ventured to Pepper Hill to seek further support, only to find none. A messenger eventually informed him of the dire situation back at Holbeck, prompting his immediate return. Upon his arrival, he found the grim scene. Catesby and Grant were injured but alive, while others had fled or were incapacitated. The standoff at Holbeck House reached its climax on the morning of November 8th. Richard Walsh, the Sheriff of Worcestershire, together with a company of 200 men, laid siege to the house. In the ensuing chaos, Thomas Winter was wounded in the shoulder. The Wright brothers and Rookwood were shot, and ultimately Catesby and Thomas Percy were killed by a single fortunate bullet. As the king's men stormed the property, they stripped the dead or dying rebels of their clothing in a final act of indignity. Those who survived the initial volley, including Grant, Morgan, Rookwood, and Winter, were captured and arrested. The violent conclusion marked the definitive end of the Gunpowder Plot. This desperate attempt by a small group of English Catholics to initiate a rebellion against their Protestant monarchy, and the aftermath led to severe repercussions for those involved and further repressions of Catholics in England. Now Bates and Keyes, they were captured following the siege of Holbeck House, while Digby surrendered. Francis Tresham was arrested on November 12th and imprisoned in the Tower of London, along with other high-profile figures suspected of sympathy towards the plotters, including the Earl of Northumberland. In response to the plot, the government intensified its crackdown on Catholics. Searches at homes like Anne Vaux's place revealed hidden chambers and implicated priests like Father John Gerard, although Vaux denied knowledge of Gerard's true identity. The homes of the conspirators were thoroughly searched and looted, exacerbating the repression Catholics faced. The government used the foiling of the plot to cultivate a sense of national relief and loyalty, extracting larger subsidies for the king than had been granted during the Elizabeth I reign. Meanwhile, Sir Edward Coke led the interrogations of the conspirators, relying more on the threat of torture than its actual use, though Fawkes eventually broke under the strain. Thomas Bates' confession on the 4th of December was crucial, linking the Catholic clergy to the plot. His revelations implicated Father Tessamond and provided detailed accounts of the conspirators' movements and plans. Despite deteriorating health, Tresham also provided information, though he retracted some statements before his death on December 23rd. As the crackdown continued, Father Garnet and other Jesuits were declared wanted, but some, including Tessamond and Gerard, managed to escape abroad. The last of the fugitives, including Robert Winter and Stephen Littleton, were captured by January, hiding at the home of Humphrey Littleton, who was later executed after betraying Father Garnet's location in a desperate bid for his own life. During the trial of the Gunpowder Plot conspirators in January of 1606, key figures such as Catesby and Fawkes faced charges alongside several others. The trial took place in Westminster Hall, attended by the king and his family, who observed in secret. Leading figures including the Earls of Suffolk and Salisbury and Sir John Popham as Lord Chief Justice presided over the proceedings. The prosecution, led by Sir Edward Coke, framed the plot as a Jesuit conspiracy, emphasizing the involvement of Catholic priests and denouncing any foreign or Jesuit influence as central to the plot's conception. Coke detailed the gruesome executions that awaited the conspirators, aiming to underscore the severity of their treason, perhaps a warning to others, too, of what happens when you cross the monarchy. The defendants were allowed to speak, of course, revealing a mix of regret and defiance. Thomas Winter pleaded for mercy for his brother, while Digby acknowledged his guilt, but argued that broken promises of tolerance for Catholics had driven him to participate. Father Henry Garnet, implicated by his association with the plotters, underwent intense interrogation and was tried separately. Despite Garnet's attempts to clear his name, he was convicted of high treason, with Coke accusing him of orchestrating the plot. Garnet faced death, maintaining his innocence and clarifying the Catholic Church's stance on political violence. Well, after the plot was foiled, the gruesome executions of the conspirators meant to serve as a stern warning against treason. Robert Catesby and Thomas Percy, two of the central figures, managed to evade capture only to be killed during a standoff at Holbeck House. Posthumously, their bodies were exhumed, decapitated, and their heads were displayed on spikes outside the House of Lords. On the 30th of January, 4 of the conspirators, Everard Digby, Robert Winter, John Grant, and Thomas Bates, were executed in St. Paul's churchyard. They endured a horrific death, being dragged through the streets, hanged, and then subjected to disembowelment and dismemberment while still alive. Digby, the first to die, bravely faced his execution, rejecting the assistance of a Protestant clergyman and seeking forgiveness from the gathered crowd. The following day, Thomas Winter, Ambrose Rookwood, Robert Keyes, and Guy Fawkes were executed opposite the House of Lords, the very place they had planned to destroy. In a final act of defiance, Guy Fawkes jumped from the gallows himself, breaking his own neck and sparing himself from the brutal quartering that followed hanging. Other conspirators met similar fates in different locations. Stephen Littleton was executed at Stafford, and despite his cooperation with the authorities, his cousin Humphrey Littleton was also executed near Worcester. Henry Garnet, a Jesuit priest implicated in the plot, was executed on the 3rd of May, 1606. And like that, all of them were gone, and the monarchy remained. Gunpowder Plot failed. Elizabeth I, one of the most celebrated monarchs in English history. Her reign, often referred to as the Elizabethan era, was a period of significant cultural, economic, and political flourishing. With the establishment of English Protestantism and the defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588, just a few of her notable achievements. Her skillful management of Parliament and her moderate religious policies helped stabilize a kingdom previously torn apart by religious conflict. But she never married, which earned her the moniker the Virgin Queen, and her leadership provided the stability that enabled the arts to thrive, with figures like William Shakespeare defining the age. Hello and welcome to the channel. Is it your first time? Well, if it is, welcome. And if you're coming back, it's great to see you again. As always, if you want to go above and beyond to support the channel, links are in the description. Otherwise, the best way to support is by liking, subscribing, and just enjoying the video. Now, with that being said, let's all get nice and comfortable, take a deep breath, and relax, and we can begin our full biography of Queen Elizabeth I of England. Elizabeth Tudor entered this world on September the 7th, 1533. She was born at Greenwich Palace, bearing the names of her esteemed grandmothers, being Elizabeth of York and Lady Elizabeth Howard. She was the second child of Henry VIII of England to survive infancy within the bonds of marriage. Her mother, Anne Boleyn, Henry's second wife, second out of 6, by the way, gave birth to Elizabeth, who at her birth was the heir presumptive to the English throne. However, her half-sister Mary had lost her position as a legitimate heir due to Henry's annulment of his marriage to Mary's mother, Catherine of Aragon, and his subsequent marriage to Anne, all in pursuit of siring a male heir to ensure the Tudor succession. Elizabeth was baptized quickly on September 10th, 1533, 3 days after her death, with prominent figures such as Thomas Cranmer, the Archbishop of Canterbury, serving as her godparents. Tragedy struck, however, when she was just 2 years and 8 months old. Her mother, Anne Boleyn, had her head removed. Yes, on May 19th, 1536. And Elizabeth, well, she was declared illegitimate, losing her place in royal succession. Shortly after Anne's execution, Henry married one Jane Seymour, who did manage to bear him a son, being Edward, cementing his position as the undisputed heir apparent to the throne. Elizabeth was then placed in her half-brother's household and participated in his christening, holding the chrisom or baptismal cloth. Well, despite all of these uncertainties and challenges of her early years, Elizabeth demonstrated a keen intellect and a thirst for knowledge. Under the tutelage of her governesses and tutors, such as Catherine Champernowne, later known as Catherine Ashley, and William Grindal, she mastered multiple languages, among them including French, Dutch, Italian, and Spanish, all of the big ones for effective diplomacy, by the way, at the time, especially French and Spanish. By the age of 12, she could even translate religious works and classical texts from Latin and Greek into English, and other languages as well. Her education continued under Roger Ascham, who fostered a love of learning and intellectual curiosity in Elizabeth, ensuring she became one of the best educated women of her time, especially at such a young age. Quite impressive. Well, old Henry VIII, he wasn't around forever either, and he died in 1547. And following his death, Elizabeth's half-brother, Edward VI, assumed the throne at the very young age of 9 years old. Catherine Parr, Henry's widow, remarried Thomas Seymour, Baron Seymour of Sudley, who was Edward's uncle and the brother of the Lord Protector Edward Seymour, the Duke of Somerset. The newlywed couple welcomed Elizabeth warmly into their household at Chelsea, where she encountered a rather troubling episode that, as some scholars speculate, had a lasting impact on her emotional well-being. Now, I don't generally like to supply these kinds of warnings, but in the interest of all of my audience, those who do not want to hear any SA-related material, please skip forward a few minutes. Thank you. Thomas Seymour engaged in, let's just say, inappropriate behavior with Elizabeth. This included some rather touchy-feely playing, and tickling even, crossing more than a few lines, it seems. Apparently he would also enter her bedroom at night wearing his night clothes. Not cool, especially since she was only 14 at the time. Well, very uncomfortable with these unwanted advances, Elizabeth would rise early and surround herself with maids to avoid his unwelcome morning visits. But shockingly, rather than addressing her husband's behavior, Parr actually participated in these activities. On one occasion, she even held Elizabeth so she couldn't move while Seymour cut her gown into pieces. Well, it didn't last forever. The fun had to end when Parr, perhaps feeling a little bit jealous, put an end to the situation after she walked in one day on Seymour rather forcefully embracing Elizabeth. Well, despite Parr's intervention, Thomas Seymour continued his attempts to exert influence over the royal family. Following Parr's death in childbirth on September the 5th, 1548, Seymour renewed his advances towards Elizabeth, with the intention of actually marrying her. Elizabeth's governess, Cat Ashley, who favoured Seymour, encouraged Elizabeth to console him in his grief, whatever that means. However, Elizabeth, of course being intelligent, especially for her age, remained very skeptical of Seymour's motives, doubting his sincerity in mourning, perhaps trying to get one out of sympathy. Well, in January 1549, Seymour's ambitions led to his arrest and imprisonment in the Tower of London, which is not a place you would want to be imprisoned in. He was thrown in there, locked up on suspicion of plotting against his brother Somerset, orchestrating a marriage between Lady Jane Grey and Edward VI, and also the attitudes towards Elizabeth and seeking to wed her, which was seen as not cool. Well, despite intense interrogation, Elizabeth steadfastly maintained her innocence, frustrating her interrogator, Robert Thirlwit, who believed that she had a part in this and was as guilty as anybody else. Well, sticking to her guns certainly proved to be advantageous, because she managed to get away with everything, although she hadn't really done anything. But, politics. Seymour, however, well, his was executed on March 20th, 1549, bringing an end to his tumultuous pursuit of power and his seeking of marriage to Elizabeth. It turns out it's very hard to act inappropriately towards the Queen when you are missing your head. Well, following Edward's death on July 6th, 1553, at the age of 15, his will disregarded the Succession to the Crown Act of 1543, bypassing both Mary and Elizabeth as heirs, and instead naming Lady Jane Grey, Henry VIII's great-niece, as his successor. Well, you can see how this is a bit of a problem. Lady Jane Grey was proclaimed Queen by the Privy Council, but her reign was short-lived, lasting only 9 days, as support for her quickly dissipated. On August the 3rd, 1553, Mary triumphantly entered London, accompanied by Elizabeth. Initially, the relationship between the sisters appeared from the outside to be very harmonious, but as with all struggles for power, and unfortunately family affairs, things soured quite quickly. Well, you see, Mary, she was a staunch Catholic, and Catholics are traditionally not very keen on Protestantism. Thus, Mary aimed to suppress Protestantism, which Elizabeth had been raised in. You can see the problem here. Mary enforced attendance at Catholic Mass, forcing Elizabeth to conform, outwardly at least. Thus Mary's popularity dwindled in 1554, when she announced her intention to marry Philip of Spain, who was also a devout Catholic. Thus discontent spread across the nation, with many turning to Elizabeth as a symbol of opposition to Mary's religious policies. In January and February of 1554, Wyatt's rebellion erupted, but was swiftly quashed. Elizabeth was summoned to court and questioned about her involvement. Despite her protests of innocence, she was imprisoned in the Tower of London on March 18, 1554. And while there is little evidence that she had conspired with the rebels, some had attempted to have communication with her. Some had even approached her. Mary's advisor, Simon Renard, argued that Elizabeth posed a threat to her throne, which was technically true. Elizabeth's supporters, including William Paget, Baron Paget, persuaded Mary to spare her sister's life due to a lack of concrete evidence against her. And, spoiler alert, the life was spared. On May 22, 1554, Elizabeth was transferred from the Tower to Woodstock, where she remained under house arrest for nearly a year, under the supervision of Henry Bedingfield. Her journey elicited cheers from the crowds. In the April of 1555, Elizabeth returned to court as Mary's apparent pregnancy had advanced. If Mary and her child died, which was a very likely scenario in those days, women dying during childbirth was extremely common, Elizabeth would ascend the throne. However, when it became evident that Mary was not pregnant, Elizabeth's prospects of becoming queen increased. Acknowledging these shifting politics, King Philip, who became King of Spain in 1556, sought to cultivate Elizabeth as an ally. She was, after all, a preferable option to Mary, who was betrothed to the Dauphin of France. While Elizabeth received visitors at Hatfield House, where she had been living since October 1555. By October 1558, she was already preparing for her reign. Mary formally recognized Elizabeth as her heir on November the 6th, 1558, and when Mary died on November the 17th, Elizabeth ascended to the throne. She had become queen at the age of 25, and she immediately communicated her intentions to her council and peers who had gathered at Hatfield to pledge their allegiance. In her speech, Elizabeth expressed great sorrow for her sister's passing, acknowledging the weight of the responsibility that was now suddenly placed upon her. She invoked the concept of the sovereign two bodies, distinguishing between the natural and the political. And here is a quote from her. "My lords, the law of nature moves me to sorrow for my sister. The burden that is fallen upon me makes me amazed, and yet, considering I am God's creature, ordained to obey his appointment, I will thereto yield, desiring from the bottom of my heart that I may have assistance of his grace to be the minister of his heavenly will in this office now committed to me. And as I am but one body naturally considered, though by his permission a body politic to govern, so shall I desire you all to be assistant to me, that I with my ruling and you with your service may make a good account to Almighty God, and leave some comfort for our posterity on earth. I mean to direct all my actions by good advice and counsel." Well, as Elizabeth's procession moved through the city on the eve of her coronation, She received an overwhelmingly enthusiastic welcome from the citizens. Orations and pageants, many with a very obvious Protestant theme, greeted her along the way. Her gracious responses endeared her to the spectators. Well, on January 15th, 1559, a date chosen by her astrologer, John Dee, Elizabeth was crowned and anointed by Owen Oglethorpe, the Catholic Bishop of Carlisle, in Westminster Abbey. Amidst all of the organs and fifes, bells and trumpets and drums, she was presented for the people's acceptance, and accept her she did. Well, while Elizabeth was welcomed as a queen in England, the country remained apprehensive about perceived Catholic threats, not just at home, but abroad, as well as uncertainties surrounding her choice of a spouse. Her religious convictions have been a subject of scholarly debate, by the way. While she did identify as a Protestant, she maintained a lot of Catholic symbolism, such as the crucifix, and minimalized the importance of sermons, which was contrary to the fundamental belief of Protestantism, so, yeah. While recognizing the potential threat of a Catholic crusade against England due to her heretical status, Elizabeth and her advisors pursued a Protestant solution that aimed to appease Catholics to some extent, while addressing the demands of the English Protestants. However, she remained staunchly opposed to the Puritans, whose reforms were just too extensive. In 1559, the Parliament began to enact legislation for a church that was modelled on the Protestant settlements of Edward VI, with the monarchy serving as its head, but retaining many Catholic elements, including certain vestments. Kind of like going to a bit of a buffet. Just take the things you like and bring it back to the table and have a nice little meal. But this time it was for religion. Well, while the House of Commons strongly supported these proposals, the Bill of Supremacy encountered resistance in the House of Lords, particularly from, guess who, the bishops. Elizabeth benefited from the fact that many bishoprics were vacant at the time, including the Archbishopric of Canterbury. This allowed her supporters among the peers to outnumber and simply outvote the bishops and conservative peers. Despite this, Elizabeth had to concede the title of Supreme Governor of the Church of England, rather than the more contentious title of Supreme Head, which many deemed inappropriate for a woman to hold. The new Act of Supremacy was enacted on May the 8th, 1559. It mandated that all public officials swear an oath of loyalty to the monarch as the Supreme Governor, or you get fired. That's right, full disqualification from office. Additionally, the heresy laws were repealed to prevent the persecution of dissenters experienced during Mary's reign. Simultaneously, the Parliament passed a new Act of Uniformity, which mandated attendance at church services and the use of the 1559 Book of Common Prayer, although the penalties for non-compliance, known as resuscency by the way, were really not very severe, and not really enforced anyway. Since the outset of Elizabeth's reign, the expectation of her marriage loomed large, sparking speculation about potential suitors. and there were plenty of them too. Apparently she was quite the dish. Well, despite receiving numerous proposals, she never married and remained childless. You go, girl, leaving historians to speculate about the reasons behind her decision. Well, unfortunately, some do suggest that her experiences with Thomas Seymour may have soured her on the entire idea of romantic relationships. Perhaps so, but that's a bit of speculation. Throughout her life, Elizabeth entertained various suitors, considering marriage until she reached the age of 50. Her final courtship was with Francis, the Duke of Anjou, who was, by the way, significantly younger than her. While marriage presented the opportunity for an heir, it also posed risks, potentially jeopardizing her power or inciting political instability. Well, in the spring of 1559, it became very apparent that Elizabeth had harbored romantic feelings for her childhood friend, Robert Dudley. Rumors circulated that she would marry him if his wife Amy were to die. Okay. Well, guess what happened? Amy's death in September 1560 sparked suspicions of foul play. How did she die? Well, apparently she fell down the stairs. Right. Well, many, of course, pointed the finger at Dudley to orchestrate this entire thing so that he could marry Elizabeth. And it all seems a little bit too convenient, doesn't it? You don't have to be Hercule Poirot to figure this one out. Well, despite Elizabeth's contemplation of marrying Dudley, opposition from her advisors and conservative peers, as well as the rumors of a potential uprising, dissuaded her. Well, Dudley, he had to find another wife, didn't he? He was down a wife right now and needed to fill that void. So his marriage to Lettice Knollys, yes, a real name, in 1578, had apparently stirred Elizabeth's displeasure. But even so, he had apparently remained central to her emotional life. He died shortly after the defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588, leaving behind a note addressed to Elizabeth, discovered among her personal effects after her death. That's right, she kept it all that time. Certainly shows that old Dudley meant quite a lot to her. Well, marriage negotiations played a pivotal role in Elizabeth's foreign policy strategy. In 1559, she declined the proposal from Philip II of Spain, her half-sister's widower, but she did remain open to other potential matches, including King Eric XV of Sweden. Earlier discussions had also broached the idea of a Danish alliance, with proposals from Henry VIII for a match with the Danish Prince Adolf, Duke of Holstein-Gottorp, and later from Edward Seymour, the Duke of Somerset, for a union with Prince Frederick, later Frederick II of Denmark, although these talks had stalled by 1551. As Sweden courted Elizabeth, King Frederick II of Denmark proposed to her in the late 1559 to counterbalance Sweden's advances. Elizabeth also entertained the prospect of marriage to Charles II Archduke of Austria, a cousin of Philip II of Spain. But unfortunately in 1569, relations with the Habsburgs had soured somewhat. So, one more thrown on the no pile. In the subsequent years, Elizabeth explored marriages with French Valois princes, initially with Henry, the Duke of Anjou, and later with his brother, Francis, also the Duke of Anjou, who had been the Duke of Alençon. The proposal with Francis was linked to plans for an alliance against Spanish control in the southern Netherlands. Elizabeth appeared to take the courtship seriously, for a time, even wearing frog-shaped earrings gifted by Francis, and apparently she had referred to Francis quite a lot as her little frog, which is, I think, quite funny. Well, however, Elizabeth's attitude towards marriage evolved over time. In 1563, she confided to an imperial envoy her inclination to simply remain single, forever, preferring a modest life, a quiet one, over all the nonsense and responsibilities of queenhood. Despite pressure from Parliament to marry or designate an heir, particularly following her illness with smallpox in 1563, Elizabeth had dug her heels in. She was not letting anybody tell her what to do. Tradition be damned. She prorogued Parliament in April of 1563, resuming only when she needed its support for taxation in 1566. I bet all the members of Parliament got paid anyway. Ugh. Well, by 1570, it was widely accepted among her senior government figures that Elizabeth would simply never marry, or even name a successor. William Cecil, her trusted advisor, began considering alternative solutions to the succession issue. Her decision not to marry was often criticized, but she saw it as a means of safeguarding her political security, recognizing that naming an heir could make her vulnerable to plots and coups, as had been the case for her predecessor, and, well, if anyone's been watching the other videos, pretty much everyone else. Elizabeth's unmarried status gave a kind of rise to a cult of virginity, drawing parallels to the Virgin Mary. In art and literature, she was often depicted as a virgin or a divine figure, rather than a mortal woman. Initially, Elizabeth herself emphasized her virginity, declaring to the Commons, and I quote in 1559, "And, in the end, this shall be for me sufficient, that a marble stone shall declare that a queen, having reigned such a time, lived and died a virgin." Later, poets and writers elaborated on this theme, elevating Elizabeth to an iconic status. While public displays of devotion to the Virgin Mary in 1578 were interpreted as veiled opposition to Elizabeth's marriage negotiations with the Duke of Alençon, Elizabeth herself maintained that she was wedded to her kingdom and subjects, under divine protection, declaring in 1599, "All my husbands, my good people." That's sweet, yeah. However, not everyone accepted Elizabeth's claim of virginity. A few eyebrows were raised. Catholic eyebrows. Well, the Catholics accused her of engaging in sinful behavior that tainted the nation symbolically. Actually, Henry IV of France not of England, of France, famously questioned whether Elizabeth was truly a virgin at all. Very salacious. A contentious issue surrounding Elizabeth's virginity was whether she consummated her relationship with Robert Dudley. In 1559, she had Dudley's bedchambers moved next to her own, and in 1561 she fell mysteriously ill, causing her body to swell. Probably a coincidence. In 1587, a young man named Arthur Dudley was apprehended of suspicion of espionage in Spain, claiming to be the illegitimate son of Elizabeth and Robert Dudley. Arthur's age aligned with the 1561 illness. While he provided a detailed account of his life, including his upbringing in the royal palace, his story, well, it wasn't quite good enough to convince the Spanish authorities, and modern scholars mostly dismissed the notion of Elizabeth concealing a pregnancy, citing the intense scrutiny of her life by contemporaries. She just wouldn't have gotten away with it. Now, on to Mary, Queen of Scots. We're going to backpedal a little bit now. Talk about her rivalry with Mary for a little bit, if you would permit me to do so. So, we're going back to around 1560 on the timeline, okay? Elizabeth initially opposed the French presence in Scotland, fearing that they aimed to invade England and install her Catholic cousin Mary, Queen of Scots, on the throne. Mary, being the granddaughter of Henry VIII's elder sister Margaret, was considered by many to be the rightful heir to the English crown. Elizabeth, persuaded by the threat posed by Mary and the French, supported Protestant rebels in Scotland, culminating in the Treaty of Edinburgh in July of 1560, which effectively removed the French threat from the north. Upon Mary's return to Scotland in 1561, the country had embraced Protestantism, and a council of Protestant nobles, supported by Elizabeth, now governed it. Despite Elizabeth's efforts to maintain control, Mary refused to ratify the treaty. This, of course, put the two at odds, certainly a strained relationship. Well, in 1563, Elizabeth proposed her own suitor, Robert Dudley, as a husband for Mary, but both Mary and Dudley showed very little interest. Instead, in 1565, Mary married Henry Stuart, Lord Darnley, who also had a claim to the English throne, but not a very strong one. However, Darnley, well, everybody hated him, and because of his severe unpopularity, he was murdered in 1567, likely orchestrated by James Hepburn, the Earl of Bothwell, whom Mary subsequently married not long after. I'm sure that Darnley was turning in his grave over that one. Well, Elizabeth, who was suspicious of Mary's involvement in Darnley's death, confronted her about the hasty marriage, and you can see how this all went. One can only imagine the conversation between the two. These events, well, they ultimately led to Mary's downfall. It was all pretty obvious what had happened. Well, she was forced to abdicate in favor of her son, James VI, and then she was thrown into the Lochleven Castle prison. Not a nice place to be. Although she did manage to escape in 1568, her defeat at the Battle of Langside led her to seek refuge in England, where she had hoped, somewhat misguidedly, for Elizabeth's support. However, rather than risk political instability, Elizabeth chose to detain Mary in England for the next 19 years, unwilling to commit to either returning her to Scotland or sending her to France. Mary thus became the focal point of rebellion in England, particularly among Catholics. In 1569, a significant Catholic uprising occurred in the north, with the primary goal of freeing Mary, marrying her to Thomas Howard, the Duke of Norfolk, and installing her as the English Queen. The rebellion was swiftly crushed, leading to over 750 executions on Elizabeth's direct orders. Pope Pius V responded to the revolt's perceived success by issuing the papal bull Regnans in Excelsis in 1570, excommunicating Elizabeth and declaring her a heretic, thereby releasing her subjects from allegiance to her. The papal bull, of course, intensified anti-Catholic sentiment in England and prompted legislative measures against Catholics by Parliament. These measures, although severe, were somewhat mitigated by Elizabeth's direct intervention. For example, in 1581, converting English subjects to Catholicism with the intent to withdraw them from allegiance to Elizabeth was made a treasonable offence, and of course the punishment for treason was getting your head removed. From the 1570s, missionary priests from continental seminaries clandestinely entered England with the aim of reconverting the country to Catholicism, a dangerous mission indeed. Well, not many of these priests managed to do the job for very long. They were found and executed. But this had the effect of somewhat fostering this cult of martyrdom among the English Catholics. Remember the whole thing of the New Testament, Jesus saying they persecuted me first. Well, now they're persecuting you. Well, they must be persecuting us because we're on Jesus' side. Well, becomes a little bit difficult when everybody wants God on their team. Well, Regnans in Excelsis, that papal bull, provided English Catholics with a compelling reason to view Mary as the rightful sovereign of England. Although Mary might not have been directly involved in every Catholic plot to place her on the English throne, evidence such as the Ridolfi plot in 1571 and the Babington plot of 1586 do quite a lot to suggest her utmost complicity. Elizabeth's spy master, yes, they had them back then, Francis Walsingham, and the Royal Council diligently gathered evidence. Initially, Elizabeth resisted calls for Mary's execution, thinking it was a little bit in poor taste. However, by the late 1586, she had run out of patience. She approved Mary's trial and execution based on letters intercepted during the aforementioned Babington plot. Mary was, therefore, beheaded at Fotheringhay Castle on the 8th of February 1587. Elizabeth later claimed that she had not intended for the execution warrant to be dispatched, and blamed her secretary, William Davison, for its implementation without her knowledge. However, doubts remain about the sincerity of Elizabeth's remorse, and her true intentions regarding the execution. Now, away from Mary, Queen of Scots, let's talk about a little bit of policy. Foreign policy first, which was primarily defensive in nature, except for a few instances where aggressive actions had to be taken, such as the English occupation of Le Havre from October 1562 to June of 1563. Elizabeth had this goal with Le Havre, to eventually exchange it for Calais, the port city on the mainland, which had been lost to France in 1558. However, the occupation ended in failure when her Huguenot allies joined with the Catholics to retake the port, which no one really saw that one coming, Huguenots being Protestants who were constantly at odds with the Catholics in France. Watch my video about the French Wars of Religion. Now that's one to have with dinner. Well, throughout her reign, Elizabeth relied heavily on her fleets to pursue an aggressive policy, particularly in conflicts against Spain. The Anglo-Spanish War, which saw around 80% of its battles fought at sea, was a significant example of this strategy. Elizabeth actually knighted Francis Drake after his circumnavigation of the globe from 1577 to 1580. Drake became famous for his raids on Spanish ports and fleets, contributing significantly to England's naval power. And just a few days ago, I did a video about him. You might want to go watch it. Quite interesting. Well, despite all these maritime successes, Elizabeth largely avoided military expeditions on the continent, at least until 1585. In that year, she sent an English army to aid the Protestant Dutch rebels against Philip II of Spain. This decision came after the deaths of key allies and the surrender of Dutch towns to Spanish forces. The Treaty of Nonsuch in August 1585 marked the beginning of the Anglo-Spanish War, which lasted until the Treaty of London, almost 20 years later, in 1604. The expedition to aid the Dutch was led by the Earl of Leicester, Elizabeth's former suitor. However, Elizabeth was not fully supportive of this course of action. She initiated secret peace talks with Spain shortly after Leicester's arrival in Holland, which contradicted Leicester's plans for active military engagement. Elizabeth didn't want that. She wanted to avoid decisive action with the enemy, while Leicester, well, he was more on an aggressive approach, intending to fight actively. Their conflicting strategies led to tensions between them, exacerbated by Leicester's acceptance of the post of Governor-General from the Dutch States General without Elizabeth's consent. Elizabeth's reluctance to fully commit to the Dutch cause, combined with Leicester's political and military shortcomings, and the chaotic situation in Dutch politics, ultimately led to the complete failure of this campaign. Elizabeth repeatedly refused to send the promised funds for her soldiers, undermining the military effort, and Leicester, well, he eventually resigned from his command in December of 1587, ending a chapter in Elizabeth's foreign policy characterized by hesitancy and internal discord. The expeditions of Francis Drake against Spanish ports and ships in the Caribbean in 1585 and 86, along with his successful raid on Cadiz in 1587, played its own role in weakening the Spanish naval power and disrupting Philip II's plans for enterprise in England. These actions demonstrated England's ability to strike at the very heart of Spanish maritime interests, and ultimately thwarted Philip's attempts to launch a full-scale invasion of England. The Spanish Armada, a formidable fleet of ships assembled by Philip II, set sail for the English Channel on the 12th of July 1588, with the intention of ferrying a Spanish invasion force under the Duke of Parma from the Netherlands to the coast of southeast England. However, they encountered a series of setbacks, including miscalculations, misfortune, and of course the devastating attack by a group of English fire ships. Well, that was admittedly the main issue. This attack occurred off Gravelands on the 28th to the 29th of July. Certainly a night to remember. Well, this led to the dispersion of the Spanish fleet, and its eventual straggled return to Spain, where significant losses occurred along the way, particularly off the coast of Ireland. You see, they couldn't just sail back the same way. No, too many English fire ships. They had to go all the way up and all the way around. And let's just say the North Sea Passage is not very kind that type of year. Well, in response to this perceived threat of invasion, English militias were also mustered under the command of the Earl of Leicester. Yes, the boats were sank, but we just wanted to make sure. No harm in boots on the ground, right? Elizabeth, displaying her characteristic courage and resolve, addressed her troops at Tilbury on the 8th of August, declaring her determination to defend her realm against any and all foreign aggression. Her famous speech to the troops at Tilbury emphasized her faith in her loyal subjects and her commitment to protecting England from invasion. Thus, the defeat of the Spanish Armada was celebrated as a triumph for Protestant England and a testament to Elizabeth's leadership. That ground invasion? Well, it never really came. Either way, the boats were sank, and it bolstered national morale, reinforcing the perception of Elizabeth as a strong and capable monarch. Who needs a husband anyway? Well, not her, apparently. However, the victory did not end the conflict with Spain, and the war continued. In fact, despite all of the losses, the continuing war often favored the Spanish, who still maintained control over the southern provinces of the Netherlands. In 1589, Elizabeth launched the English Armada, or the Counter-Armada, whichever we want to call it. I think English Armada sounds cooler. Well, this was led by Francis Drake, very experienced, and John Norreys, in an attempt to retaliate against Spain. Well, despite having Francis Drake on their side, the expedition ended in disaster, with heavy casualties suffered by the English fleet, and really no significant gains made at all. The defeat marked a setback for England, and allowed Spain to regain its naval superiority in the following years. Despite the failure of the English Armada, Elizabeth's resolve to defend her realm remained undiminished. Her involvement in France after the Protestant Henry IV inherited the French throne in 1589 marked another shift in foreign policy. Concerned about the potential threat posed by a Spanish takeover of the Channel ports and eager to support a Protestant ally, Elizabeth dispatched military support to Henry IV, her first venture into France since the failed English occupation of Le Havre in 1563. However, the English campaigns in France proved to be disorganized and ultimately ineffective. Peregrine Berthier's campaign in northern France in 1589 ended in disarray, and half of his troops were simply evaporated under the French forces. Better luck next time, kid. John Norrie's expedition to Brittany, yes, the same one who was in the Armada in 1591, was even more disastrous, and it resulted in the near destruction of his army by a force from the Catholic League. Elizabeth's reluctance to invest in supplies and reinforcements for her commanders hindered their efforts, leading to even more setbacks. In July of 1589, Elizabeth sent Robert Devereux, the Earl of Essex, to aid Henry IV in besieging Rouen. However, Essex's campaign yielded little success, and Henry ultimately abandoned the siege in April of 1592. Elizabeth then struggled to maintain control over her commanders once they were abroad, often expressing frustration at the lack of communication and progress. In addition to her challenges in France, Elizabeth faced significant opposition in nearby Ireland, where a predominantly Catholic population resisted English authority. Old habits die hard, it seems. The 9 Years' War, which erupted in 1594 and lasted until 1603, posed a severe test for Elizabeth's rule. Rebel leader Hugh O'Neill, backed by Spain, led a revolt against English control. Despite efforts to quell the rebellion, including sending Robert Devereux to Ireland in 1599, Elizabeth encountered difficulties in achieving meaningful victories. Throughout her reign, she also maintained diplomatic relations with the Tsardom of Russia, initially established by her half-brother Edward VI. Despite occasional tensions, particularly over trade and military alliances, Elizabeth's correspondence with Tsar Ivan the Terrible remained generally amicable. However, Ivan's successor, Fyodor I, adopted a more open approach to foreign relations, dismissing English trading privileges and rejecting Elizabeth's proposals for an alliance. Now who's terrible? Well, during Elizabeth's reign, England also expanded its trade and diplomatic relations with the Barbary states, particularly Morocco. Despite a papal ban and opposition from Spain, England established a trading relationship with Morocco, exchanging armor, ammunition, timber, and metal for Moroccan sugar. It was a sweet deal, I suppose. Well, in 1600, Abd-ul-Wahed ben Masoud, an ambassador from the Moroccan ruler Mulay Ahmad al-Mansur, visited England to negotiate an alliance against Spain. After all, they were quite close as well. And, well, living memory of the Reconquista. I suppose that one is hard to get out of the nightmares. Well, this did indicate a potential for cooperation between the two powers, but I don't think the Pope would have liked that very much. Well, don't forget about the Ottoman Empire, the Pope's best friends. Diplomatic ties were also forged with them too, with the establishment of the Levant Company and the dispatch of the first English ambassador, William Harborne, to the Ottoman capital in 1578. What a job! Well, the Treaty of Commerce was signed in 1580, and there were numerous exchanges of envoys and correspondence between Elizabeth and Sultan Murad III. Murad even entertained the idea of an alliance between Protestant England and the Ottoman Empire, considering their shared rejection of idol worship. Elizabeth's government exported tin, lead, and even ammunition to the Ottomans, and there were discussions of joint military operations against Spain during the outbreak of war in 1585. While in the realm of exploration under Elizabeth's reign, Humphrey Gilbert sailed to Newfoundland in 1583 with the aim of establishing a colony, while his half-brother, I'm sure you know of him, Walter Raleigh, explored the Atlantic coast and claimed territory in present-day Virginia, possibly named in honor of Elizabeth. You know, Virginia, Virgin, the Virgin Queen. That's pretty much it. Well, Raleigh also attempted to establish colonies in Virginia, landing on Roanoke Island in 1585 and 1590, though the fate of these ventures still remains a little uncertain. And of course, the big one that eventually grew a little too big for its boots, and eventually when I make a video about it will probably be 4 hours long, the East India Company, founded in 1600 with a charter from Queen Elizabeth granting it a complete monopoly on English trade in the Indian Ocean and China. Commanded by James Lancaster, the company embarked on its first expedition in 1601, becoming a dominant force in global trade and acquiring substantial territory in India during the 18th and 19th centuries. While the period following the defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588 was marked by significant challenges for Elizabeth, which persisted until the end of her reign, which we are quickly approaching. Ongoing conflicts with Spain and in Ireland, coupled with heavy taxation and economic hardships resulting from poor harvests and the costs of war, strained the nation. Raising prices and declining living standards added to the populace's woes. Sounds familiar? Well, in response to internal dissent and the threat of Catholic opposition, Elizabeth intensified repression against Catholics, authorizing commissions to interrogate and monitor Catholic households. To maintain a facade of peace and prosperity, she increasingly relied on internal spies and propaganda, once again sounding all a little familiar. While Elizabeth's later years saw a shift in the character of her government, particularly her Privy Council in the 1590s. Many of her key advisors had already passed away, leaving a new generation in power. Factional strife within the government, which had not been prominent before the 1590s, became a defining feature of daily politics, and a bitter rivalry emerged between Robert Devereux, the Earl of Essex, and Robert Cecil, son of Lord Berkeley, each backed by their own numerous supporters, further complicating governance and diminishing the Queen's personal authority. As her reign progressed, Elizabeth resorted to granting monopolies as a form of patronage to courtiers instead of seeking additional subsidies from Parliament, exacerbating public resentment. This practice led to price fixing and widespread discontent. The culmination of this discontent was evident in the agitation within the House of Commons during the Parliament of 1601. In response, Elizabeth delivered her famous Golden Speech in November of 1601 at Whitehall Palace, where she professed ignorance of the abuses and sought to appease the members with promises and appeals to their emotions. Here's a quick little excerpt of her speech. Who keeps their sovereign from the lapse of error, in which by ignorance and not by intent they might have fallen? What thank they deserve, we know, though you may guess. And as nothing is more dear to us than the loving conservation of our subjects' hearts, with an undeserved doubt might we have incurred if the abusers of our liberality, the thrallers of our people, the wringers of the poor, had not been told us. Yes, language is a little old, I know. Well, despite the economic and political uncertainties of Elizabeth's later years, England experienced an unparalleled literary renaissance. So, everyone was poor, but hey, at least the books were good. The emergence of a new literary movement began towards the end of the second decade of Elizabeth's reign, marked by works such as John Lilly's Euphues and Edmund Spenser's The Shepherd's Calendar in 1578. Do look them up. And of course, by the 1590s, some of the greatest names in English literature, including William Shakespeare and Christopher Marlowe, reached their peak, leading to the zenith of the English theatre continuing into the Jacobean era. The Elizabethan era's greatness owes much to the contribution of its builders, dramatists, poets, and musicians, rather than the direct patronage of the Queen herself, who was actually not a significant supporter of the arts, but at least she wasn't a repressor of them. Well, by this point, she was getting on a bit. As Elizabeth aged, her public image underwent a transformation. She was depicted as various mythological figures, including Belphoebe, Astrea, and Gloriana, the eternally youthful fairy queen from Edmund Spenser's poem. Despite the idealized portraits, Elizabeth's physical appearance was marred by smallpox scars, leading to dependency on wigs and cosmetics. Her oral health also deteriorated significantly due to severe tooth decay, and many of the teeth had actually fallen out at this point, making it difficult for foreign ambassadors to understand what the hell she was saying. Yes, kind of hard to pronounce those L's and F's without any front teeth, I'm afraid. However, despite these physical challenges, Elizabeth's courtiers continued to praise her beauty, and she herself embraced the role, possibly even believing her own performance in the final years. Her fondness for the charming yet impetuous Earl of Essex, despite his repeated indiscretions, illustrates her personal vulnerabilities. Despite his desertion and attempted rebellion in 1601, Elizabeth was deeply affected by Essex's fate, recognizing her own misjudgments as contributing factors. Lord Burghley's death in 1598 marked a significant transition in the Elizabethan government, with his son Robert Cecil assuming the role of senior advisor and de facto leader of the government. One of Robert Cecil's key tasks was to ensure a smooth succession upon Elizabeth's death, as she had still never officially named a successor. In secret negotiations, Cecil engaged with James VI of Scotland, who had a strong claim to the English throne. Through coded correspondence, Cecil coached James on how to approach Elizabeth, advising him to humor her and avoid too many unnecessary questions. And Elizabeth responded favorably to James's tone, indicating her implicit approval of him as her successor. Well, until the autumn of 1602, her health had remained relatively stable, apart from the teeth, when a series of deaths among her close friends plunged her into severe depression. In March of 1603, Elizabeth fell seriously ill, exhibiting signs of a deep depression and melancholy. Despite her reluctance, Robert Cecil insisted that she retire to bed and rest, to which she defiantly replied that must is not a word to use to princes, little man. Well, it wasn't long after that little man comment, it was very unnecessary, that she passed away on the 24th of March 1603 at Richmond Palace. Cecil and the council promptly proclaimed James as the new King of England. And well, although her death is conveniently recorded as occurring in 1603, in England at the time followed the Julian calendar, where the new year actually began on the 25th of March. Hence, by the modern calendar, Elizabeth actually died on the last day of 1602. But now we're just getting technical. Well, eventually a funeral procession came, and it was held on the 28th of April, and it was a somber affair, led down with these horses draped in these black draperies, with a large procession through the streets, thousands of people gathering to witness her interment at Westminster Abbey alongside her half-sister Mary. In the words of the chronicler John Stowe, Westminster was surcharged with multitudes of all sorts of people in their streets, houses, windows, leads and gutters, that came out to see the obsequies, and when they beheld her statue lying upon the coffin, there was such a general sighing, groaning, and weeping, as the like hath not been seen or known in the memory of man. The Black Death, also known as the bubonic plague, it was one of the most devastating pandemics in human history, peaking in Europe between 1347 and 1351. It's believed to have originated in Asia, traveling along the Silk Road, and finally reaching Europe via the fleas living on the backs of rats that so frequently traveled on merchant ships. The plague mercilessly swept through towns and cities, decimating populations and causing widespread panic and chaos. Estimates suggest the Black Death killed perhaps between 30 and 60% of Europe's total population, leaving a drastically different world in its wake. Hello and welcome to the channel. Well, if you are new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, you must know what you're in for. As always, if you'd want to support the channel, link to the Patreon is in the description if you like what I do. Otherwise, let us continue on to 10,000 subscribers. Help me out with that with a like and subscribe. Well, with all of that out of the way, let's get on to the real unpleasantries. I'm sure you already know from the introduction perhaps what you're in for. We're going to go on a little bit of a deep dive into the origins of the Black Death, or the bubonic plague, or the Black Plague, or whatever you wish to refer to it as. And then we're going to talk extensively about the consequences. What kind of world was left behind after so much suffering? In fact, it's the world that we live in now. So, I suppose we better understand it. First we begin. The term, the Black Death, was not initially used to specifically refer to the 1347 plague in any European language, although it had been used previously to describe fatal diseases. This term, Black Death, started to be associated with this plague in English only in the 1750s. It first appeared to translate the Danish term Den sort død, the Black Death. This label was popularized by Swedish and Danish chroniclers in the 15th and into the early 16th centuries, and was later translated into other languages, including Icelandic and German. Of course, French you'll often see in the artworks Le Mort Noir. Well, before this, many European languages had named the illness with phrases derived from Latin, such as Magna Mortalitas, meaning the Great Death, Magna meaning great, and Mortalitas, well, you know. Now, this phrase, Black Death, as a description of death being black, actually has some rather ancient roots. For example, Homer even used it in the Odyssey, the very early work from ancient Greece, to describe the monstrous Scylla, whose mouths were full of black death, as the text reads. Seneca the Younger may have been the very first to use Black Death, or in Latin mors atra, to describe an epidemic, emphasizing the severe and grim nature of the disease rather than its color. In the 12th or 13th centuries, French physician Gilles de Corbel used atra mors to refer to pestilential fever in his writings on disease symptoms. Now, the term mors negra, the Black Death, was used by Simon de Covino, a Belgian astronomer, in his 1350 poem On the Judgment of the Sun at a Feast of Saturn. He attributed the plague to an astronomical conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn, though his usage does not definitively link to the 1347 plague, and seems to more connotate the deadly outcome of the disease. Now, in the writings from 1893, one historian, Cardinal Francis Aidan Gasquet, suggested the pandemic was a type of the common Eastern or bubonic plague. Later, in 1908, Gasquet referenced that the term atra mors for the 14th century epidemic first appeared in 1361 in a Danish history book by J.I. Pontanus, which he noted, and I quote, "Commonly and from its effects, they called it the Black Death." So how did all this come about? How did it happen that Europe was riddled with this horrible illness? Well, we'll try to trace it back to Genoa. Plague was reportedly first introduced to Europe through the Genoese traders from their port city of Kaffa in Crimea in 1347. During a prolonged siege of the city between 1345 and 46 by the Mongol Golden Horde led by Ani Beg, whose troops were suffering from the disease, they decided to engage in some early chemical warfare. They had the fine idea to hurl the infected corpses via catapults over the walls into the city of Kaffa, attempting to infect the inhabitants. Well, that's one theory, and that did happen, of course. But it's also probable that infected rats crossed the siege lines, contributing to the spread of the epidemic among the residents. Either way, as the plague began to take hold, the Genoese traders fled across the Black Sea to the large city of Constantinople, marking the arrival of the disease in Europe in the summer of 1347. The plague's impact in Constantinople was devastating, claiming the life of the 13-year-old son of the Byzantine Emperor John VI Cantacosenos, who chronicled the disease, drawing parallels to Thucydides' account of the earlier plague of Athens during the 5th century BC. He noted the disease's transmission via ships among maritime cities. Another contemporary, Nicephorus Gregoras, wrote to Demetrius Gidones, describing the escalating death toll and the complete futility of medicine. This, of course, ensued panic among the populace. Well, the initial outbreak in Constantinople lasted about a year, with the plague recurring several times until the year 1400. Of course, each year everybody had to simply wait for that dreaded plague season, and most years it came in varying intensities. The disease had reached Sicily in the October of 1347 aboard 12 Genoese galleys, spreading rapidly across the island. These galleys then proceeded to Genoa and Venice by January 1348, but it was an outbreak in Pisa just a few weeks later that served as the gateway for the plague into northern Italy. By the end of January, one of the galleys expelled from Italy brought the plague to Marseille. From Italy, the plague began to spread across Europe, reaching France, Spain, Portugal, and finally England by June 1348, subsequently spreading through Germany, Scotland, and Scandinavia from 1348 to 1350. It entered Norway in 1349 with a ship that landed at Askøy, spreading further to Björgvin, modern-day Bergen, and finally reaching northwestern Russia by 1351. Regions with less established trade networks, such as most of the Basque County, isolated parts of Belgium and the Netherlands, and secluded alpine villages, did experience the plague, yes, but to quite a lesser extent. Epidemiologists suggest that periods of unfavorable weather could have decimated plague-infected rodent populations, pushing their fleas to seek other hosts, which of course led to outbreaks. These outbreaks often peaked during the hot summers of the Mediterranean and the cool autumn months of the southern Baltic regions. Additionally, prevailing malnutrition weakened immune responses, significantly contributing to the vast decline in the European population during this period. Oh, and we have a passage from a contemporary source, by the way, Geoffrey the Baker, in his work Chronicon Angliae, who wrote about the plague thusly. The 7th year after it began, it came to England, and first began in the towns and ports, joining on the sea coast, in Dorsetshire, where, as in other counties, it made the country quite void of inhabitants, so that there were almost none left alive. But at length it came to Gloucester, yea, even to Oxford and to London, and finally it spread all over England, and so wasted the people that scarce the 10th person of any sort was left alive. So you can see from that, not a good situation, Well, by autumn of 1347, the plague had reached Alexandria in Egypt, and that was a huge city, having been transmitted by sea from Constantinople via a merchant ship that was carrying slaves. This marked the beginning of the pandemic's spread through Middle East and North Africa, regions that would see significant depopulation and lasting changes in their economic and social structures. By the late summer of 1348, the plague had reached Cairo, the capital of the Mamluk Sultanate, and also a major cultural hub of the Islamic world. Cairo was the largest city in the Mediterranean basin at the time, and the outbreak, of course, had devastating effects, with more than a third of its 600,000 inhabitants dying. Of course, this was indiscriminate. Those numbers included women and children, everybody. Nobody was safe. The child sultan, however, and Nasir Hassan, did manage to flee the city. Despite Cairo's advanced medical facilities, at least for the time, including the medieval hospital of the Calawun complex, the Nile River was practically choked with corpses. The historian Al-Makrizi noted the plague's dramatic impact on Cairo, with an increase in demand for grave diggers and those to perform funeral rites. He reported that the plague recurred in Cairo more than 50 times over the subsequent 150 years. In 1347, the plague spread eastward and reached Gaza, modern-day Palestine, by April, Damascus, modern-day Syria, by July, and Aleppo, also in Syria, by October. Throughout that year, it affected several cities across what is now Lebanon, Syria, Israel, and Palestine, including Ascalon, Acre, Jerusalem, Sidon, and Homs. By 1348 to 1349, the disease had reached Antioch, leading to significant population flight northward, with most fleeing residents dying on the journey. Within 2 years, the plague had permeated the entire Islamic world, from Arabia to North Africa, and anybody who fled, who managed to not die on the journey, simply brought plague with them. Simultaneously, the pandemic spread westward from Alexandria along the African coast. By April of 1348, Tunis, modern-day Tunisia, was infected by a ship from Sicily. At the time, Tunis was under siege by a Moroccan army, which, after dispersing in 1348, helped spread the disease to Morocco. Well, it is possible that the epidemic in Morocco was also influenced by interactions with the Islamic city of Almeria in Al-Andalus. In 1348, Mecca experienced an outbreak due to the influx of pilgrims performing the Hajj. The Rasulid Sultan of Yemen, Al-Mujahid Ali, was released from Mamluk captivity in Egypt in 1351 and carried the plague back to Yemen upon his return. Throughout 1349, there are records of a massive epidemic in Mosul and a second significant outbreak in Baghdad, both of these cities being extremely large population centers. So what happens when you get the plague? How do you know? How does it feel? Well, it doesn't feel great. Let's have a look at that. The plague, often characterized by high fever, ranging from 38 to 41 degrees Celsius, about 100 degrees to 106 degrees Fahrenheit, headaches, painful joints, nausea, vomiting, and just a general feeling of illness. Well, all of this came together to prove fatal for approximately 80% of the untreated individuals, and within only 8 days of the symptom onset. 8 very miserable days, by the way. Symptoms noted during the pandemic varied widely, but one of the most common was the appearance of swollen lymph nodes or buboes, particularly in the groin, neck, and armpits. These buboes were basically big welts that would appear on the skin and keep swelling up, frequently oozing with pus and bleeding when opened. Make sure you perhaps don't listen to this video while eating at this point. Well, one of the most vivid contemporary descriptions comes from Boccaccio, who observed that both men and women developed tumors in the groin or armpits, some as large as a common apple, and others as small as an egg. Either way, you do not want them. From these areas, the deadly infection rapidly spread throughout the body. Shortly thereafter, patients would often exhibit black spots or livid patches on their skin, particularly on the arms, thighs, or other parts of the body. These spots varied in size and number, but were considered as ominous as the buboes, predicting the fatality of the infection. Also, contributing to the name, the black spots, the Black Death. You can see how they came to that. Patients typically experienced acute fever and began to vomit blood, succumbing to the disease within 2 to 7 days after these symptoms appeared. Another possible symptom was a rash resembling flea bites, suggesting an additional method of transmission. Beyond the common form of plague, other variants included pneumonic and septicemic plague. Pneumonic plague primarily attacked the lungs, leading to severe respiratory issues, fever, cough, and blood-tinged sputum. As this form of the disease advanced, the sputum turned bright red and became a lot more copious. The mortality rate for pneumonic plague was alarmingly high. If you thought 80% was bad, try between 90 to 95% for the pneumonic plague. I don't like those odds. Well, don't worry, it gets worse. With septicemic plague, which was admittedly less common, but it was nearly almost fatal, with a mortality rate close to 100%. This form manifested through high fevers and skin patches, but this time the patches were purple, resulting from disseminated intravascular coagulation. Unlike the bubonic form, septicemic and particularly pneumonic plague progressed so swiftly that the typical buboes might not even have time to develop. The plague itself is estimated to have killed up to 75 million people, and that's just in the 14th century, a time when the global population was below 500 million. Of course, the death toll figures vary widely, with historical research continuously updating and revising the estimates. In Europe alone, the death toll was of course staggeringly high, with estimates suggesting that between 1/3 and half of the European population perished between 1347 and 1351, some regions experiencing mortality rates as high as 80%. Contemporary accounts, like those of Jean Froissart, estimated the death toll at 1/3, possibly echoing the biblical allusions of the Book of Revelation to underscore the catastrophic magnitude of the plague. The distribution of deaths across Western Europe was uneven, with some areas experiencing minimal impact, while others faced near total depopulation. The plague disproportionately affected urban centers, where high population densities and unsanitary conditions facilitated the spread of the rapidness of the disease. Major cities like Florence saw their populations drastically reduced. Florence's population, for example, decreased from about 120,000 in 1338 to only 50,000 in 1351. Similarly, Hamburg and Bremen lost 60 to 70% of their populations. In the French regions of Provence, Dauphine, and Normandy, the population decreased by 60%. The town of Givry in Bourgogne recorded an extraordinary number of deaths in 1348, with half of them occurring in September alone. In some parts of Norway, up to 60% of the population perished in the 2 years of 1348 and 1350. London and England in general saw massive declines, with English population plummeting from 7 million to just 2 million by the year 1400. However, some areas, like the Kingdom of Poland, parts of Hungary, and certain regions within modern Belgium and Spain, initially managed to escape the plague, though they were later affected by subsequent outbreaks. These areas' initial resistance to plague is not really well understood. There's no real explanations for it, but some historians do speculate that genetic factors may have played a role. Either way, when the plague did strike, it struck all social classes, with the lower classes who lived in the more congested and unsanitary conditions being particularly more vulnerable. Notable deaths included monarchs such as Alfonso XI of Castile and Joan of Navarre. The plague also claimed the lives of members of the royal families across Europe, including Peter IV of Aragon's wife and daughter, and Joan of England, daughter of Edward III, who died en route to Spain for her marriage. The Emperor of the Byzantine Empire also lost his son. And in France, Bonne of Luxembourg, the wife of the future John II, succumbed to the disease. The demographic impact of the Black Death in Asia, particularly in China, was also staggering. The region experienced multiple epidemics and famines from the 1200s through the 1350s, culminating in a dramatic population decrease. For example, a severe outbreak in Hubei province in 1334 reportedly claimed up to 80% of the population. Well, overall, China's population declined significantly, from an estimated 125 million to 65 million by the late 14th century. Well, back to Europe, I want to read an account that we have from an Italian chronicler who had the unfortunate experience of experiencing the plague firsthand in Siena in 1348. So here is an account from Agnolo di Tura. Father, abandoned child. Wife, husband. One brother, another. For this illness seemed to strike through the breath and sight. And so they died, and none could be found to bury the dead for money or friendship. Members of a household brought their dead to a ditch as best they could, without priest, without divine officers. Great pits were dug and piled beneath with the multitude of the dead. And they died by the hundreds, both day and night. And as soon as those ditches were filled, more were dug, and I, Agnolo di Tura, buried my 5 children with my own hands. And there was also those who were sparsely covered with earth, that the dogs dragged them forth, and devoured many bodies throughout the city. There was no one who wept for any death, for all awaited death, and so many died that all believed that it was the end of the world. End of the passage from Agnolo di Tura. In the Middle East, quantifying the exact demographic effects of the plague is a bit of a challenge, mainly due to the scarcity and variability of historical records. Rural areas were particularly hard hit. Many rural inhabitants simply abandoned their homes and livelihoods, leading some regions to being completely depopulated. Urban centers also suffered profound losses. In Gaza, the 1348 outbreak resulted in approximately 10,000 deaths. Aleppo saw death rates as high as 500 people per day during the outbreak, and in Damascus, daily deaths reached a peak of 1,000 during September and October of 1348. By the time the epidemic subsided in the March of 1349, Syria had lost an estimated 400,000 people. Despite these grim figures, the overall mortality rate in the Middle East might have been lower than in some parts of Asia and Europe, potentially less than 1/3 of the total population, according to some scholars. However, this rate varied across different areas, with some locations experiencing much higher mortality rates. In the 14th century, explanations for the causes of the Black Death ranged from the supernatural to the astrological. People were, of course, bewildered and unable to explain what was going on through natural causes. Many believed that such a devastating pandemic simply must be the result of divine wrath, or perhaps the influence of the stars. Giovanni Boccaccio, a contemporary Italian writer, speculated whether the plague was simply a punishment from God, or perhaps the result of some celestial force. Amid all this uncertainty and fear, scapegoating flourished. European Christians concocted all sorts of conspiracy theories, including accusing Jews of poisoning wells and plotting to destroy Christian civilization. These accusations, of course, led to widespread massacres of Jewish communities. The ones that weren't massacres simply got kicked out of whatever city they were in. In one of the most horrific incidents, about 2,000 Jews were massacred in Strasbourg in February of 1349, and later in that year, large Jewish communities in Mainz and Cologne were also completely wiped out. Authorities responded to the crisis in various ineffective, or sometimes even counterproductive ways. Governments enacted measures like banning the export of foodstuffs, instituting price controls on grain, and outlawing large-scale fishing to stabilize prices and maintain supplies. However, these regulations were difficult to enforce, and were, more often than not, just flat-out ignored. Additionally, the prohibition on food exports, combined with widespread crop failures due to a labor shortage caused by the plague, meant that countries like England could neither produce enough grain nor even import it. Consequently, any available grain was often seized by pirates or just sold on the black market. England and France, already depleted by the ongoing Hundred Years' War, which began in around 1337, faced additional strain from inflation, malnutrition, and poverty, marking the continent particularly susceptible to the tragedy of the plague. It's been argued that the Black Death initially had a leveling effect on society. It reduced the population drastically, which in turn increased the value of labor and decreased the value of the land, if, of course, you were around long enough to see it. This shift temporarily reduced economic inequality and improved conditions for the workers. However, the effect was not lasting, as demographic recovery eventually restored the old economic disparities. Moreover, laborers, artisans, and craftsmen saw their real incomes decline in the quarter century following the Black Death due to inflation, despite all of the initial improvements. By 1357, 1/3 of London's properties were vacant due to the severe impact of the plague. The overall population continued to decline until around 1420, complicating efforts to understand the long-term economic impacts of the plague. Additionally, The disruption of trade within the Mongol Empire, exacerbated by the Black Death, is cited as a contributing factor to its eventual decline. The plague significantly impacted the social structure of England and Western Europe, leading to more favorable outcomes for the peasants who survived. The massive population decline had led to social mobility, decreased obligations to remain on traditional landholdings, and the virtual disappearance of serfdom. Land became plentiful, wages rose, and it became possible for individuals, especially younger sons and women, to move about and improve their social status. As population growth resumed, however, these benefits were countered by renewed deprivation and famine. And in Europe, well, they made laws against this sort of thing, which we'll get to in a moment. Well, in a stark contrast, Eastern Europe saw an increase in the stringency of laws, which further tied peasants to the land through intensified serfdom. The reduction in population also led to lower land prices and more available food for the average peasant, contributing to a significant increase per capita income over the following century. With more farmland available for pasture, the consumption of meat and dairy products increased, as did exports of beef and butter from regions like the Low Countries, Scandinavia, and northern Germany. However, the upper classes, well, they couldn't have the peasants making money and improving their lives, now couldn't they? They attempted to resist these social changes by implementing sumptuary laws to prevent peasants from adopting the lifestyles, or indeed the appearances, of higher social classes with their newfound wealth. Additionally, attempts were made to fix prices and wages to prevent peasants from demanding more due to their increased value. In England, this resistance was formalized in the Statute of Labourers in 1351, which capped peasant wages to pre-plague levels, a measure that contributed to the Peasants' Revolt of 1381, and I've done a full video on that, and oh my goodness, it is such a great topic. You owe it to yourself to go and watch that video, or somebody else's video on it. Either way, just learn about the Peasants' Revolt. Well, the plague also led to changes in property ownership, as many land-owning nobles were too dead to really care anymore, and they left their estates to widows and minor children, which may have accelerated the development of new land use practices. But it wasn't all about the people out in the countryside. For urban workers, the plague resulted in a sharp increase in wages. Urban centers had their own labor scarcities. Authorities in Western Europe, including England, attempted to control this through the Ordinance of Labourers Edict in 1349 and the Statute of Labourers in 1351, which of course was one of the laws that froze wages at pre-plague levels, but it also restricted workers' mobility. No more moving around trying to find a better job. No, you have to stay on the plantation. You have to be a good peasant. Well, despite all these efforts, it was simply too hard to enforce. And farm wages in England eventually doubled between 1350 and 1450, although they did remain static until the 19th century. These regulatory efforts may have been less about maintaining wage levels, and more about the elite's fear of the lower class's newfound power and independence. This anxiety was a reaction not just to the economic upheavals, but also to social unrest, including the rather interesting flagellant movement who, in penance to this perceived curse from God, if we can put it that way, would go around different cities whipping themselves on the back and telling God how sorry they were. Perhaps that will fix the problem. Well, it wasn't just that, of course. The social unrest included this persecution of various groups such as Jews and also Catalans in Sicily, but also beggars, which were seen as this direct consequence of societal stresses induced by the Black Death. The catastrophic population loss stimulated significant technological and agricultural shifts. Labor-saving innovations began to emerge, boosting productivity, and there was this substantial pivot from labor-intensive grain farming to less demanding animal husbandry. This transition was facilitated by the decreased population requiring less farmland, allowing more land to revert to pasture. The widespread deforestation and cultivation that had characterized Europe up until 1200 began to reverse as abandoned fields simply returned to their natural states. The decimation of the population also accelerated the decline of serfdom in Western Europe. The manorial system, already weakening, was effectively ended in many parts of Western and Central Europe by 1500, simply due to that critical shortage of agricultural laborers caused by the plague. The labor shortage thus led to villages being completely deserted. In England alone, over 1,300 villages were abandoned between 1350 and 1500. Too many bad memories, I suppose. The scarcity of labor then forced landlords to offer better terms of tenure, which, of course, significantly reduced rents across Western Europe. By 1500, a new form of tenure called copyhold emerged, which was a more equitable arrangement, allowing peasants use of the land in return for a fixed annual payment to the landlord, with both parties holding a copy of the agreement. However, serfdom persisted in some parts of Western Europe, and was introduced to Eastern Europe only after the Black Death. Inheritance laws also evolved post-plague. Before the Black Death, typically only the eldest son would inherit property, but the incredible loss of life led to changes which allowed all children, sons and daughters alike, to inherit. Persecutions, of course, increased during and in the wake of the plague, as communities looked for more scapegoats to blame for the devastation. And, as was the style at the time, Jews were often targeted due to their lower infection rates, which some attributed to them being the ones who were putting the poison into the wells. This led to widespread massacres and the destruction of numerous Jewish communities across Europe. But it wasn't just them. There were other marginalized groups, such as friars, beggars, pilgrims, lepers, of course, even just foreigners in general. And don't forget the Romani. They had their share of persecution as well. Women, too, faced increased persecution during this period. In Cairo, for instance, Muslim women were scapegoated for the plague, resulting in restrictive laws prohibiting them from making public appearances to prevent the alleged temptation of men. I fail to see what this has to do with the plague, but, well, that's just the way it is. Well, these laws were only relaxed when the upper classes protested. It made too much of an impact on their domestic arrangements. Well, the Black Death profoundly affected monastic communities, which were often in close contact with the sick who sought refuge there. The disease led to a severe shortage of clergy, as many were simply lost to the epidemic. In response, the process for training clergy was expedited, and new colleges were established at universities to cope with the demand. This often meant that the clergy were hastily trained and lacked the depth of knowledge of their predecessors. Additionally, the shortage of priests opened up new opportunities for lay women, who began to play more significant roles in church services. The period also saw the rise of the flagellants, which I mentioned, groups who engaged in self-flogging as a form of penance, believing that it could atone for the sins and end the plague by showing God how sorry they all were. This movement gained popularity, but faced criticism later for its extreme practices and the eventual hedonism that some members adopted. Despite all the chaos, one group that never really got any criticism was the church. They very rarely got questioned about their handling of the situation. Instead, the societal focus shifted to arts and literature, which took on a more distinctly morbid tone post-1350. Artworks that have shown up through this video, like the Dance Macabre, emerged, depicting skeletons dancing with people from various social classes, symbolizing the universality of death. These images showed the idea that wealth could not prevent the inevitable, a theme that also reflected in the literature of the time. Writers like Boccaccio in Italy vividly described the horror and societal breakdown caused by the plague, emphasizing the massive death toll and overwhelming nature of the epidemic. But among this, a lot of people simply thought, well, we're all going to die. It's the end of the world. Let's all get drunk and party. And that's exactly what they did. In fact, I have a skull that is sitting, not a real one, a skull that is sitting on my bookshelf, which we term a memento mori, remember death. It serves as this reminder of our own mortality. And perhaps if we look at death in this way and have it close by, then we'll utilize our life a little more wisely. Well, in terms of medicine, the Black Death certainly exposed the limitations of the medical knowledge at the time, but it also spurred advances in medical science. There was indeed increased emphasis on anatomical investigations, and the role of surgeons became a lot more prominent. These changes marked a shift towards a more direct engagement with the human body in various states of health. Also, they began to try to move a little bit away from the miasma theory. It took them a while, but there were a few people who were advocating for more modern techniques. See, the miasma theory was essentially linked to bad smells, things like this. You would walk into this cloud and that would not be good for you. kind of a precursor to bacterial theories, and I don't know much about medicine, but it was kind of on the right track, but not really there yet. Well, another intriguing aspect of the Black Death's impact is its possible influence on genetics. Now, the plague may have played a role in the high frequency of the CCR532 genetic mutation that is among people of European descent, a trait that provides resistance to diseases like HIV and smallpox. While initially thought to be associated with plague resistance, this theory has been challenged by findings that the mutation was just as common in Bronze Age populations. The Great Plague of London, 1665 to 66, one of the final major epidemics of the bubonic plague to hit England, taking out an estimated 100,000 people, almost a quarter of the population of London at the time. The outbreak began in the poor and densely populated parish of St. Giles in the Fields, before spreading rapidly throughout the city. It was part of the larger pandemic that affected various parts of Europe, caused by Yersinia pestis, the bacterium associated with other plague outbreaks, including the infamous Black Death. The city's response included quarantine measures, the killing of stray animals, and the use of plague doctors who treated victims with often dubious methods. The plague dwindled during the winter of 1666, due in part to the Great Fire of London, which inadvertently helped end the outbreak by destroying many of the overcrowded and rat-infested urban slums that had allowed the disease to thrive in the first place. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, good to have you with me again. Well, if you'd like to support the channel, you're already doing it. If you want to go above and beyond, you may refer to the description of the video. Now, I'm sure you have seen my previous video on the Black Death. If you would like to go and watch that, you'll find it in the medieval playlist. If not, let's continue, get nice and comfortable, as we talk about the Great Plague of London. Let's set the scene first. In the 17th century, London, like many European cities, was frequently afflicted by the plague. The disease had claimed around 30,000 lives in 1603, 35,000 in 1625, and 10,000 in 1636, with additional outbreaks causing further deaths in other years. It was a normal part of life, an unpleasant one, but an experience quintessential to being in medieval times. By late 664, the appearance of a bright comet had stirred fear among the populace of London, leading to widespread speculation about impending calamities. The city itself was densely packed into about 448 acres, encircled by ancient walls designed originally to fend off raiders and bordered to the south by the mighty River Thames. Key entry points through the city wall included the gates at Ludgate, Newgate, Aldersgate, Cripplegate, Moorgate, Bishopsgate, and Aldgate, while the Thames could be crossed via the London Bridge. Of course, sanitary conditions, one would expect in the poorer districts were deplorable, to say the least. Overcrowded tenements and garrets made cleanliness completely unattainable. Streets lacked sanitation, with open drains carrying filth along their lengths. The streets, muddied and littered with animal droppings, household waste and sewage, presented a dire public health hazard. During the summer, the refuse of course attracted swarms of flies, and in the winter the streets were awash with human waste. To mitigate the worst of this pollution, the city corporation employed rakers who would clear the filth and transport it to heaps outside the city walls, where it would, of course, continue to decompose, contributing to the pervasive, overpowering stench, certainly always downwind of that. Many residents resorted to carrying handkerchiefs or nosegays to cover their nostrils, often stuffed with a few flowers to try and ease the stench. Transportation, of course, within the city was chaotic and congested, a very grim situation. While some goods like coal arrived by barge down the Thames, most supplies and traffic moved via the congested and dirty roads, and of course they moved by horses. And the more horses, well, you know. The city's gateways created bottlenecks as well, severely hampering movement, and the 19-arch London Bridge was notorious for its overcrowding. Affluent individuals often travelled in hackney carriages or sedan chairs to avoid the filth, while the less fortunate walked and risked being splashed with dirty water from the roads, slops discarded from the second stories of homes, or runoff from roofs, or perhaps even worse things being thrown out from chamber pots. Adding to the urban miasma was the choking black smoke emitted from the many factories, breweries, iron smelters, and the coal burned in approximately 15,000 dank and dingy homes. During the 17th century, London's rapid expansion pushed its boundaries beyond those ancient city walls, leading to the emergence of densely populated shanty towns. These makeshift neighborhoods, largely devoid of sanitation, were hastily constructed to accommodate the influx of artisans and tradespeople drawn to the bustling city. Despite government efforts to restrict their growth, these suburbs housed over 250,000 people. The political turmoil of the Commonwealth era saw many loyalists fleeing Britain, leaving behind numerous townhouses. These buildings were quickly occupied by newcomers, who transformed them into overcrowded tenements, where multiple families shared single rooms, leading to dilapidated conditions and rampant rat infestations. The City of London was managed by the Lord Mayor, Aldermen, and Common Councillors, but its authority did not extend to the entire metropolitan area. Surrounding the walled city were districts known as liberties, self-governing areas often linked historically to religious institutions dissolved during the earlier dissolution of the monasteries. Their secular successors retained these governance rights. By 1665, these liberties formed a protective ring known as the City and Liberties, encompassing the immediate outskirts of London. However, beyond this area lay further suburbs with their own local governance. Westminster, for example, had developed into an independent town with its own set of liberties, seamlessly connected to London through urban sprawl. Similarly, the Tower of London operated independently. Areas outside these specific jurisdictions fell under the counties of Middlesex or Surrey, depending on their location relative to the River Thames. At the time, the bubonic plague, a feared scourge, was rampant, though its origins and transmissions were mysteries still wrapped in great many layers of medieval superstition. In fact, many attributed the plague to noxious vapors from the earth, that old miasma theory, strange weather, or even unusual animal behavior. It was not until the late 19th century that Alexandre Yersin pinpointed Yersinia pestis as the bacterial culprit, with rat fleas identified as the primary vector. The definitive link between Yersinia pestis and the Great Plague of London was only established through DNA analysis in 2016, suggesting that human bodily lice may have played more significant roles in spreading the plague than previously thought. Well, to assess the impact of an epidemic accurately, it's crucial to understand the population size at risk. I mean, it's all relative. The numbers are only relative to percentages, don't you think? In the 17th century, London lacked an official census, leaving estimates based on the work of pioneering demographer John Graunt, who lived from 1620 to 74. A Fellow of the Royal Society, Graunt applied a scientific approach to demographic statistics. In 1662, he estimated London's population, encompassing the City of London, the Liberties, Westminster, and the out parishes, at approximately 384,000. This figure was derived from weekly published bills of mortality, kind of like the obituaries. By 1665, Graunt revised this estimate upwards to 460,000, though other contemporaries speculated higher numbers, such as the French ambassador who suggested 600,000, though these higher estimates lacked empirical support. In this era, there was no legal obligation to report deaths to the authorities. Instead, each parish designated 2 or more searchers of the dead, as they were called in official title, tasked with inspecting corpses to determine the cause of death. Searchers, often destitute elderly women reliant on the parish for support, charged families a small fee for each death that was reported. Their role was complicated by their frequent illiteracy and limited medical knowledge, which, paired with potential dishonesty, could skew mortality data. Typically notified by local sextons or the tolling of church bells, these searchers were excluded from official records if deaths were not reported to a church, as was often the case with non-Anglicans or Jews. During plague outbreaks, searchers were required to isolate themselves, carrying a white stick when outdoors to signal their role and avoid contact with the general population to prevent disease spread. They reported their findings to the parish clerk, who then relayed the information to the company of parish clerks, the Lord Mayor, and, when the plague became a matter of more national concern, the Minister of the State. This data informed the Bills of Mortality, which listed weekly death totals by parish, including deaths attributed to the plague. John Grond criticized the searchers' frequent misidentification of diseases, noting their propensity to report deaths as due to consumption rather than other recognized diseases. He observed that the promise of a cup of ale and a doubled fee could persuade a searcher to alter death records to suit a household's preference, particularly to avoid the stigma of the plague. As the plague intensified, the government implemented a quarantine system, sealing affected houses for 40 days, a measure that often resulted in additional deaths of inhabitants from neglect. Houses with plague victims were marked with a red cross, and the words, "Lord have mercy on us," with a watchman posted outside. Although official records cited 68,596 plague deaths, Grant suggested that the actual numbers could exceed official accounts by at least 30,000, indicating significant underreporting and the system's limitations in capturing the epidemic's true scale. The system of using searchers to report causes of death continued until 1836, reflecting long-standing practices in managing public health data. As reports of plague circulated through Europe in the 1660s, England had become increasingly concerned about the potential for the disease to spread across its borders. The Privy Council, recognizing the threat posed by international trade and travel, revisited historical quarantine measures that, in the past, had proven to be somewhat effective. By November 1663, following reports of plague in Amsterdam and Hamburg, the Council reinstated quarantine protocols for ships that were arriving in London. 2 naval vessels were tasked with patrolling the Thames estuary to intercept any incoming ships. Those coming from ports known to be infected were required to anchor at Hole Haven on Canvey Island and undergo a Trentine, a 30-day isolation period. Only after this period could these ships proceed upriver. To ensure compliance, ships that completed their isolation or originated from ports not affected by the plague were issued with a certificate of health, allowing them to continue their journey. Additionally, a secondary inspection line was established between the forts at Tilbury on the north bank and Gravesend on the south bank of the Thames. This line served to check and pass only those ships carrying the necessary health certification. As the situation on the continent deteriorated, the quarantine period was extended in May 1664 from 30 days to 40 days. The geographical scope of the quarantine was also expanded to include ships arriving from Holland, Zeeland, and Friesland, regions within the Dutch Republic that were heavily impacted by the plague. Conversely, restrictions on ships from Hamburg were lifted in November of that year as the situation in that area improved somewhat. Starting in May, quarantine measures were similarly implemented in 29 other British ports, beginning with Great Yarmouth. These measures, though critical for public health, sparked diplomatic tensions, particularly with the Dutch Republic. The Dutch ambassador protested the severe constraints placed on trade. However, England maintained that his actions were justified and necessary, noting that it had been one of the last countries to impose such strict measures. The enforcement of these regulations was rigorous. Any individual or household found to have allowed voyagers to come ashore without completing the mandatory quarantine was themselves subjected to a 40-day quarantine. This strict adherence to quarantine protocols shows the seriousness with which England approached the threat of the plague, prioritizing public health over the inconveniences to trade and international relations. The regular publication of the aforementioned bills of mortality had already begun in 1603, the year which recorded that staggering death toll of 33,000 deaths due to the plague. From then until 1665, there were only 4 years without any recorded cases of the plague at all. The severity of the situation was highlighted in various years. 1563 witnessed 1,000 deaths weekly in London. 1593 saw 15,000 deaths. 1625, a particularly devastating outbreak with 41,000 deaths, which was referred to at the time as the Great Plague, until the even more severe epidemic that we find ourselves speaking of now in 1665. Also, between 1640 and 46, there were 11,000 deaths, peaking in 1647 with a total of 3,597. These figures, while officially recorded, are generally considered underestimations of the actual death tolls. Now, plague was sufficiently rare that many medicinal practitioners of the time might have never encountered it firsthand. The medical community was of course diverse, ranging from university-educated physicians to apothecaries who often took on medical roles, to outright charlatans. It was fairly easy to fake a degree back then. This varied medical expertise, combined with other prevalent diseases such as smallpox outbreak the previous year, complicated the accurate diagnosis and understanding of the epidemic's beginnings. Reports from the winter of 1664 to 65 noted several cases of the plague, some fatal and others less severe, suggesting the initial occurrences of the disease. And that winter was particularly harsh, with prolonged periods of frost from December to March, and the Thames freezing over twice, conditions that likely slowed the spread of the disease. The 1665 plague is believed to have been introduced to England from the Netherlands originally, where the disease had been occurring sporadically since 1599. It is suspected that the initial contagion arrived via Dutch trading ships carrying cotton from Amsterdam, which suffered a severe outbreak in 1663, resulting in approximately 50,000 deaths. The first English areas to be affected were likely the dockside districts and the parish of St. Giles in London, areas characterized by high densities of poor workers living in substandard, slum-like conditions. In St. Giles, 2 deaths in 1664 and 1 in February of 1665 were noted but not officially recorded as plague-related. Thus, no immediate action was taken. However, by the first 4 months of 1665, the overall mortality in London began to climb, and climb significantly. By the end of April 1665, official records indicated only 4 plague deaths, 2 of which were in St. Giles. Yet, interestingly, the total weekly death toll had risen from about 290 to 398. Something was definitely not adding up. Well, despite just 3 official cases of plague in April, a number that in previous years would not have prompted significant action, the Privy Council now chose to implement household quarantines. Middlesex justices of the peace were directed to inspect suspected cases and enforce quarantine measures on confirmed ones. Similar directives were soon extended to the City and Liberties by the King's Bench. The enforcement of these measures led to unrest in St. Giles, where the community reacted violently to the sealing of the first house. A riot ensued. The door was broken down, and the quarantined inhabitants were freed. Well, the rioters, of course, faced harsh penalties for this. Additionally, instructions were issued to construct pest houses, isolated hospitals intended to treat or contain the sick. This swift government response, despite the initially low number of recorded cases, indicated a recognition of the outbreak's potential severity. I'm sure you're thinking by now how history repeats itself. Isn't it funny how in medieval times they were doing all of this? Well, as spring warmed into summer, the plague began to grip London more tightly. In the week spanning May 2nd to May the 9th, the parish of St. Giles recorded 3 deaths, with nearby St. Clement Danes reporting 4, and 1 death each in St. Andrew Holborn and St. Mary Woolchurch Hall, the latter being the only case recorded within the city walls at the time. The growing concern prompted the Privy Council to form a committee dedicated to exploring effective plague prevention strategies. As part of their initial measures, they decided to close several alehouses in the affected districts and impose restrictions on the number of lodgers per household to prevent overcrowding. In response to the escalating situation, the Lord Mayor of London issued a proclamation mandating that all householders were responsible for keeping the streets outside their homes clean, a duty traditionally upheld by the homeowners themselves rather than the city authorities, who employed scavengers and rakers to manage only the most severe refuse issues. As the situation deteriorated, city aldermen were tasked with identifying and penalizing those who neglected this responsibility. The situation in St. Giles, where cases were particularly rising, led to more drastic measures. The area was effectively quarantined, with constables given orders to scrutinize anybody who was attempting to leave. They were to detain vagrants and anyone they suspected of carrying the plague. This period of increasing dread is captured vividly in the diaries of Samuel Pepys, a senior Admiralty official. His entries provide a crucial eyewitness to the account of the plague's impact, and on April 30th of that year, 1665, he noted the palpable fear gripping the city, writing, "Great fears of the sickness here in the city, it being said that 2 or 3 houses are already shut up. God preserve us all." Another significant literary source that offers insights into this grim period is Daniel Defoe's A Journal of the Plague Year, published almost 50 years after the event in 1722. And although Defoe was only 5 years old at the time, his narrative was enriched by the personal experience of his family members and interviews with survivors. But here is one account from a Puritan minister who was there witnessing all of this. His name was Thomas Vincent, and this is what he had wrote. It was in the month of May that the plague had first was taken notice of. Our bill of mortality did let us know but of 3 which died of the disease in the whole year before. But in the beginning of May, the bill tells us of 9. Fear quickly begins to creep upon people's hearts. Great thoughts and discourse there is in town about the plague, and they cast it in their minds whether they should go if the plague should increase. Yet, when the next week's bill signifieth to them the disease from 9 to 3, their minds are something appeased. Discourse of that subject cools, fears are hushed, and hopes take place. That the black cloud did but threaten, and give a few drops, but the wind would drive it away. But when in the next bill the number of the dead by the plague is mounted from 3 to 14, and in the next to 17, and in the next to 43, the disease begins so much to increase and disperse. Now, secure sinners begin to be startled, and those who would have slept at quiet still in their nests are unwillingly awakened. End of the account from Thomas Vincent. By July 1665, the plague had engulfed the entire city of London, causing widespread panic and chaos. The affluent, including King Charles II, his family and his court, of course, hastily vacated the city. Initially retreating to Salisbury, they relocated to Oxford in September following reports of plague cases in Salisbury. In stark contrast, many of the city's officials, including the alderman and the Lord Mayor Sir John Lawrence, chose to voluntarily remain at their posts, facing the epidemic head-on. Credit where it's due, of course. The mass exodus of the wealthy was vividly described by Daniel Defoe in later times, who recounted scenes of carts and wagons laden with goods and families, coaches filled with the gentry and horsemen in tow, all rushing away from the plague-stricken city. As businesses shuttered with the departure of merchants and professionals, the city's economic life sharply declined. But hey, with all those rich people fleeing the city, I'm sure there was opportunities for individuals to procure riches through other methods. While the crisis was further compounded by the departure of key health and spiritual leaders. Defoe lamented the absence of a significant number of clergymen, physicians, and apothecaries, who were crucial in managing the escalating crisis. However, it was of course not just the affluent who sought refuge. The poorer residents, too, were equally as terrified, and many attempted to flee. Yet, unlike the wealthy, the poorer faced considerable obstacles in leaving. The city authorities required anyone leaving to possess a health certificate signed by the Lord Mayor, which grew increasingly difficult to secure as the epidemic worsened. Of course, the rich always have their way of procuring certificates, but the impoverished had little choice but to leave behind their homes and means of livelihood, facing an uncertain future. As the summer progressed and the death toll rose, the situation became dire for these refugees. Villagers outside of London, initially receptive, began to resist the influx of displaced city dwellers, fearing the spread of the contagion. With or without health certificates, these individuals were often turned away at village boundaries, forced to avoid towns, and traverse the countryside. Lacking shelter or resources, many resorted to scavenging and theft to survive. Tragically, numerous refugees perished under harsh conditions of starvation and dehydration during the exceptionally hot summer, their fates marked by desperation and sorrow. Definitely backed into a corner, weren't they? Feel sorry for them. Well, by the end of July 1665, the plague had reached catastrophic levels in London. The weekly bill of mortality recorded a staggering 3,014 deaths, with 2,020 of them attributed to the plague, although these figures likely underrepresent the actual death toll. In comparison, deaths in other years during the same period typically totaled around 300, so this was pretty much 10 times as worse. As the epidemic escalated, London's traditional burial grounds were of course quickly overflowed, prompting the grim necessity for mass graves. Cart drivers roamed the streets with the chilling call of "Bring out your dead," collecting bodies to be dumped in communal pits. The sheer volume of deaths overwhelmed the city's capacity to manage the crisis discreetly. Initially, authorities mandated that the removal and burial of bodies occur only at night to prevent public panic. However, the death toll soon outpaced the availability of cart drivers, leading to corpses piling up against house walls. Necessity forced a return to daytime collection, and the burial pits swelled with decomposing bodies. In the parish of Aldgate, workers dug a massive grave near the churchyard, 50 feet long and 20 feet wide. This process continued, with labourers digging at one end while bodies were dumped at the other. Eventually, the pit was extended downwards until it reached groundwater at 20 feet, ultimately containing 1,114 corpses. The streets were haunted by plague doctors, many lacking any formal medical training, who attempted to diagnose and treat the afflicted the best way they could. Despite organized efforts by city officials who hired physicians and structured burial operations, the rapid spread of the disease fueled widespread panic. Misunderstandings about the plague's transmission led to drastic measures. The city corporation ordered the killing of countless dogs and cats, mistakenly believing that they might carry the disease. This action inadvertently may have prolonged the outbreak by reducing the natural predators of rats that carried the plague-bearing fleas. Authorities also advocated for environmental remedies based on the miasma theory, which posited that bad air spread the disease. Giant bonfires were lit in the streets, and residents were instructed to keep their home fires burning continuously in the hopes of purifying the air. Additionally, tobacco was widely believed to be a preventative measure against the plague, leading to the anecdotal observation that no tobacconist in London had succumbed to the disease during the outbreak. As the plague continued to ravage London, the city's economic and social structures nearly collapsed. Samuel Pepys, in his detailed diary entries, captured the desolation of the city thusly: "Lord, how empty the streets are, and how melancholy. So many poor, sick people in the streets full of sores. In Westminster there is never a physician, and but one apothecary left, all being dead." This account reflects the dire circumstances as the once bustling streets of London were left deserted, save for the dead carts collecting the bodies and the few dying victims visible on the streets. Despite the chaos, starvation was largely averted, thanks to proactive measures taken by Sir John Lawrence and the Corporation of London. They implemented a policy whereby a commission of 1 farthing was added to the price of every quarter of corn landed at the Port of London. This slight increase in grain prices ensured a steady supply and helped sustain the population during the epidemic. Furthermore, the surrounding villages, cut off from their usual markets in the capital, adapted by leaving vegetables at designated market areas on the outskirts of the city. Transactions were conducted from a distance with vendors, shouting prices to avoid direct contact, and payments were made by leaving coins in buckets of vinegar, believed to be a disinfectant. The recorded death toll, as per official sources, escalated over the summer months, rising from around 2,000 deaths per week to over 7,000 deaths per week by September. But of course, the figures likely fall short of the actual numbers affected by the plague. The reliability of these records was compromised by the high mortality rate among sextons and parish clerks responsible for maintaining them. Additionally, certain communities like the Quakers did not cooperate with official record keeping, and many of the city's poorest residents were just thrown into mass graves without any formal record of their deaths. The scale of the epidemic is further obscured by the fact that only deaths were documented, with no records of those who contracted the plague and recovered. Moreover, the subsequent Great Fire of London in 1066 destroyed many of the remaining records. In those few districts where records were preserved, Documented plague deaths range from 30% to over 50% of the population, indicating the devastating impact of the disease where it was most intensely felt. Well, we have another passage from Thomas Vincent. Yes, the one aforementioned. Goes like this. It was very dismal to behold the red crosses, and read in great letters, "Lord, have mercy upon us," on the doors, and the watchmen standing before them with halberds, people passing by them so gingerly, and with such fearful looks as if they had been lined with the enemies in ambush to destroy them. A man at the corner of Artillery Wall, that, as I judge through the dizziness of his head with the disease which seized upon him there, had dashed his face against the wall, and when I came by, he lay hanging with his body face over the rails, and bleeding upon the ground, and when I spoke to him, he could make no answer, but rattled in the throat, and, as I was informed, within half an hour died in that place. It would be endless to speak of what we have seen and heard, of some in their frenzy rising out of their beds and leaping about their rooms, others crying and roaring at their windows, some coming forth almost naked and running into the streets. Scarcely a day passed over my head for, I think, a month or more together, but I should hear of the death of some one or more that I knew. The first day that they were smitten, the next day some hopes of recovery, and the third day they were dead. The 1665 plague outbreak, while the most devastating in London, also left its mark on various other regions of England. One of the most poignant episodes occurred in the village of Eyam in Derbyshire. It is believed that the plague was introduced to Eyam by a merchant who received a parcel of cloth from London, unknowingly contaminated with the disease. Realizing the potential danger, the villagers of Eyam took the extraordinary step of self-imposing a quarantine to prevent the spread of the plague to neighboring areas. This act of self-sacrifice had dire consequences. Approximately a third of Eyam's population succumbed to the disease over the next 14 months. The plague also significantly impacted other regions, including Derby and Norwich, which experienced severe outbreaks. In contrast, the city of Bristol managed to mitigate the worst effects of the plague through diligent efforts by its city council. During the outbreak from April to September of 1666, Bristol maintained a relatively low death rate of about 0.6%. That's pretty good. This was a remarkable achievement given the rampant spread of the plague in many other cities during the same period. These varied responses highlight the different strategies and levels of success in managing the public health crisis. The story of Eyam in particular remains a testament to the extraordinary measures that some communities took to try to halt the spread of this devastating epidemic. Well, by the late autumn of 1665, the death toll from the plague in London had begun to wane, leading to February 1666, when it was deemed safe enough for King Charles II and his court to return to the city. This return sparked a resurgence of life in London. The gentry arrived in carriages, loaded with their possessions, and key societal functions resumed. Judges returned to Windsor to convene in Westminster Hall, and Parliament, adjourned since April of the previous year, finally reconvened in September of 1666. The city's streets and marketplaces, once emptied by the plague, once again buzzed with activity, as trade rejuvenated and businesses finally reopened. London once again became a beacon for those seeking opportunity, leading Lord Clarendon to remark in March of 1666 on the city's restored vibrancy. While the plague's intensity had diminished, sporadic cases did persist into the mid-1666. The Great Fire of London, however, in September of that year, which devastated much of the city of London, was actually believed by some contemporaries to have helped extinguish the epidemic. I mean, you can't die from plague if you've died from the fire, right? Good logic. However, historical analysis, in hindsight, suggests the plague had largely receded before the fire occurred, with most post-fire plague cases reported in the suburbs and not the fire-ravaged city centre. Official records, like the bills of mortality, logged 68,596 plague deaths in London for 1665, though Lord Clarendon estimated the number could be double that. The countrywide death toll for the plague in that same year and the following year of 1666 was estimated by Dr. Thomas Gumble to be around 200,000. Thus, the plague of 1665 to 66 marked the last major outbreak of bubonic plague in Great Britain, with the last recorded plague death occurring around 1679. In terms of demographics, the population of England was around 5.25 million in 1650, but dropped to about 4.9 million in 1680, largely due to the plague and other diseases like smallpox. Urban centers, of course, notably more afflicted by the plague, relied heavily on continuous immigration from smaller towns and rural areas to replenish the populations. By 1667, London's population showed signs of recovery, with burial rates returning to pre-plague levels, and hearth tax returns indicating restored household numbers. John Graunt's analysis of baptism records further suggested a population rebound. This recovery was mirrored in cities like Colchester, which, despite suffering severe depopulation, saw its cloth manufacturing and overall population nearly return to normal by 1674. However, not all towns fared as well. Ipswich, for example, experienced a population decline of 18% by 1674, which, in all fairness, could not solely be attributed to plague deaths. But, well, the plague certainly doesn't help attract any newcomers, doesn't it? Well, overall, the impact of the plague was significant but varied. While London recorded the highest death toll in a century, the proportion of deaths relative to the population was actually a lot less severe, at least compared to earlier epidemics in 1563, 1603, and 1625. Overall, approximately 2.5% of English population perished due to the plague during this period, which is, of course, not very good. Charles I of England, who reigned from 1625 to 1649, a rule that led to a significant national conflict and ultimately civil war. It was a reign that was marked by intense struggle with the Parliament over issues of taxation and religious policy, reflecting Charles's belief in the divine right of kings, clashing with the emerging parliamentary and Puritan demands for a greater say in governance. His attempts to enforce Anglican worship and his financial policies, including the controversial collection of ship money without parliamentary consent, deepened the divide between the monarchy and the people. These tensions culminated in the battles of the English Civil War, leading to his capture, trial, and execution for treason. The first and only English monarch to meet such a fate, at least as of 2024. Well, hello and welcome to the channel. If you are coming back, great to see you again. And for those whose first time to the channel, well, it's good to meet you. Supporting the channel is as easy as enjoying the channel, and you're already doing that. But you're 2 clicks away from the like and subscribe. That really helps me out. Further to that, take a look in the video description. You'll find lots of delicious merchandise and all the rest. But first, let's get nice and relaxed, and we can talk about Charles I of England. A rather interesting life. Let's begin. November 19th, 1600. Charles was born in Dunfermline Palace, Fife, the second son of King James VI of Scotland and Anne of Denmark. His was a birth that was followed by a Protestant baptism at the Chapel Royal of Holyrood Palace in Edinburgh on 23rd of December 1600, where he was anointed with the titles of Duke of Albany, Marquess of Ormond, Earl of Ross, and Lord Ardmanock. The ceremony, led by David Lindsay, the Bishop of Ross, marked his formal entry into the lineage of Scottish royalty. And thus his early years began, and they weren't easy, always in the shadow of frail health, which delayed his relocation to England following his father's ascension as James I of England in the year 1603, after the death of Queen Elizabeth I. Initially he was left in Scotland, under the guidance of Lord Phoebe. Charles only joined his family in England in the mid-July of 1604, having gained enough strength to finally make the journey. In England, under care of Elizabeth, Lady Carey, measures were taken to strengthen his weak ankles, and although his physical health did improve, Charles struggled with a stammer that persisted throughout his life. In January of 1605, Charles received the traditional titles of Duke of York and Knight of the Bath, according to the English monarch's second son. His education, managed by one Thomas Murray, was of course broad, the typical gamut of a noble education covering classics, languages, mathematics, and a good deal of religion, culminating in his induction as a Knight of the Garter in 1611. Well, despite excelling in horse riding, fencing, and marksmanship, Charles was often in the shadow of his elder brother, the Prince of Wales, Henry Frederick. Well, not for too long, at least. Henry Frederick's untimely death in November of 1612, at the ripe old age of 18 years old. Too young, if you ask me, thrust Charles into the role of heir apparent. Remember, he was the second son. Well, this solidified by his creation as Prince of Wales and Earl of Chester in November 1616. The period also saw his sister Elizabeth married to Frederick V, Elector Palatine. Frederick's election as king by the Bohemian Diet in 1619, amid Ferdinand of Austria's rise as the Holy Roman Emperor, ignited the 30 Years' War, a conflict steeped in religious divisions, pulling England into a broader dispute in Europe that really had not much to do with them in the beginning. Well, a video on the 30 Years' War, when I get around to it. Well, during these times, King James I aimed to secure peace through the proposed marriage of Prince Charles to Maria Ana of Spain. That was Ferdinand's niece, known as the Spanish Match. This alliance faced fierce opposition from the English public and the court, leading to a hostile parliament in 1621, advocating for a Protestant spouse for Charles and tougher actions against Catholics. Of course, you must remember, the Catholics and the Protestants in those times were, well, they were at each other's throats. Especially in France. Ooh, it got very bad there. Watch my video on the French Wars of Religion. Very sticky situation. Well, the political tension escalated with the impeachment of James's Lord Chancellor, Francis Bacon, for corruption in 1621, which marked a historic legal shift. You see, the rising discord peaked with parliamentary debates over Charles's marriage and foreign policy, leading to the dissolution of Parliament by an exasperated James in January of 1622. Well, in a desperate bid to salvage the Spanish marriage, Charles and the Duke of Buckingham embarked on a covert trip to Spain, leaving in secret in the February of 1623. Facing skepticism at the Spanish court about Charles' sincerity towards Catholicism and demands for some unacceptable concessions, the negotiations faltered amid personal tensions with the Spanish chief minister, the Count of Olivares. And thus, Charles returned, rather disenchanted one can imagine, to England in October, without securing any sort of agreement, let alone marriage. Yet he was warmly welcomed, and the public were somewhat relieved at the negotiations' failure, although I'm sure this was cold comfort for him. This diplomatic failure disillusioned King James and motivated Charles and Buckingham to persuade him to declare war on Spain. In 1624, needing funds for this new military endeavor, James convened Parliament again. During these sessions, Charles and Buckingham sought the impeachment of Lord Treasurer Lionel Cranfield for opposing the war, mirroring the earlier tactic used against Bacon. James, increasingly wary of Buckingham's influence, cautioned Charles about the risks of politicizing impeachment. As King James's health declined, and his ability to govern was, well, questionable, Charles and Buckingham effectively consolidated their own power, assuming control by the time of James's death in the March of 1625. Following the unsuccessful Spanish marriage negotiations, Charles shifted his matrimonial focus back to France, securing a union with Henrietta Maria by marrying her by proxy at Notre Dame de Paris on May the 1st, 1625. Their first in-person meeting took place on June 13th in Canterbury. Anticipating parliamentary resistance due to Henrietta Maria's Catholic faith, Charles delayed convening his first parliament until after the marriage. I'm sure at that point, there was very little they could do about it. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, can't you? And the move was necessary, too, as skepticism within the Commons grew over potential concessions to Catholic that could, ultimately weaken the Anglican Church of England, and we can't have that. Well, despite promising to maintain the religious restrictions on the Catholics, Charles had secretly agreed to relax these measures in his marriage treaty with Louis XIII. Of course, further controversy came up when he lent 7 English naval ships to France, which were then used against the Protestant Huguenots at La Rochelle in September 1625. Charles's coronation proceeded in February 1626 without Henrietta Maria, who abstained due to its Protestant nature. Well, things just kept getting worse for Charles, with his support of Richard Montague, an anti-Calvinist clergyman whose writings alienated the Puritans and reflected Charles's earlier preference for a Spanish alliance. So, upon becoming king, Charles appointed Montague as a royal chaplain, protecting him from parliamentary censure. Parliament, preferring less costly naval actions against Spanish colonies to seize treasure fleets, limited its financial support to Charles to £140,000. Well, it sounds like a lot, but it was insufficient for his broader military ambitions, and it curtailed his customary rights to tonnage and poundage to just 1 year. Despite lacking any formal approval, Charles continued to levy these duties anyway. A failed naval expedition led by Buckingham resulted in impeachment proceedings against him, prompting Charles to quickly appoint him Chancellor of Cambridge University in May 1626 as a defiant gesture, a slap in the face, and jobs for friends. The arrest of Buckingham's critics, Dudley Digges and Sir John Eliot, triggered significant parliamentary outrage and their brief imprisonment. Of course, you can see how the Parliament, little by little, just keeps getting a beating from Charles. It's no wonder they turned on him. Well, the majority of the country turned on him. Well, on June 12th, 1626, the Commons strongly protested Buckingham's continued influence, expressing concerns about financial misuse. Despite this, Charles staunchly supported him, and ultimately he dissolved Parliament to address the growing dissent. In 1627, Charles enforced a forced loan without Parliament's consent, heightening tensions. The 5 Knights case that November reinforced the king's right to imprison dissenters without trial, escalating the discontent. In response, Parliament drafted the Petition of Right in March of 1628, which Charles reluctantly accepted in June, insisting on his right to tax and impose martial law. But soon after, he prorogued Parliament and continued to collect customs independently. Now Buckingham, he was certainly in the crosshairs of a lot of people, and it didn't take long for somebody to get to him. Buckingham's assassination on August 23, 1628, of course left Charles deeply grieved and showed once again the divide between the court and the public. Following his advisor's death, Charles and Henrietta Maria's bond only strengthened, particularly as she neared her first pregnancy, enhancing their public image as a virtuous and stable family. January of 1629, Parliament finally reconvened, and it quickly sparked controversy when the MP John Rawle's goods were seized for not paying disputed taxes, directly challenging petition of right. Tensions boiled over again on March the 2nd, when Parliament members detained the Speaker, passing motions against Catholicism and unauthorized taxes. Well, Charles was not impressed, to say the least, and frustrated, he dissolved Parliament again, gathered up 9 of the leaders and threw them all in prison, rallying public support for their cause. With Buckingham gone and unable to secure parliamentary funding for wars, Charles sought peace with France and Spain. Now this initiated an 11-year period of personal rule, where he governed without Parliament and struggled financially due to inherited deficits from Elizabeth and James, compounded by Buckingham's costly military endeavours. Despite England's low taxation, at least relative to Europe, or the other European mainland countries, lacking regular excise or direct taxes in particular, Charles sought to increase revenue without Parliament by reviving the ancient distraint of knighthood law, imposing fines on those who had not been knighted at his coronation, applying the law retroactively to boost the treasury. Well, there was quite a few people who had not been knighted, so of course this was going to raise quite a good bit of coin. He also expanded the traditional wartime levy of ship money to peacetime, and across all of England, arguing for its legality. This tax, directed to the treasury of the Navy, generated substantial annual revenues, between £150,000 and £200,000, between 1634 and 38, though it started to decline thereafter. Despite its financial success, ship money faced increasing unpopularity and resistance, highlighted by the landmark case against John Hampden in 1637 to 38, who was actually prosecuted for non-payment. The tax was narrowly upheld by a 7-5 decision among England's 12 common law judges, but this did very little to dampen the growing public dissent. Now, in this quest for additional revenue, wherever he could get it, Charles also controversially granted monopolies, such as the notorious Popish soap, which involved Catholic backers, and generated around 100,000 annually by the late 1630s. Despite being completely illegal under existing statutes, these monopolies further fueled public dissatisfaction with his fiscal policies. He just kept making poor choice after poor choice. He also attempted to maximize income by reasserting ancient boundaries around royal forests in England, fining those encroaching on these lands and selling them for development. This policy led to the Western Rising and other local unrest as communities resisted the loss of common lands and rights. Well, even with all these new taxes, fines, and fees, by mid-1640, Charles was still facing severe financial difficulties. His attempts to secure funds from the City of London and abroad had completely failed, which led him to seize £130,000 in silver bullion from the Tower of London in July, promising 8% interest upon repayment. Further financial strains emerged when the East India Company refused to give him a loan, prompting Lord Cottington to forcibly sell the company's stock of pepper and spices for just £60,000, well below the market value, also promising repayment with interest, 8%, the going rate. Well, these very desperate measures, panicked at that, did very little to alleviate the fiscal crisis, or repair commercial relations, which, well, I don't think you could really repair the relations after that. Amidst all of the struggle, the rise of the Arminian theology during Charles' reign added more fuel to the fire, emphasizing clerical authority and individual choice in salvation. Arminianism was seen by many as a step back towards Catholicism, alarming the Puritans, who preferred a simpler, less ceremonial Anglican worship, and, of course, feared Charles's lean towards a more sacramental tradition. And, of course, that whole individual choice, well, we can't have that now, can't we? So in 1633, winding it back a little bit, Charles had appointed William Laud as the Archbishop of Canterbury, initiating strict reforms to unify religious practices across England, and these reforms included rigorously enforcing the Book of Common Prayer, redesigning church interiors to highlight the sacrament of the altar, and suppressing nonconformist preachers. They also reissued the Declaration of Sports, allowing secular activities on Sundays, which the Puritans, of course, did not like. Additionally, the Feoffees for Impropriations, a Puritan group influencing church appointments, was disbanded. Laud used the Court of High Commission and the Star Chamber to harshly punish dissenters, notably William Prynne, Henry Burton, and John Bastwick in 1637, who were summarily pilloried, whipped and mutilated, and then locked up for life. Of course, the public once again did not like this, but neither did the upper-class gentry. People have friends in high places. They don't appreciate it when their friends are treated in that way. Charles' religious policies also faced fierce resistance in the north in Scotland. Despite his Scottish origins, Charles' reintroduction during his 1633 Scottish coronation using the Anglican rite was widely unpopular. Tensions escalated further in 1637 with his imposition of a new prayer book, quite similar to England's, without even consulting the Scottish Parliament at all. He didn't ask anybody about it, and it was seen as an Anglicanization of Scottish worship and sparked widespread protests. The controversy over the prayer book triggered riots starting in Edinburgh on July 23, 1637, and they quickly spread nationwide. Opposition crystallized around the National Covenant, which defended Scotland's reformed religion and rejected unsanctioned religious changes, championing Scottish religious autonomy. The crisis peaked when the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland met in November 1638, decisively rejecting the new prayer book and episcopal governance in favor of a Presbyterian system led by elders and deacons who actually knew what they were doing, signaling a move towards religious self-governance. In fact, really, it was a move they were pushed to take. Now, Charles's attempt to assert control led to the Bishops' Wars, beginning with the First Bishops' War in 1639. He raised an army independently and stationed them at Berwick-upon-Tweed, but he hesitated to confront the better-equipped Covenanters. The ensuing Treaty of Berwick forced him to relinquish control of Scottish fortresses and dissolve the Covenanters' government, but also required him to summon the Scottish Parliament and Church Assembly. Well, all of this combined with failed efforts to secure Spanish funds and a frankly humiliating naval defeat at the Battle of the Downs at the hands of the Dutch added more financial and diplomatic pressures. In response to mounting pressures and the need for funds for yet another military campaign, Charles summoned both the English and Irish parliaments in early 1640. While the Irish Parliament agreed to a substantial subsidy and to raise their own significant army, the English Parliament was, well, a little bit of a problem. Poor electoral results for court candidates and subsequent negotiation deadlocks led to the dissolution of the short Parliament in May 1640, leaving Charles without the necessary funds, let alone political support. By this time, the Earl of Strafford, appointed Lord Deputy of Ireland in 1632, had become Charles I's chief adviser, alongside Archbishop Laud. Together, they implemented a policy known as thorough, aimed at centralizing royal power and suppressing local opposition. Despite initial criticisms, Strafford, influenced by the Duke of Buckingham since 1628, significantly shaped the king's administration with his partnership with Laud. The dismissal of the English Short Parliament empowered the Scottish, when it asserted that it could govern its parliament without royal consent, completely independent. Leave us alone, basically. Kind of like saying, not only do we not need you, but we also don't want you. Well, in August 1640, capitalizing on this momentum, the Covenanter army advanced deep into Northumberland, England, with the king's commander-in-chief, Lord Northumberland. Well, he was sick, incapacitated by illness, and also Stafford was debilitated by gout and dysentery. Charles and Strafford had no choice but to personally lead the English forces. However, the Scots, well, this wasn't their first time. Many of them were seasoned by fighting in the 30 Years' War, and they demonstrated superior morale, and overall they were just better fighters. They also had better training, and they quickly overcame the English resistance, seizing Newcastle upon Tyne at the Battle of Newburn. Now, faced with increasing calls for Parliament, Charles convened a great council of peers in York on the 24th of September 1640. He informed this council of his plans to summon a Parliament in November and sought interim funding to continue the military efforts against the Scots. That's right. He needed more money. It becomes a running trend that the only time that Charles wants to speak to the Parliament is either to arrest them, torture them, or rob them. Well, the council, of course, advised peace, and had led to the Treaty of Ripon in October of 1640. Of course, this treaty was, well, kind of one-sided. it rather humiliatingly allowed the Scots to occupy Northumberland and Durham, and required the English to pay £850 daily until a final agreement was established, mandating the recall of the English Parliament to secure the necessary funds. In response, Charles summoned what would be known as the Long Parliament in November 1640. However, the elections were unfavourable to the king, with over 350 of the 493 members of the Commons opposing him. That's not a good result, isn't it? That is a beatdown, my goodness. Well, the convening of the Long Parliament on November the 3rd, 1640, marked the beginning of a formidable challenge for Charles. Rapidly asserting its power, the Parliament moved to impeach several of Charles' top advisers, symbolizing a severe challenge to the monarchy's authority. Within a week, Thomas Wentworth, the Earl of Strafford, and a key confidant of Charles, was arrested, and by mid-December, Archbishop William Laud was also impeached, with John Finch, the Lord Keeper of the Great Seal, fleeing to The Hague soon after. Amidst this upheaval, Parliament passed the Triennial Act, compelling its own summoning every 3 years, regardless of what the king had to say about it, effectively a limit on royal power. And this act was strategically tied to a subsidy bill, crucial for funding the government, to which Charles only consented reluctantly to in February 1641, and he only did so because of pressing financial needs. The trial of Strafford for high treason began on the 22nd of March 1641, spearheaded by John Pym, a staunch opponent of the king's policies. But the prosecution faltered, particularly when it could not conclusively prove the allegations, leaked by Sir Henry Vane, that Strafford had intended to use the Irish army to subdue royal opposition in England. As the case weakened, Pym decided to shift up his tactics, pushing through a bill of attainder that sidestepped normal legal processes to secure Strafford's condemnation and execution. Caught in a political storm of sorts, Charles had reassured Strafford with the promise that his life would not be jeopardized, stating, "Upon the word of a king, you shall not suffer in life, honor, or fortune." Yet the bill's passage increasingly depended on the king's approval, which he initially was reluctant to grant, of course. The situation was exacerbated by an attempted coup involving royalist army officers, increasing the parliamentary pressure on Charles. Ultimately, the Bill of Attainder was approved by the Commons on April the 20th and by the Lords on May the 2nd, despite significant opposition. Now, amidst the unrest and fearing for his family's safety, Charles felt compelled to assent to the bill on the 9th of May, leading to Strafford's execution 3 days later, which I'm sure at the time he would have been kicking and screaming, "But the king said, but the king promised." Feel a little bad for him, I suppose. Now, additionally, Charles agreed to an unprecedented act that prevented Parliament from being dissolved without its own consent. This period saw significant legislative changes, for example, the abolition of the ship money, the dismantling of the Star Chamber in the High Commission, and reforms in taxation practices through the Tonnage and Poundage Act. While Charles made these concessions in England, he aimed to stabilize his rule in Scotland by finalizing the terms of the bishops' wars during a visit from August to November of 1641, consenting to the establishment of Presbyterianism. Surely there's a Presbyterian church in your town. Well, I suppose that depends where you're listening from. However, his efforts were undermined by an attempted royalist coup in Scotland, known as the Incident, a very creative name, which further eroded his credibility and trustworthiness, as if it couldn't be eroded any more at this point. In Ireland, the social and political landscape was as complex as ever, with distinct groups such as the Gaelic Irish, the Old English, and the New English, each harboring their own sets of unique issues and grievances. Strafford's administration had improved the Irish economy and increased tax revenues, through stringent measures, of course, including the formation of a large and loyal Catholic army. However, his policies also exacerbated tensions by undermining the Irish Parliament, alienating Catholics through land confiscations for Protestant settlements of all things, and promoting Laudian Anglicanism, which clashed with Presbyterianism, thereby deepening the discontent among all segments of society. There wasn't any space that was not touched by a poor decision. Well, Strafford's impeachment in 1640 had profound repercussions for Irish politics, serving as the catalyst for unity among the Gaelic Irish, Old English, and New English against the policies enforced under his governance. During the impeachment proceedings, representatives from the Old English faction in the Irish Parliament voiced a staunch loyalty to King Charles, while simultaneously criticizing the despotic powers wielded by viceroys like Strafford. They contended that such governance detracted from the king's direct authority and frankly maligned his rule by misadvising him, effectively having Strafford be put up on a cross for all the king's poor decisions. Well, with Strafford's removal, and, well, probably the removal of his head as well, Charles' control over Ireland was notably weakened. During Strafford's incarceration, the English Commons repeatedly called for the disbandment of the Irish army, a move finally enacted post-trial due to financial exigencies. Further exacerbating tensions were the ongoing land disputes, especially regarding the Ulster plantation, which saw lands taken from native Catholics and given to Protestant settlers. Additionally, attempts to subordinate the Irish Parliament to the English legislature fueled growing discontent. Of course, there's nothing more unjust than going into somebody else's country and taking their things, especially when it's you settling yourself on land that doesn't belong to you. It tends to ruffle a few feathers. The burgeoning turmoil precipitated an uprising in late October of 1641, as the Gaelic Irish and the Old English, despite professing loyalty to Charles, took up arms against the New English settlers. The political atmosphere in England also intensified in November of 1641, when the House of Commons passed the Grand Remonstrance by a narrow margin. Now, what was this? Well, the document listed grievances against Charles's administration, a big long list of them, and insinuated a pervasive Catholic conspiracy implicating even the unknowing king. And actually this vote was rather close, 159 to 148, which reveals deep divisions, and the lords were particularly unreceptive, weary of allegations that seemed to impugn their integrity as well. As the Irish rebellion unfolded, panic spread throughout England, fueled by alarmist pamphlets depicting horrific acts committed by the native Irish against the new English settlers, designed to frighten. Well, these accounts stirred fears of a wider papist conspiracy, undermining Charles' authority and further tarnishing his public image. Parliament's dwindling trust in Charles was evident when he sought funds to suppress this Irish rebellion, prompting concerns that any raised funds might later be used against the Parliament itself. In response, John Pym introduced the Militia Bill to transfer control of the military from the King to the Parliament itself. This bill, unsupported by the Lords and certainly not by Charles, was ultimately adopted by the Commons as an ordinance, asserting that it did not require royal assent. Basically, they were just going to do it anyway. But it did have a action that inadvertently prompted more of the Lords to actually side with the King. So there was that. Anyway, the appointment of Colonel Thomas Lunsford as governor of the Tower of London only added more gasoline to the already burning fire. Known for his ruthless reputation, Lunsford's selection did very little to calm an already tense and lawless London. The political crisis escalated further when, spurred by rumours of the Parliament's plans to impeach his wife, of all people, Henrietta Maria, for alleged collusion with the Irish rebels. Well, that was the last straw for Charles. You don't go after a bloke's wife. That's not on. He had resolved to take decisive action. Acting on the suspicions of parliamentary collusion with the Scots, Charles demanded on January 3, 1642, that Parliament surrender 5 of its members and 1 peer, accusing them of high treason. Well, everybody knows what happens to people who are accused of high treason. So when the Parliament refused to hand them over, Charles, reportedly persuaded by his wife, attempted to arrest the accused personally in the House of Commons. However, his plan was thwarted as the targeted members had been forewarned and had already ran off. Confronted by Speaker William Lenthall's humble refusal to cooperate, Charles left the Commons in dismay, realizing that his direct intervention had failed, and he remarked in quite a bit of a hushed tone that, I quote, "all my birds have flown." Now just think about this for a minute. You have a king in the 17th century that's making these demands, and people are just simply saying no. He'd lost all power. This is something that's so unheard of in so many other parts of the world. Now, I dare say that if King Charles today, our current King Charles, would walk into Parliament, that he'd definitely be treated with a lot better manners than they had treated old Charles I. It's so interesting. I can only imagine the helplessness that Charles I would have felt of that situation that he was in. Well, his attempt to arrest these Parliament members directly within the House of Commons represented this profound breach of constitutional norms and a severe violation of parliamentary privilege, an act that drastically eroded all of his political standing and was perceived as a stark violation of the principles of governance, casting him not only as a protector, but as a perpetrator of political upheaval. Effectively, the king was a traitor. It's getting interesting, isn't it? Well, in the wake of this debacle, Parliament swiftly took control of the City of London. Feeling increasingly isolated and vulnerable, Charles left the capital on the 10th of January for Hampton Court Palace, and then relocated to Windsor Castle shortly thereafter. With his position weakening, Charles ventured north in February, after ensuring the safety of his wife and eldest daughter, who were sent abroad for their protection. His efforts to secure the military arsenal at Hull were once again rebuffed in April by the city's parliamentary governor, Sir John Hotham, who denied him entry. This marked a significant strategic defeat and personal embarrassment for Charles. As 1642 unfolded, the descent into armed conflict seemed completely unavoidable. It was going to happen, no matter what they did. Charles relied on the traditional commission of an array to raise an army, while the Parliament enlisted volunteers and fortified its own positions. Well, it came to a head in Charles raising the royal standard in Nottingham on August the 22nd, which was symbolically a declaration of war. His influence was felt in the Midlands, Wales, the West Country, and northern England, with Oxford serving as his military headquarters. Parliament maintained control over strategic regions including London, the southeast, East Anglia, and crucially, the big one, the English Navy. Well, the first major battle occurred at Edgehill on October the 23rd, 1642. Here, a strategic rift between Prince Rupert of the Rhine, Charles's nephew, by the way, and the royalist commander Lord Lindsay came to the fore. Now, Charles sided with Rupert's more aggressive tactics, very heavy-handed, leading to Lindsay's resignation, and Charles basically assuming a more direct leadership role, supported of course by Lord Forth. Although Rupert's cavalry initially overwhelmed the parliamentary lines, their pursuit of spoils from the enemy's baggage train, their greed, cost them the opportunity to decisively defeat the opposing forces. They were too busy trying to get some coin. Meanwhile, Lindsay, relegated to a lesser role, was mortally wounded and ended up succumbing to his injuries, deprived of adequate medical attention. And when I say adequate medical attention, I mean 17th century medical attention, which is of course far from adequate. While the battle ended inconclusively, under the cover of night, both sides claimed partial victory, but it was clear that there was no decisive outcome. But then there was I suppose we can say the emotional impact of Edgehill, which was profound for Charles, who expressed a deep grief over the events. Heeding caution over Rupert's counsel for a rapid advance on London, Charles regrouped and moved towards the capital on the 3rd of November, seizing Brentford in the process. Despite his military advances, he faced formidable resistance at Turnham Green on the outskirts of London. Outnumbered, Charles was compelled to order a retreat, withdrawing back to Oxford, where he spent the winter fortifying the city and bracing for continued conflict. as peace negotiations faltered, and by April had completely dissolved. Throughout the mid-1640s, the war went back and forth. It saw fluctuating fortunes. Henrietta Maria returned to Britain actually in February 1643, and she stayed there for about 17 months. During this period, Prince Rupert secured a crucial victory by capturing Bristol in July of 1643. Charles then led a siege on Gloucester, which was ultimately thwarted by heavy rains and the timely arrival of a parliamentary relief force. Forced to abandon the siege, Charles retreated back to Sudley Castle. As the parliamentary forces returned towards London, Charles pursued them, leading to another clash, albeit an indecisive one, at Newbury on September the 20th, echoing that old stalemate of Edgehill, where dusk, the downing of the sun, once again brought an end to the hostilities, both sides going back, rather tired and without a clear victor. A wasted day. Well, in January of 1644, Charles convened what became known as the Oxford Parliament, attended by about 40 peers and 118 Commons members. It lasted until about March 1645. Despite majority support from the peers and significant backing from Commons members, Charles found this assembly ineffective, privately criticizing it as a mongrel in letters to his wife. Throughout 1644, he oversaw operations in southern England, while Rupert moved north to relieve the besieged Newark and York, who were having a, tough time of it to say the least. Charles did manage to win the Battle of Cropredy Bridge in late June, but the Royalists were soon after defeated at Marston Moor. Later he managed to encircle and disarm the parliamentary army led by the Earl of Essex, and as winter approached, he fought in the indecisive Second Battle of Newbury. But a decisive battle had to come, and it eventually did. The Battle of Naseby occurred on June 14, 1645. Initially, Rupert's cavalry disrupted the flanks of Parliament's New Model army, but the Royalists were eventually driven back. In fact, a misunderstanding on the battle, caused by Lord Carnwath pulling Charles from the front, led to a perceived retreat, resulting in a catastrophic collapse of the Royalist lines. Following additional defeats, Charles escaped from the besieged Oxford in April of 1646, disguised as a servant, and surrendered to the Scottish Presbyterian army in Newark, eventually being transferred to Newcastle upon Tyne. After negotiations, the Scots handed him over to the English Parliament in January 1647 for £100,000 and promises of further payments. You can only imagine the fear that Charles would have been feeling at this time, trying to humanize it a little bit. You know what I mean. Well, he was then placed under house arrest at Holdenby House in Northamptonshire. Then came June the 3rd. Cornet George Joyce, representing the New Model Army, seized him, exploiting divisions between the army and a parliament that favored disbandment and Presbyterianism. Charles actually saw this as potentially advantageous and moved to Newmarket, Oatlands, and then Hampton Court for what became fruitless negotiations. By November, realizing that he had to escape, he considered destinations like France, southern England, or Berwick-upon-Tweed. On November the 11th, he fled to the Isle of Wight, seeking asylum with Colonel Robert Hammond, who he believed was sympathetic to his cause. Spoiler alert, he was not. Hammond detained Charles at Carisbrooke Castle, and immediately notified the Parliament of his capture, effectively sending them a letter and saying, "He's over here, come and get him." Well, while imprisoned, he continued his political strategies. In a significant shift on December 26, 1647, he signed the Engagement Treaty with the Scots, promising to establish Presbyterianism in England for 3 years in exchange for Scottish military support to reinstate him. This agreement sparked the Second Civil War in May of 1648, with Royalists revolting and Scots entering England as planned. However, the Scots didn't get very far. The new model army of the Parliament swiftly suppressed these efforts, defeating uprisings across Kent, Essex, Cumberland, South Wales, and notably overcoming the Scots at the Battle of Preston, dashing the Royalist hopes in August of 1648. After these defeats, Charles resumed negotiations at Newport, Isle of Wight. While Parliament voted on December 5, 1648 to continue discussions, Oliver Cromwell and the army halted further talks, labeling Charles as a tyrant. Military control was solidified when Colonel Thomas Pride executed Pride's purge on December 6th and 7th, ousting MPs sympathetic to Charles, leading to the formation of the Rump Parliament. By the end of 1648, Charles was moved to Hurst Castle, then Windsor Castle, and in January 1649, the Rump Commons indicted him for treason, a charge rejected by the House of Lords. Well, the Chief Justices of England also declared that this indictment was completely unlawful, opposing the idea of trying a king. In all fairness, it was a pretty novel idea for the time. Well, the Rump Commons was unfazed, and they legislated independently, establishing a special court for Charles' trial and declaring it an act without needing royal approval. And thus the trial began on January 20th, 1649 in Westminster Hall, overseen by John Bradshaw, with John Cook as prosecutor. Charles faced accusations of abusing royal power for personal gain, constituting treason against England. The prosecution charged that he had waged war against the Parliament and all of its people, maintaining his rule to the complete detriment of the liberty of the nation, justice, and peace. The indictment blamed Charles for the war's destruction and all of its deaths, which was, by the way, about 300,000, 6% of the population, introducing an early notion of what we know as command responsibility. Thus, during his trial's first 3 days, he consistently refused to plead, challenging the court's authority by questioning, and I quote, "I would know by what power I am called hither, by what lawful authority." He argued that no earthly court had jurisdiction over a monarch. After all, God put him there in the first place. Try to prove that one wrong. He asserted that his right to rule was divinely sanctioned, and supported by England's long-standing legal traditions, so you can't do anything. No. He also claimed that his trial was propelled by military force rather than legitimate legal authority, asserting its unlawfulness and stating, this is his quote from the trial, "No earthly power can justly call me, who is your king in question, as a delinquent. This day's proceedings cannot be warranted by God's laws. The authority of obedience unto kings is clearly warranted, and strictly commanded in both the Old and New Testament. For the law of this land, I am confident that no learned lawyer will affirm that an impeachment can lie against the king. The higher house is totally excluded, and as for the House of Commons, it is too well known that the major part of them are detained or deterred from sitting. The arms I took up were only to defend the fundamental laws of this kingdom." Well, nobody was buying that. In response, the court argued against the doctrine that the king could do no wrong, proposing instead that the King of England was not a person, but an office, and like any other office, it's bound by the laws of the land. And that seems fair, don't you think? Well, by the end of the third day, Charles was removed from the courtroom. Over the next 2 days, the court heard testimonies from over 30 witnesses against him. And then, on January 26th, Charles was condemned to death. On the following day, he was declared guilty and sentenced to be executed by beheading, described as a tyrant, a traitor, a murderer, and a public enemy. January 30th, 1649. Charles was executed. They cut his head off. Now, the day before, he had a poignant farewell with his children, Elizabeth and Henry. To ensure he did not appear to shake from the cold and be perceived as fearful, he wore 2 shirts during his execution. After all, it was January, pretty cold in England. From St. James's Palace, Charles was led to the execution scaffold outside the banqueting house in Whitehall, which was of course heavily guarded. His final words expressed regret over the execution of Strafford and his desires for his subjects' liberty, emphasizing the distinction between the roles of a subject and a sovereign. At approximately 2 p.m., after a final prayer, Charles positioned himself on the block and signaled the executioner by stretching out his hands. His execution was carried out swiftly, with a single stroke. An observer, Philip Henry, described the reaction from the crowd as a rather deep moan, as he quotes, "as I never heard before, and desire I may never hear again." Now, at the time, there was a rather grim and macabre tradition. Some onlookers soaked their handkerchiefs in his blood as souvenirs of the momentous event. I'm not sure if we have any of those surviving handkerchiefs, but my word, if we did, could you imagine what they would go for at auction? I'm sure if they still have the body of Charles, then they could do a DNA match-up to prove that it was real, surely. That's something to have on the coffee table, isn't it? Well, the identity of Charles's executioner is, well, that's a matter of debate in itself. Initially, the commissioners sought one Richard Brandon, who was London's common hangman, offering a significant sum of £200 to perform the execution. Despite initially refusing, possibly due to the moral weight of the task or fear of retribution, rumors persist that he may have relented under the threat of death. However, there are other figures, such as George Joyce, William Hullett, and one Hugh Peters, who have also been suggested as possible executioners. Either way, the expertise with which the execution was conducted, resulting in a single clean strike, as later confirmed during an 1813 examination of the king's remains at Windsor, implies that the deed was done by someone very skilled in the art of beheading. Well, following the execution, it was typical for the severed head of the traitor to be raised before the crowd with the proclamation, "Behold the head of a traitor." But in Charles's case, well, these words were notably absent. Maybe because the executioner feared recognition through his voice. Either way, the day after his execution, Charles' head was reattached to his body, which was then embalmed and placed within a lead coffin. Despite the customary honor of a burial at Westminster Abbey, Charles did not get the privilege, leading to his body being secretly transported to Windsor on the night of February 7th. He was interred in a quiet ceremony on February 9th, 1649, in the Henry VIII vault, actually, with St. George's Chapel at Windsor Castle, resting beside the coffins of Henry VIII and his third wife, Jane Seymour. There were plans for an elaborate royal mausoleum in Hyde Park, envisioned by his son Charles II, but they were never realized, which leaves the most modest resting place in Windsor as his final abode. Why don't you go say hello to him? He's still there, waiting for you. Well, thank you very much for watching this rather long biography of Charles I. Worst king ever. Well, maybe that's arguable, but he certainly was not very impressive, wasn't he? Charles II of England. They used to call him the Merry Monarch. He reigned from 1660 to 1685 and ushered in the Restoration era after a period of Republican rule under Oliver Cromwell. He spent many of his early years in exile following the execution of his father, King Charles I, during the chaos of the English Civil War, and only returned to the throne after Cromwell's death. Thus, his was a reign noted for finally stabilizing English politics, advancing overseas trade, and promoting the arts and sciences, with significant figures like Christopher Wren and the establishment of the Royal Society marking this period. However, it wasn't all fun and games. His tenure also witnessed the Great Plague of London, followed by the Great Fire of London in 1665 and 66 respectively, events that significantly impacted London's infrastructure and development for some time to come. Well, despite his popularity for his charismatic and affable nature, his reign ended without a legitimate heir, leading to the accession of his brother, James II, and with that a stage set for future dynastic and religious tensions. Welcome to the channel. To the newcomers, it's good to meet you. To those returning, it's lovely to have you back with me again. Off we go on another adventure into the past, this evening, this morning, or afternoon, wherever you are in this lovely world of ours. Now, supporting the channel is what you're already doing by just enjoying the content. The like and subscribe is right there too, and a little bit further to that there's a few links in the video description. Otherwise, just leave a comment down below. That helps boost me in the algorithm. Now, with all that out of the way, Deep breaths, nice and relaxed. Let's begin. We find ourselves in the year 1630. It's May 29th, and Charles is born at St. James's Palace as the eldest surviving child of King Charles I of England, Scotland, and Ireland, and his consort, one Henrietta Maria, who was the sister of the French King Louis XIII. Charles was baptized on the 27th of June in the Chapel Royal by William Laud, who would be the future Archbishop of Canterbury, and his early years were managed by the Protestant Countess of Dorset. As for his godparents, his maternal uncle Louis XIII and his grandmother Marie de Medici, well, they were both devout Catholics, and the distinction between Catholic and Protestant will become very important. You'll see. If you've watched my video about Charles I, you'll get it. Well, at his birth, Charles acquired the titles of Duke of Cornwall and Duke of Rothesay, among others, and he was designated Prince of Wales around his 8th birthday, though he was never formally invested with the title. Still, not a bad little present. Well, the rising disputes between Charles I and the Parliament precipitated the First English Civil War, which started in August of 1642, and to really understand how Charles was brought into the world, we need to provide that kind of context, short of you watching the entire video. Well, Charles and his brother James were actually there to observe the Battle of Edgehill in October of 1642, and subsequently resided in the royalist stronghold of Oxford for 2 years. In January of 1645, Charles was granted his own council and assumed nominal command over the royalist forces in the West Country. By the spring of 1646, however, as parliamentarians took control of the region, Charles was forced to flee, and thus he did, avoiding capture, travelling from Falmouth to the Isles of Scilly, and then on to Jersey, and finally crossing the Channel into France, where his mother resided under the protection of King Louis XIV. Finally, in the May of 1646, Charles I capitulated. The Second English Civil War in 1648 saw Charles relocating to The Hague, where he received stronger backing from his sister Mary and her husband, William II, the Prince of Orange, than from his mother's French family, who were not as supportive. Despite a part of the parliamentarian fleet switching sides, they failed to join forces with the Royalist Engager army before its defeat at Preston by what was known as the New Model Army. While Charles was in The Hague, he seems to have had an affair with one Lucy Walter, who later erroneously claimed that they had secretly gotten married while no one was looking, but failed to provide any sufficient evidence or witnesses for this. Well, either way, their son, James Crofts, who was later Duke of Monmouth and Duke of Buccleuch, was one of Charles's numerous illegitimate children, who later gained prominence. Well, despite Charles' attempts to save his father, poor old Charles I was executed in January 1649, resulting in England declaring itself a republic. That being said, Charles I, in his life that was cut short, he certainly did not busy himself with making friends. quite possibly the least popular English king. Well, on February the 5th, 1649, the Scottish Covenanter Parliament proclaimed Charles II as King of Great Britain, France, and Ireland at the Mercat Cross in Edinburgh, though they barred him from entering Scotland unless he agreed to enforce Presbyterianism across all of his kingdoms, an agreement that was somewhat on the table with his father in previous times, but, well, for obvious reasons he could not meet the obligation. Just didn't have the head for it, I suppose. Well, negotiations ultimately faltered with the Scots. So Charles authorized Lord Montrose to land a modest force on the Orkney Islands. This was mainly to pressure the Scottish into a more favorable treaty, a show of force to get them to capitulate. Montrose, wary of potential concessions by Charles, opted to invade the Scottish mainland directly, leading to his capture and execution. Subsequently, Charles reluctantly accepted the terms of the Treaty of Breda with the Scottish Parliament, endorsing the Solemn League and Covenant, and pledging to uphold Presbyterian church governance throughout Britain. His compliance, of course, gained him favor in Scotland. Well, Presbyterianism was all the rage. But of course it diminished his popularity in England. When he arrived in Scotland on June 23, 1650, he formally accepted the Covenant, and there was really no turning back. Now, although he initially accepted the terms, Charles quickly grew to resent what he considered the, let's just say, the malevolence of the Covenanters. His time in Scotland was recorded in detail, luckily enough, including even his household and culinary expenses at Falkland Palace and Perth. His ascent to the Scottish throne triggered the Anglo-Scottish War from 1650 to 52. On September 3, 1650, Cromwell's forces overpowered the Covenanters at the Battle of Dunbar. The Scottish factions, split between the moderate Engagers and the more radical Kirk party, were further strained by internal disputes. And in October, an event known as the Start, Charles attempted to ally with the Engagers, but was swiftly recaptured by the Kirk party. Despite his disenchantment, Charles viewed Scotland as his best chance, and really his only chance for regaining power. Thus he was officially crowned King of Scotland at Scone Abbey on the 1st of January 1651. As Cromwell's army advanced, it was decided that they had no choice but to attack England. Excluded from the campaign on religious grounds by the Kirk party, many veteran soldiers did not have their chance to participate, leading to scant support from the English royalists at a time where they needed it the most, and thus the campaign ended disastrously at the Battle of Worcester on the 3rd of September 1651. Now Charles was there too, and he narrowly escaped capture, and after 6 weeks on the run, he arrived in Normandy on the 16th of October, despite a £1,000 bounty for his capture, enough for a man of any age to retire in those days, and also substantial risks to anybody aiding him. It didn't help that he was over 6 feet tall, which was significantly taller than the average at the time, posing a significant challenge for his concealment. In 1653, the instrument of government was enacted, appointing Oliver Cromwell as Lord Protector, and inaugurating a period of military governance over England, Scotland, and Ireland. At the time, Charles lived in relative comfort near Paris at Saint-Germain-en-Laye, subsisting on a stipend of 600 livres a month from Louis. Despite his royal lineage and connections through his mother, Henrietta Maria, and his sister, the Princess of Orange, Charles struggled to garner sufficient support to effectively challenge Cromwell. By 1654, with France and the Dutch Republic allied with Cromwell, Charles was compelled to leave France and seek aid from Spain, then governing the southern Netherlands. In 1656, Charles made the Treaty of Brussels with Spain, securing Spanish support for his restoration efforts. But there was a catch. To secure that support, he would have to exchange his participation in the war against France. And that's a pretty heavy price tag. Well, Charles did manage to raise a small army from his exiled subjects, but they were quite poorly equipped. Added to that, they were less disciplined than would be required for a campaign requiring such high morale. Taking on the French at that time was no small task. Meanwhile, the Commonwealth made the Treaty of Paris with France in 1657, allying against Spain in the Netherlands. Charles's younger brother, James, the Duke of York, led the royalist supporters within the Spanish contingent. Which leads us to the Battle of the Dunes in 1658, where Charles's small army of around 2,000 men, very ragtag indeed, clashed with Commonwealth troops fighting alongside the French. The battle significantly reduced Charles's force by about 50%. He had barely 1,000 men left by the end of it, and the ones that were left were not too keen for another fight. With Dunkirk handed over to the English, the possibility of a royalist expedition to England was effectively eliminated. But things are about to change. After the death of Oliver Cromwell in 1658, Charles's prospects of regaining the throne did appear bleak, as Cromwell was succeeded by his son, Richard. However, Richard was an apple that had fallen quite far from the tree. He lacked the experience in military and civil administration, and people were not as confident in him as they should have been. In 1659, what was known as the Rump Parliament was recalled, and effectively, Richard resigned from his position. Amid the ensuing civil and military unrest, George Monk, the governor of Scotland, feared that the nation would fall into anarchy, reminiscent of the old days with Empress Matilda and Stefan of Blois. Monk led his army into the city of London, forcing the Parliament to readmit members of the previous Long Parliament who had been excluded in December of 1648 during what was known as Pride's Purge. This newly reinstated Parliament dissolved itself, paving the way for a general election, which was the first election they had had in nearly 20 years. Despite attempts to secure a Presbyterian majority by defining electoral qualifications, restrictions against royalist candidates and voters were largely ignored. The resulting House of Commons was politically divided between royalists and parliamentarians, and religiously as well, between Anglicans and Presbyterians. The Convention Parliament, which assembled on the 25th of April 1660, soon welcomed the Declaration of Breda. In this declaration, Charles promised lenience and tolerance, liberty of conscience, and cooperative rule with Parliament. Sounds pretty good. He assured that there would be no harsh Anglican church policy, no exile or confiscation of wealth from past enemies, and pardons for nearly all opponents, except for the regicidal ones. Can't really forgive that. And thus the English Parliament resolved to proclaim Charles king and invite him formally to come back and go through the notions of signing everything that needed to be done and crowns on heads, all the rest, a message that reached him in Breda on the 8th of May 1660. In Ireland, a convention had already been declared for Charles earlier in that year. By the 14th of May, he was proclaimed king in Dublin, marking the beginning of what would be known as the Restoration. Fingers crossed for good times ahead. Let's see how it works out. Charles departed from Scheveningen and arrived in Dover on the 25th of May 1660, finally reaching London on his 30th birthday, 29th of May. Well, when he got back, Charles, with the Parliament, enacted the Act of Indemnity and Oblivion, granting amnesty to most of Cromwell's supporters, though 50 individuals were specifically excluded. Ultimately, 9 regicides were executed, enduring the gruesome fate of being hung, drawn, and quartered. Others simply got thrown into prison for the rest of their lives, or the less severe permanent exclusion from office. And the bodies of Oliver Cromwell, Henry Ireton, and John Bradshaw were exhumed for posthumous decapitation. To sustain the government, Parliament allocated Charles an annual income of over £1 million, primarily sourced from excise duties and customs. But it turns out that even this grand sum of cash was inadequate throughout his reign, and it often falls short of the expected revenue. This shortfall necessitated cost-cutting, or rather, revenue-raising, as we could call it in better terms, mainly through measures at court, including reducing the royal household size and expenses, and raising funds through unpopular taxes, for example the hearth tax. While the latter part of 1660 brought personal sorrow for Charles, with the deaths of his siblings Henry and Mary, reportedly from smallpox, pretty common way to go back then. Unfortunately, no ways to deal with that one. At the same time, Anne Hyde, the daughter of Lord Chancellor Edward Hyde, disclosed her pregnancy by Charles' brother James, whom she had secretly married. Now, Charles was completely unaware of the marriage or the pregnancy, and so was Edward Hyde. Either way, he was elevated to the Earl of Clarendon, finally solidifying his position as Charles' chief minister. What a week. Well, the Convention Parliament was dissolved in December of 1660, shortly after Charles's coronation. His second English Parliament of his reign convened, and it was known as the Cavalier Parliament. This body was overwhelmingly royalist and Anglican, that being the members of the Church of England set up earlier by Henry VIII. Now, seeking to reinforce the Church of England's dominance by passing several key acts, the Corporation Act of 1661 mandated that municipal office holders swear allegiance, unwavering at that. The Act of Uniformity in 1662 required the use of the 1662 Book of Common Prayer. The Conventicle Act of 1664 banned religious assemblies of more than 5 people, unless they were officially sanctioned by the Church of England. Finally, the 5-Mile Act of 1665 barred expelled non-conforming clergymen from coming within 5 miles of a parish from which they had been banished. All these measures, known collectively as the Clarendon Code after Lord Clarendon, remained in effect for the rest of Charles's reign, despite Clarendon's own opposition to the 5-Mile Act. In 1665, London was struck by the Great Plague, which reached its peak in September, claiming up to 7,000 per week. Charles and his family were not keen to stick around, thus they fled the city in July, seeking refuge in Salisbury, while Oxford convened Parliament. As winter set in, the number of plague cases seemed to decrease, which allowed Charles to return to London in February of 1666, which was equally not a good time to be in London. You see, the following year, after a prolonged period of hot and dry weather, the Great Fire of London broke out on the 2nd of September, 1666, reportedly starting from a baker's shop in Pudding Lane. It didn't help that all of that stockpiled wood and fuel for the winter was just hanging around, little tinder boxes. Well, 13,000 houses and 87 churches were reportedly burned down, including St. Paul's Cathedral. Charles and his brother James took an active role in directing the firefighting efforts, but despite all this, public suspicion fell on Catholic conspirators as the cause of the disaster. Since 1640, Portugal had been engaged in a war with Spain to reclaim its independence after 60 years of dynastic union between the two crowns. Initially supported by France, Portugal found itself completely abandoned by its old ally, following the Treaty of the Pyrenees in 1659. Negotiations between Charles and Catherine of Braganza had begun during the reign of Charles I, and upon the Restoration, Queen Louisa of Portugal, acting as regent, reopened the discussions. All in all, they settled on alliances with England. And on the 23rd of June, 1661, a marriage treaty was signed. England acquired Catherine's dowry, which included the port of Tangier in North Africa and the 7 islands of Bombay in India, significant for the future British Empire, valuable trading privileges in Brazil and the East Indies, religious and commercial freedom in Portugal, and 2 million Portuguese crowns, which was about 300,000 English pounds at the time. In return, Portugal received military and naval support against Spain, and liberty of worship for Catherine. Thus Catherine left Portugal and arrived in Portsmouth on the 15th of May 1662. Charles did not visit her there until the 20th, however, and the couple married the next day in 2 ceremonies, a secret Catholic one, followed by a public Anglican service. Must keep up appearances, of course. Well, in the same year, Charles made the unpopular decision to sell Dunkirk to his first cousin, King Louis XV of France, and he got £375,000 for it. Well, Dunkirk, though a valuable strategic outpost, was at the time quite a financial burden, and it was actually in the red by £321,000 annually. So much better to pass that on to somebody else. A pretty good deal. Well, before Charles' restoration, the Navigation Acts of 1650 had severely impacted Dutch trade by granting English vessels a monopoly, which sparked the First Dutch War between 1652 and 54. Relations had to be mended. Well, to do this, envoys from the States General arrived in 1660, bearing the Dutch gift. However, English attempts to encroach on Dutch territories in Africa and North America led to another Dutch war between 1665 and 67. Initially, the English were doing quite well, and they captured New Amsterdam, renamed New York in honor of Charles's brother James, Duke of York, and secured a victory at the Battle of Lowestoft. And yes, of course, that is the New Amsterdam and New York that you're thinking of in modern-day Manhattan. Well, the tide did turn, however, in 1667, when the Dutch executed a daring surprise attack, known as the Raid on the Medway. They sailed up the River Thames, where a significant portion of the English fleet was docked, and sank almost all of the ships, except, however, for Royal Charles, the flagship, which they decided to capture and take back to the Netherlands as a prize. The war concluded with the Treaty of Breda. Well, the aftermath of the Second Dutch War led Charles to dismiss Lord Clarendon, using him as a scapegoat and pointing the finger at him for all of the war's failures. Thus, Clarendon fled to France to avoid impeachment for high treason, which, of course, was a death sentence. Well, power shifted to a group of 5 politicians, whimsically known by the acronym CABAL, that being Clifford, Arlington, Buckingham, Ashley, and Lauderdale. Despite being collectively named, the cabal rarely acted in unison, with court politics often divided between factions led by Arlington and Buckingham, with Arlington generally emerging as the main character in most negotiations, and quite a bit more successful. Now, 1668, England formed an alliance with Sweden and the Netherlands to counter Louis XV in the War of Devolution. Although Louis made peace with the Triple Alliance, he maintained his aggressive stance towards the Netherlands, and in 1670, some 2 years later, Charles, grappling with financial difficulties, entered into the Treaty of Dover with Louis XV. Under this secret treaty, Louis made an agreement to pay Charles annually a sum of £160,000. In return for this, Charles pledged to provide Louis with a great amount of troops and to announce his conversion to Catholicism, however only as soon as the welfare of his kingdom will permit, however long that takes. Louis also promised to supply Charles with 6,000 troops to suppress any opposition to this conversion. Charles worked to keep the treaty, especially the conversion clause, confidential, and it remains uncertain whether he seriously intended to convert or if this was just a lure to bring the French king into an agreement. During this period, Charles expanded the powers of the East India Company through a series of 5 charters. Now, the East India Company is a very big deal on its own, and I'm probably going to do maybe half a dozen videos on it, because I find it quite fascinating. Well, these charters that Charles made for the East India Company granted them rights to autonomous government over its territorial acquisitions. They were even allowed to mint their own money, command their own fortresses and troops, and engage alliances. They could even start their own wars and make their own peaces, exercise criminal and civil jurisdiction in its possessions in the Indies. Effectively, they would become a government unto themselves, which is why eventually they had to be shut down. Well, in 1668, Charles leased the islands of Bombay to the company for a nominal rent of £10 paid in gold, a very small sum, of course. However, the Portuguese territories acquired through his wife Catherine's dowry, such as Tangier, proved to be way too costly to maintain, and by 1684 they were abandoned. Additionally, in 1670 Charles granted the Hudson's Bay Company control over the entire Hudson Bay drainage basin, naming the territory Rupert's Land after his cousin, Prince Rupert of the Rhine, who later on became the company's first governor. During the 1670s, the previously supportive Cavalier Parliament grew somewhat disenchanted with Charles's wars and religious policies. In 1662, Charles issued the Royal Declaration of Indulgence, attempting to suspend all penal laws against Catholics and other religious dissenters, a decision, of course, that was widely unpopular among the Anglicans. That same year, he openly aligned with Catholic France and initiated another Anglo-Dutch war. The Cavalier Parliament opposed the Declaration of Indulgence on constitutional grounds, asserting that their king lacked the authority to unilaterally suspend laws enacted by Parliament. Facing opposition, Charles rescinded the declaration and agreed to the Test Act. This act mandated that public officials receive the sacrament as prescribed by the Church of England, and would later require them to denounce transubstantiation and the Catholic Mass as superstitious and idolatrous. As a result, Clifford, who had converted to Catholicism, resigned rather than taking the oath, and he died shortly after. A little bit mysterious in circumstance. Many believe that he took his own life. Perhaps he was poisoned. I suppose we'll never know. By 1674, England gained nothing from the Anglo-Dutch War, and the Cavalier Parliament refused to allocate any additional money towards it. Charles had no choice but to seek peace, and the influence of the Cabal diminished, while that of Clifford's successor, Lord Danby, increased. However, opposition to Danby and the court grew as well. Many politicians and peers suspected Charles II of favouring a pro-French policy aimed at emulating the absolutist and Catholic sovereignty of Louis XV. Between 1675 and 78, pamphlets and parliamentary speeches frequently denounced popery and arbitrary government, expressing fears over the potential loss of English freedoms and liberties, whatever ones they had in the 17th century. Well, Queen Catherine's inability to produce an heir, with pregnancies in 1662, 66, 68, and 69, all ending in failure, left Charles II's unpopular Catholic brother, James the Duke of York, as the heir presumptive. Now, there was plenty of public fears about the royal family's Catholic leanings, and to alleviate them, Charles agreed to the marriage of James's daughter, Mary, to the Protestant William of Orange. In 1678, Titus Oates, who had switched between being an Anglican and a Jesuit priest, falsely claimed that there was a plot to assassinate the king. And interestingly, in this plot he even implicated Queen Catherine as one of the key players. Though Charles dismissed the allegations, he did order the Chief Minister, Lord Danby, to take a look into it, just in case. Despite Danby's skepticisms about the claims from Oates, the Cavalier Parliament took them very seriously, and it led to widespread anti-Catholic hysteria. Judges and juries condemned numerous supposed conspirators, resulting in the execution of many people who were presumably mostly innocent. Well, later that year, the House of Commons impeached Danby for high treason, so there's karma for you. Although the nation had largely sought conflict with Catholic France, Charles had secretly negotiated with Louis XV for England's neutrality, in exchange for a little bit of money, of course. Nothing like a good little bribe to grease the wheels. Well, Danby, while publicly opposing France, had reluctantly complied with Charles' wishes. After all, the king is the boss. But the Commons, however, viewed him as the mastermind behind the whole idea. Well, to try to protect Danby from impeachment, Charles dissolved the Cavalier Parliament in January of 1769. The new Parliament, which convened in March, was understandably hostile toward Charles, and they were fearing that he intended to use the standing army to suppress dissent or impose Catholicism. Financial constraints forced Charles to gradually disband his army. Danby resigned as Lord High Treasurer, but he was lucky enough to receive a royal pardon, and the House of Commons, asserting that Parliament's dissolution did not halt the impeachment proceedings, declared the pardon invalid. Bad luck for Lord Danby. Well, when the House of Lords proposed exile as a punishment, it was deemed too lenient by the Commons, and the impeachment stalled. Ultimately, King Charles conceded to his opponents and committed Danby to the Tower of London, where he remained imprisoned in that miserable little dungeon for 5 years. Not a good place to be, by anyone's standard. Now, back to Charles' early years to set some context for a moment. In those early times, the royal household was under the governance of William Cavendish, the Earl of Newcastle, while his academic guidance came from one Brian Duper, who was the Dean of Christ Church in Oxford. Both mentors believed that scientific studies were unsuitable for a future monarch, with Newcastle even advising against deep engagement in any subject in particular. However, as Charles matured, he was tutored by William Harvey, who was a renowned surgeon, and he was quite famous for his groundbreaking work on blood circulation. Pretty novel topic for the time, that's to say for sure. Harvey's role as chief physician to Charles I extended to accompanying the king to the Battle of Edgehill, just in case. On that day, Harvey was initially responsible for Prince Charles and the Duke of York, but returned them to their father for the start of the battle. Concerned for their safety, Charles I later had the princes escorted from the battlefield. During his exile in France, Charles's education continued with a broader curriculum, including physics, chemistry, and mathematics, finally having the opportunity to study under some people that actually valued education His tutors included John Earle, who taught him Latin and Greek, and Thomas Hobbes, the philosopher and the author of the work Leviathan, who instructed him in mathematics. In France, Charles also engaged in experiments of chemistry and also alchemy, alongside his childhood friend, the Earl of Buckingham, who was convinced he was close to discovering the philosopher's stone. Spoiler alert, he wasn't. While Charles' time was not merely idle, he returned to England with a solid foundation in navigational mathematics and practical chemistry. His expertise in naval architecture allowed him to engage in technical discussions with notable figures like Samuel Pepys, William Petty, and John Evelyn. The burgeoning discoveries and new concepts of the time captivated Charles, encompassing not only science and medicine, but also botany and gardening. Botany, of course, being very important with the burgeoning colonial empire. A French traveller, Sorbière, visiting the English court, was reportedly astonished by the breadth and diversity of the king's knowledge. Charles indulged his diverse interests freely, including a keen fascination with astronomy, which was sparked by a visit to Gresham College in October of 1660 to see telescopes that were crafted by the great astronomer Sir Paul Neale. Reportedly, Charles was so impressed by the whole experience that he commissioned for himself a 36-foot telescope, which he installed in Whitehall at the Privy Garden. He frequently invited friends and acquaintances around for little parties to observe the heavens through the telescope, which of course at the time would have been an extremely novel thing. In fact, in May of 1661, John Evelyn described an occasion where he and several other scientists went around to see the king and looked at the rings of Saturn all night long. Additionally, Charles set up a laboratory within Whitehall, conveniently right across from his bedroom, reportedly hanging around in said laboratory till quite late in the evening. Thus, from the outset of his reign, once it was his decision to do so, he surrounded himself with experts to aid in his scientific endeavors. Timothy Clark, a renowned anatomist, performed dissections for the king, specifically funded and instructed. Robert Morrison served as the chief botanist, overseeing Charles' own botanical garden, which in itself was quite extensive. Chemist and alchemist Edmund Dickinson conducted experiments in the king's laboratory, while Sir Thomas Williams, skilled in creating and inventing medicines, prepared some royal concoctions in the royal presence. Nicasius Lefebvre, invited to England as the royal professor of chemistry and apothecary to the king's household, also contributed to the king's scientific pursuits. And among these pursuits was a fascination with clocks. In fact, he ensured that they were distributed throughout Whitehall, having at least 7 of them in his bedroom. In fact, Robert Bruce, later Earl of Aylesbury, complained that the constant chiming of the clocks disturbed his sleep whenever he had to stay close to the king. He also installed a sundial in the Privy Garden, used to set his personal time on his pocket watch, and for a time the king personally recorded the performance of the latest spring balance watch presented to him by Robert Hooke. In 1662, Charles was delighted to grant a royal charter to a group of scientists and intellectuals who had established a formal society 2 years later. This society aimed to promote a more academic and learned approach to science through experiments in physics and mathematics. Sir Robert Moray, a prominent member of Charles' court, played a critical role in achieving this outcome, and became the first president of the newly founded Royal Society. Over the years he gained such favor with Charles that he was permitted to conduct his experiments in the Royal Laboratory. Although Charles never attended a meeting of the Royal Society, he remained informed about its activities. He was privately shown the Boyle-Hook air pump by Robert Boyle, an instrument frequently used in the Society's Wednesday meetings. But despite this, he preferred experiments with immediate practical outcomes, and had apparently ridiculed the members' attempts to weigh the air. He struggled to understand the significance of the fundamental laws of physics being established, including Boyle's law, Hooke's law, atmospheric pressure, and the barometer's importance in supporting life. He was far too interested in the mechanical side of things. In his later years, he developed a painful gout, limiting the daily walks he had once enjoyed. His enthusiasm, of course, shifted to his laboratory, spending hours conducting experiments, sometimes assisted by Moray. His fascination with alchemy, which began during his exile with the Duke of Buckingham, persisted to this point, and he resumed experiments with mercury, often spending entire mornings attempting to distill it. The toxic mercury vapor released during these experiments may have contributed to his later ill health. It certainly didn't help matters, that's for sure. In the last years of his reign, his approach towards his opponents hardened. Many of them were prosecuted, and their estates seized. To crush opposition in London, Charles disenfranchised many Whigs in the 1682 elections, and in 1683 the London Charter was forfeit. On the morning of the 2nd of February 1685, Charles experienced a sudden fit. He passed away 4 days later, at 11:45 a.m. at the Palace of Whitehall, the age of 54. The abruptness of his illness and subsequent death led to suspicions of poisoning among many, including one of his royal doctors. However, modern medical analysis suggests that his symptoms were consistent with uremia, a syndrome resulting from kidney dysfunction. Charles had been experimenting with mercury, you see, prior to his illness, which can cause irreversible kidney damage. But there is no definitive evidence that mercury poisoning was the sole cause of his death. But like I said, it doesn't help. During the days between his collapse and death, Charles underwent various torturous treatments, such as bloodletting, purging, and cupping, which likely exacerbated his condition through dehydration rather than providing any relief. And thus he was buried in Westminster Abbey on the 14th of February. He was succeeded by his brother, James II, and, well, that caused all of its own problems, which we'll get to in another video, I promise. His final words to his courtiers were remarking the prolonged duration of his deathbed, stating, and I quote, "I'm sorry, gentlemen, for being such a time dying." He then expressed regret for the treatment of his wife. And like that, away he goes into the pages of history just like everybody else. I'd like to thank my top-tier patrons, Britt, Charles, Stark Factory, JC, Jeffrey, Wendy, Tim, James, Erin, Scott, Dark, Ben, and Melissa. Thank you very much for joining me again. Hopefully you've followed on from the video about Charles I, or perhaps the Oliver Cromwell one. We'll see if the Oliver Cromwell one comes out before or after this. Perhaps before is more appropriate. Good night, everyone. Lots of love to you all.